was thinking about wearing a costume. Hi, Beepy. What's this? Move that. Should I move that out of Gummy's way? Let's put that right there. It's out of Gummy's way. No, Gummy, where you going? Oh, Gummy, where you going? Hi, Gummy baby. This is toy. You wanna play with that? It's trash. Gummy baby, I'm sorry. I threw it in the trash. It went right in the trash bin. I went to throw it on the ground and I flicked it all the way over into the trash bin. Dang. Oh, this can also go in the trash bin. What do you think, Gummy? What are you doing? What are you up to? Oh, come give me a hug. Oh, give me the Gummy hug. Yeah. How are you, Gummy? You don't want to play? You don't want to play around? Oh, step right on my booby. So, what are y'all up to today? We just jump on each other's streams? Did we just do that? No, never mind. You're the different dude. How you doing, John? How's your day? So I'm chilling out. Oh, I don't have my filter on. I like to put my filter on. It's fun. What kind of filter should I put on today? I like the elf filter. We like the elf filter. Cool beans. Hello, gummy guy. You're a good little gummy guy. You like butt pats? You like butt pats? You're such a silly. Get out of my wires! Get out of the wires! That's okay. No, 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 no! Don't touch the wires. Thank you. You're a silly little bean sometimes, but you can't touch the wires. Every sub today, I'm gonna give my cat a treat. LMAO. Twitch.tv/BeccaCat. Butterflies. That's cute. You got a mask. Is that how we change it? This is weird. It says iPhone. Yes, I'm definitely not on an iPhone right now. A pink cowgirl hat. This is top community lenses. You guys have shit style, America. Okay, yeah, that. More freckles. Obviously not that dark though. Electric face. That one's from my Cortana cosplay. We're gonna favorite that one. It's supposed to says blow a kiss. What is it supposed to do? Nothing happens. It says now smile. It says left nose ring. I don't see a nose ring. Anyway. How do I like search all of them? Show more. Rainbow hair. I actually dig this one. Look at that. Everything is. Whoa, rainbow. Ten out of 10. Well, no wonder why my phone didn't go on. I'm gonna put this on here. This is Yandom. When your nose clogs up, you just stick this in, go. It has eucalyptus oil, menthol, camphor, borneol, and other stuff in it. It says others. I got it from AliExpress. It's got a bunch of like Asian, some sort of Asian lettering on here. Couldn't tell you. This is English though. Well, that part isn't. But yeah. Yummy. It's just like better than Vicks. You know, people get addicted to Vicks. What are you doing, Dum Dum? What are you doing, Dum Dum? Oh, is your litter box dirty? I'm gonna play with some filters. That one's pretty cute. This sucks. Butterflies. Butterfly hat. A bucket hat. Oh, it changes my eyes. That's pretty cool. And it covers up my acne. That's pretty cute. Looks homey as heck. I think I'll keep that one. I like it. So, am I playing a game today? I have costume. No, I don't want to wear that. Hi, Gummy. What are you doing? Can you not mess with my Q-tips? Thanks. Gummy. Gummy. Gummy guy, come here. Oh, I know you, Gummy. You're such a good little kitty. Oh, you're a cute little kitty cat. Oh, you're a little guy. He's like, enough! We're done! Anyways. Thinking about putting on a costume today. Oh my god, Lindsay Nicole has posted a new video called The Life of Cats, like all of cats. History, prehistoric history of cats, part 1. Oh my god, Lindsay Nicole! Whoa! Have you ever heard of Lindsay Nicole? She's a babe, I'll tell you. And she knows stuff and things. Okay. Let me just type that in, Lindsay Nicole.
Are you really the... the last person to find out about this skip ads forever button. This is Kai, and if it sounds familiar to you, it's probably because you've seen
Cats, 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 cats. Cats, cats, cats. Holy, I gotta. How long is this? 13 fucking minutes. Here we are. Here we are, everybody.
Cats. If you're here, you love.
Yes, I am. Sorry, I'm excited. Let me just see if I can, boop, boop, boop. Yeah, we'll put it like this. Then you can watch too.
Cats. Who doesn't? Cats are iconic. They're some of the most beloved species on the planet. And I'm not just talking about domestic cats. We're talking lions, tigers, leopards, sand cats, rusty spotted cats. Everybody loves cats. They're symbols of strength, resilience, royalty, beauty, etc. And they are also very cute. Very fun to have in your homes, domestic cats specifically. They've shaped our society in unimaginable ways. But more importantly, they have shaped our planet significantly over the last 20 million years. And so, this is the first episode of a new series, Bitch, the history of cats that we know of. We're going to explore the entire cat lineage, from the ancestors of saber-toothed cats to lost lineages, all the way to some tiny cats alive today that you might have never heard of, that I already spoiled. I already spoiled one of them. But we're doing it all. And today we're going to start with some of their humble beginnings, their ancient roots. So, without further ado, my name is Lindsay Nicole, and this is the history of cats that we know of.
That we know of.
I'm so excited for this series, and I hope you are too. I don't know if you noticed, this is a slightly new setup. I've moved things to a different wall. I heard your complaints, I heard your requests, the base is back. I'll talk about the new setup
The base
at the end
is
of the video,
back.
in case you're interested. No,
Where the
I'm
hell
gonna talk
is
about
the
it now.
base?
This is still a work in progress. You might have not even noticed that it's a new setup, because I tried to make it look as similar as possible to the last one. I don't like change. I like sticking to things when they work for me. I'm already using a different mic, and that was enough for me. Got this little magnetic mic right here, and it's cool. You know what? I like it so far, and it does make more sense. My editor was right. Anyway, this is a work in progress. It's a little bit different. You might remember I had some air plants and little things right here. I didn't really like them very much. Thought they were too small, so I'm trying to figure out what to do. Also, this setup is in a room now where I can't really have living plants because it's gonna be dark most of the time, so this is unfortunately fake. The real plant is in another room, thriving. So, I was thinking maybe I could do some, you know those, wait, I have them. I can show you an example. I was thinking of throwing some of these up there. I know that usually it looks like shit. I kind of want to just have them like maybe hanging down right here
you like the
to like fill in the gaps and make it
you like
more
the
green,
headphones?
because I also
You like
heard
Lindsay?
you want more green. I agree,
You like
valid.
Lindsay?
So I'm thinking this. Let's see. I think I
She
can
got
make it
some
look
plants.
cool, but maybe you hate that, and let me know, because I do care about your opinion. I want you to like the setup. I was also thinking maybe just some like larger wall hanging fake plants.
Watch
One right
Lindsay.
here,
Look,
one right
Lindsay.
here, but I don't know. Let me know. And now, on to the
Cats.
actual fucking video.
Cats.
We're gonna get the global conditions out of the way. If you watch my History of Life on Earth series, you already know what the fuck is going on, kind of. For this series, global conditions is gonna include general climate shit, of course, but also what was going on in the environment overall, surrounding the species in question, the kitties. So it'll kind of be like an ultra condensed History of Life episode, like boom, here's the plants and animals that were in the environment these cats were cooking up in. Today our attention is on Eurasia and North America, sometime during the Eocene to Oligocene epochs, so like 35 to 25 million years ago. The world was in the middle of a cooling trend, but it was still relatively warm. Does that make sense? It was hot, but it was even hotter before. So the world was technically cooling, but it was hot nonetheless. That's important because that impacts evolution. Shit gets warmer, things adapt to the warm or get booted. Shit gets colder, things adapt to the cold or get booted. Oh wait, another thing I want to mention about the setup. I lowered this because I could, because there was a lot of empty space down here. Unnecessary. Made me look a lot shorter than I am. So I'm not that short. Anyway, grasslands were slowly replacing forests that once stretched almost pole to pole. And with those expanding grasslands came the expansion of grazing animals. Let me introduce you to some of the more unusual. The protoceratids, which look like your typical deer or antelope, but with a big ass rostral bone sticking out of their snout. They were found throughout North America and
is
came in a
like cat.
variety of facial decorations, most likely to impress the ladies since it seems like only the males had them, and also probably to defend themselves, because why the fuck would you not? There were also Chalicotheres, which looked like something out of a fever dream. To me, they kind of look like what okapis are on the way to becoming. You get that? I could see them evolving into some shit like this.
I'm 4
Or like
minutes in it,
if
we're
you
not
mix
talking
an
about
okapi
cats.
with a gorilla. That's essentially a Chalicothere. They walked on their knuckles like a gorilla and reached up into tree branches for vegetation. So yeah,
wild.
not grazers, but browsers. if that matters to you. Figured I'd make the distinction so no one got mad at me. Said I'd introduce you to some unusual grazers, only did one example before showing you other shit. That's just how we run shit here, because I do in fact make the rules. Except a couple more herbivores, because this became an herbivore list.
I do in fact make
big
the
ass
rules.
rhinos, like my
Yeah, you do,
favorite,
Lindsay.
Paraceratherium, found in Eurasia. They got to 24 feet long and were as tall as a 2-story building. This was also the time of some early gomphotheres, a group of elephant relatives that looked like caricatures of elephants. Exhibit A, Platybalodon, known for their shovel-like mouth. What about animals other than herbivores? Perhaps an omnivore. Perhaps the most heinous omnivore to ever exist. The entelodonts, also known as the hell pigs. They could get to 6 feet tall at the shoulder. Pigs, dude. 6 feet tall at the shoulder, and we're
That's
just grotesque.
scary.
This is probably 6 feet. No, I'm 5'3.5". That's too tall. Is that 6 feet? Yeah, at the shoulder. Ooh, wait. I should actually see if this exactly measures 6 feet tall, because then that would make for a great in-video measurement tool.
There
I'll
you
look
go.
into it. Many of the full-on terrestrial carnivores of the time, at least the ones talked about the most, are conveniently nestled into a group called carnivora. At this time in Earth's history, they were only starting to gain their footing, but would eventually evolve into some of the most iconic predators alive today. Your wolves, your bears, and of course, your cats. Actually worth mentioning Hyenodon, a fucking terror that was alive in Eurasia and North America, also carnivoran, a little bit ahead of its time. But nevertheless, the carnivorans were only starting to gain their footing in general. So, let me not get ahead of myself. Carnivorans also include your mongooses, civets. During this time, that's what a lot of carnivorans looked like. But based on genetic evidence between 35 to 28 million years ago, some of these mongoose were on their way to becoming the first cats. The earliest confirmed fossils belong to a cat called Proailurus, which translates to, you guessed it, first cat. They were first found back in 1879 in France, French cat, by French naturalist Henry Filhol. There's no way it's pronounced like that. I'm butchering it. I have to be. Proailurus was pretty small, 22 pounds, and was not like any of the cats you know and love today. They had shorter limbs, looked like a civet. They had more teeth than cats do today, which became more specialized over time. Today, cats have their premolars P3 and P4. They lost P1 and P2. Proailurus had all 4, P1, P2, P3, P4. They also had a bony bump on the bottom of one of their ear bones, which cats don't have today, if you give a shit. But there were changes happening in the teeth that indicated this little guy was on the way to becoming the classic cat form. And I'm gonna be honest, I couldn't find those specific changes in any of the papers I read, except for one paper I translated from French. It said the premolars the cats don't have, but Proailurus had, were reduced or even absent in some of the specimens. Hopefully that was translated correctly. Oui. There are also general anatomical changes that different sources mention that led this cat to be labeled as the first cat. Couple other things about Proailurus: they had retractable claws to climb in the trees. Since their initial discovery in France, their fossils have been found in other parts of Europe, potentially Mongolia and North America, but these are not confirmed for now. There are these slight differences between all of them that could be considered like regional variation, or could belong to a different cat species alive at the time, you know? This was the early stages of cats. Shit was muddy as fuck. When you're talking about the first anything of a lineage, it's muddy as fuck. It's very elusive in taxonomic placement, just like cats. Cats are elusive as fuck, so easy to lose track of. Have you ever lost your cat out of nowhere for an extended period of time? Happens to me all the time. Remember that place I lived at that was like 500 square feet that I gave you a tour of? When I first moved in, I lost Koya in a 500 square foot apartment. I looked everywhere, she was gone. And then I realized that the washer was running, and I thought that somehow she'd gotten into the washer and she was in the running washer with all my clothes. And I freaked out, and then she just showed up somewhere. She wasn't in the washer, she just showed up somewhere. I don't know where she hid, and that's cats. That's cats for you. That's how they survived this long. That's evolution at work. Not only were these early cats elusive in taxonomic placement, they were also elusive in the fossil record in general. Right after Proailurus, there's a cat gap where cat fossils have not been found until an age of almost 10 million years later, at least for now. I'm gonna bet the cat gap is not permanent. Maybe in the future we're gonna find some transitional fossils in the cat gap. But for now, we're jumping to the next stage of cat evolution, known by the name Pseudailurus. I'm gonna be honest, and I'm gonna explain this in a second, but Pseudailurus kind of feels like a concept, and I'll get to what I mean by that. But because of that, Proailurus is thought to have evolved into Pseudailurus, based on the very classic anatomical shifts you'd expect at this stage of evolution, shifting towards a more feline lifestyle. One of the notable changes in Pseudailurus was the total loss of P1, that first lower premolar. Remember I mentioned only some of the Proailurus individuals had lost their P1s. Most were reduced. As long as that French paper was translated correctly. All Pseudailarus species lost their P1s. There's a lot of species, by the way, possibly 11 that we know of. 4 from Europe, 2 from Asia, and 5 from North America. The European species are the oldest, and I'm not going to get into the others because it's all, like I said, muddy as fuck. Exactly how they evolved from Proailarus or from Pseudailarus, actually, I'm going to explain it now. I'm going to get my whiteboard so I can make a little diagram.
It's a pigeon that has a nest on the garage, and they call it his chicken. His name is Chicken.
Fuck it. I gorilla taped my whiteboard to the wall. That's good, that's good. Ugh. Shut the fuck up. I just ripped a nail out of the wall. The problem with Pseudailarus is that it's a grade instead of a clade. You can think of a clade as like a plant. You know these two things evolved from this thing. That's a clade. They all make up a little tree. Pseudailarus is like, we know these things were here, but we don't know exactly how they evolved. We don't know if this one's the ancestor or if none of them are the ancestor. That's a grade. A clade is like a plan, while a grade is like concepts of a plant. There's 11 Pseudailarus species that we know of. Did the diversification happen at Proailarus, or did it happen at some place down the line as Pseudailarus had already evolved? These diagrams are shit. These are not to be used in classroom. This is just a really shitty visual tool. Let me know if that makes sense. Back to the changes. P1 is out. Dunzo. Pseudailarus also developed longer canines and had reduced premolar heights. This suggests more specialization, as you would probably not expect. Pseudailarus was actually discovered before Proailarus, way back in 1843, so 36 years before the discovery of its ancestor. And also from France, another French cat. But at the time it's discovered, H.M. Ducredet de Blainville. What a name. I'm, once again, definitely not pronouncing that right. Mistakenly thought the skull fragments he discovered belonged to a highly specialized saber-toothed cat. He named it Felis quadrantata, but H.M. Ducredet de Blainville was wrong, and now the name is dumped in the trash. Because a few years later, a guy named Paul Gervais recognized the transitional nature of this fossil's teeth, the extra set of premolars, P2, and realized this was a transitional species between cats we know today whatever they evolved from. Because, like I said, cats today only have P3 and P4, but Pseudailarus had P2, P3, P4. So, we named it Pseudailarus, which translates to false cat. A sad name for such a monumental discovery, if you ask me. And then, later, Proailarus was found with the P1 premolars intact, but kinda on their way out, boom, that's the first cat that we know. Since their initial discovery, Pseudailarus fossils have been found all throughout Eurasia and North America, and like I said, represent 11 species, some of which are a bit iffy. They came in a variety of sizes, from the size of a house cat to the largest, thought to get to about 60 pounds. Pretty impressive for a primitive cat. Overall, these cats had longer spines than Proailarus, were more cursorial than arboreal, on the ground instead of the trees. Because more fossils have been found of them, we know a lot more about them than Proailarus, which isn't saying much. Because like I said, this lineage is elusive as fuck. But we do have an idea of what Pseudailarus branched into and in what directions. Two major branches specifically. The conical-toothed cats, the modern cats we know and love today, and the saber-toothed cats. It seems as though this split took place about 11 million years ago. One direction would lead to the iconic Smilodon, my channel's logo. The saber-toothed tiger that we all know and love from the Ice Age. And other famous species, Homotherium, Dinofelis. The other path would lead to our tigers, our lions, our domestic cats, our cheetahs, a total of 37 species alive on our planet today, and of course, other extinct ones. This is kind of the cliffhanger that we leave this video on. These are the next chapters. First, we're going to be covering the saber-toothed cats, the Machaerodonts, our modern cats, how they evolved, the different groups that exist, because I'm not covering 37 species in one fucking video. Or maybe I am. Maybe I decided that. I doubt I decided that. But of course, cats are more than just their evolutionary history. There's also the ways the domestic cat became the domestic cat. That will be its own video. Probably touching on how significant cats have been in our societies, thousands of years ago. We're gonna get into all of it. So I hope you're excited. I know this video was a little bit short, but as you can see, we still have a lot to learn about the cat's ancient roots that we literally just don't have fossil evidence of. It's elusive. It's on brand. So, I hope you're excited. I'm really excited about this series. And yeah, if you have any suggestions about the setup, if you like my leaf idea, let me know. I'm gonna be filming.
Alright. Lindsay Nicole, you're pretty cool, but you didn't talk about cats for like more than fucking half the video, it feels like.
Oh, +5. Come on.
Okay. That's
Till the meat chrome, rings on fleek, chrome, hard little freak, wanna be on TV, goddamn shit's clean, when I pull up on scene, do civic, quick into the city, 2003, bitch, yo, tell me what a motherfucking do, yo, ass too fat, wanna see you come through, yo, bad little bitch, wanna match with my mood, yo, get the music up in this shit, I wanna see you go stupid, move it, bitch, go stupid, move it, bitch, go stupid, move it, bitch, go, bitch, go, bitch, go, bitch, go stupid, move it, bitch, go stupid, move it, bitch, go stupid, move it, bitch, go, bitch, go, bitch, go, bitch, go stupid, go lose it, bad bitch in the party, yeah, let me see the ass shake, listen to the music, it's moving, all the good girls go that motherfucking ass back, E36 with a freaky bitch, hood pierce nips, in a green hair, in a 703 hand, triple digits on the dash, on the hose, on my dick, trying to get me back, I cannot feel my face right now, all the white girls with the chains on fat, oh, ass go up and down, bad little shorty, she got me, wow, bitch go stupid, let me see you lose it, see, I know you too, shake some, if you a 10 out of 10, come hop up in this whip, you a bad little bitch, come shaking on the stick, yeah, talk to me nice if you want me to hit, niggas like us finish feet for the bitch, like a 10 out of 10, come hop up in this whip, you a bad little bitch, come shaking on the stick, yeah, talk to me.
what were we saying? No, just sometimes these are got good music on it. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Sometimes I recognize the anime. I don't watch anime, I just recognize it. Like this.
You stunned? Is the cat got your tongue? You stunned?
I saw this on Twitter the other day, and this just blew me away because I didn't know how far furry 3D modeling has come, but this is a prime example of how detailed and breathtaking this can be. Look at this model. It literally looks like a fursuit. I saw the top half of this one day. I thought this was a fursuit. Look at how detailed all of this is. Imagine loading into VR chat with this model. You're gonna crash so many people's games. This is like a flipper for the VR chat realm. I'm impressed that 3D modeling has come to this point. You can have fully rendered personas. All of their hair is individually rendered. Of course, I'm not sure if that's how it works, but Kleekai did an amazing job at making it seem.
Maria Aldrich.
Yeah!
Let's see. Should we play video games? I usually watch like Western animation, like Disney stuff. But Disney hasn't been coming out with anything really well. Like, I actually don't like how they turned mostly to 3D. It's like Pixar did the 3D and Disney did the 2D. But then Disney started doing the 2D or 3D or whatever. Like, Brother Bear's like 2006. Like, when's the last time Disney ever dropped a nice movie? my roommate made this like stuff, and he put bacon and scallops and rice and mixed vegetables and other stuff, and it's, I'm not gonna say it's good, but it's certainly like it's all right. It's very flavorful. Very flavorful. There's so many very strong flavors.
As you guys may know, I am a wildlife expert, and today I'm going to be reviewing and breaking down TikTok videos that are fresh out of India, a country where TikTok is illegal but has no shortage of crazy animal encounters. So let's get into it. Oh my God, this video is insane. So what you see is there are 3 guys on elephant back, and if I'm not mistaken, the guys that are on elephant back have actually been sent out possibly by the Indian government or maybe on their own authority to try and figure out what's going on with this tiger, because this tiger has been coming into these farmlands and attacking villagers. But what's so insane about this video, as you see right, oh man, here, oh God. So what's so insane about this video is you see this tiger just comes running out at full speed. That can be up to 40 miles an hour through this rice field or this plantation. And then it leaps up. Oh my God, it's so incredible. Ears back, fangs open, claws forward, and you can see right here, it leaps up at these guys to the same level as they are on elephant back at 12 or 14 or so feet, and swipes at these guys. The one guy uses his bull hook, which is a tool used to control elephants while riding them. One claw of a tiger, which can be this big, will rip right through you, not to mention the force and the strength. Man, some of the human-wildlife conflict over there is unbelievable. Okay, dog completely fine after being attacked. Whoa, really attacked by a leopard in India. Yeah, so this leopard was really going for this dog. He was treating this dog like a prey item, right? Or are they playing? This is kind of weird. No, it's definitely not playing. Now, there's something very strange about this video. You see that the leopard does look as though he's going for the dog's neck, but at one point in the video, right around here, you see the dog wagging his tail. So that almost indicates that the dog is playing, like he's having fun, but I think it's probably just a stress response. So at first it looked as though it could be playful, but I don't think it is. I think that the claws are out. I think that the leopard was actually trying to kill the dog. It looks like he's latched onto his neck. This leopard, he's hunting the way that these big cats do it. So leopards are not the largest animal when it comes to the prey items that they go for. They go for big nilgai and all kinds of things. In Africa, they'll go for eland and kudu, all kinds of things that are much larger than them. So in order to take down their prey, like all cats, they go for the neck. They use their fangs, they use their canines to drive those into the jugular and kill the animal. Now, it looks as though this leopard was trying to do that on that dog. It looked like he was going for the jugular, but maybe missed and drove his canine into the dog's jaw. So fortunately, it seems like that dog didn't get his jugular punctured. He wasn't going to bleed out and die, but just shows you how those cats target that neck area. Okay, oh, I've seen this one. This is a play stupid games, win stupid prices. But look at this dum-dum. He is, oh, that video. Oh, man, he is not holding the snake by the neck where you should, and instead he's holding it lower down on the body, and he's holding the animal with its head free. He gets too close. In my opinion, as we watch this back, what happens is the breath from the man goes onto the snake. The snake uses those pits around its face, detects that heat, detects that breath, and goes, this is the threat, this is where it's coming from. Even though the snake's clearly exhausted and going limp, latches onto the guy's face. Now, these snakes have recurved, super sharp needle-like teeth. So you can see how those teeth, go into this guy's cheek, into his lip, and he's trying to remove the thing, but he's pulling at the snake. And as he pulls at the snake, those recurved teeth are literally pulling the flesh away from his face. Instead of, hard to do, what you should do if you're bitten by a snake is sort of push in and up. And if you push in and up, like a fish hook, it will release. But as you pull away, all it does is pull harder. So play stupid games, win stupid prizes, and he sure did. All right, so what do we have here? Wait. So this looks like a wild boar or a bush pig. We know this the world over. You piss off a boar and a boar comes at you. So this is crazy. It looks like this boar is cornered. I'm not positive this is India. It looks more like Indonesia to me, but regardless, this boar comes flying out of this house, nails this guy, and they have crazy tusks, and it is goring this guy with his tusks. So that guy's gonna need stitches, no doubt about it. There are some bad bites. People are coming in, they're hitting it. I don't know the situation here, but I'm guessing, if I had to guess, this is a pig taken from the wild, a boar taken from the wild, or at least forced into an urban environment, and then it just locks onto this person and decides to go for him. Not sure if it's India or not, but boy.
In my opinion, it looked like it was in their house, and it's alive. I don't know who would bring a wild boar into their house. Like, it's probably looking for food or...
You know, Hakuna Matata right here. I mean, this is some gnarly stuff we're looking at. Oh, this is an incredible clip. So what...
I'll keep trying till I get it right.
What you have here is a sloth bear fighting a tiger. Now, sloth bears are insane. They're not the biggest bear species in the world, but they are known to be the most aggressive. They have incredible claws. They are ferocious. They have this crazy look. And tigers are the most formidable cat in the world. So these two are having some sort...
There's literally like a huge patch of blood missing on this, or fur missing on this bear's chest. And it doesn't back down. It stands back up and comes at the tiger again.
Sort of a fight over something. It could be territorial, but I doubt it. It's more likely over prey. Maybe the tiger tried to attack the bear. Maybe the bear has cubs. Who knows? There's a reason that sloth bears are the most aggressive, and it's because they're dealing with tigers. If you go somewhere like the Arctic, where there are polar bears, or there are grizzly bears, black bears, whatever, they're not in competition with another gigantic ferocious species like sloth bears are with a tiger. So they are required to be massively aggressive and massively territorial in order to survive. If you can't survive by being the biggest, you survive by being the baddest. And these guys are the baddest of bears. So when I'm sitting here breaking down these internet viral videos, I have to be on my game. I have to be able to digest and understand what is going on in these videos and be able to relay that to people. Lion is. And what it looks like to me has happened here is you have a lone male, because the males usually don't hunt. As we know, lionesses do the hunting. So this means this is a lone male, which means he's younger because he's been kicked out of his pride, and he's going out trying to figure out how to make a life for himself. And he's done that by being pushed out of his pridal lands where he grew up and pushed into this town of Gir. Now, in this town of Gir, he's like, oh, wait a minute, there's food everywhere, because in India, there are cows and cattle everywhere because they're sacred. So now he's found a calf, an easy meal, he's killed it, but he's done this in a town, in the town of Gir. Someone has come out and gone, holy crap, there's a lion in the parking lot of my restaurant eating a calf. The lion obviously has got freaked out, he drops his meal, he becomes defensive, he growls and grumbles at the person, he even has a little bit of a standoff, but the person is clearly up in an elevated situation, and I'm guessing after that mock charge, the lion took off. But Gir is a crazy place. I've never been, I've always wanted to go because of this exact thing. This tiny remnant population of Asiatic lions, 600 in total, coming into this town and living right alongside people in a crazy situation. Oh, this video is crazy. So you have a really large elephant, and it's adorned with golden jewels and flowery floral fabrics, and there are thousands of people sort of worshiping it. The elephant is sort of flapping its ears a lot, and that is a sign of distress and a sign of aggression. So because he's so chained up, I'm guessing his legs are chained together. He can't just go charging forward, but there is definitely signs of stress in the animal. The animal is not loving it. It's not what an elephant wants to be doing. An elephant doesn't want to be in a temple. It doesn't want to be adorned in gold and floral fabrics. It wants to be out in the forest being an elephant. So this elephant is behaving. These people are enjoying it and appreciating it and showing sort of worship for it. However, the elephant is still being abused, and this is a very old tradition that likely needs to slowly dissipate because it's not really fair to the animals, and there's not enough elephants left in the world that we should be doing this. So it's a very delicate balance. It's only fair to the animals to appreciate them for what they're worth without torturing them. And in this instance, it seems as though, as beautiful and interesting as it is culturally, it's probably not really fair to the elephant. So something to consider, food for thought for everyone watching. What's your standpoint? Comment below. I'd actually love to know. Oh my God, so this guy I think is riding in a motorcycle, and you see this tiger is just in full attack mode. It just leaps out of the jungle. He's on a moped. Tiger just comes out of the jungle, tracks him down. Basically what's happened is cats get something called fixation or hyperfixation, which means they lock onto something and they see that as the only thing that they can pay attention to. This tiger is hyperfixated on this guy on the moped, shooting towards that moped. When he realizes, he sort of comes to and has a moment of clarity. He's like, oh my God, I'm chasing a motorcycle, which is loud, smells like gasoline, it's going too fast, and I'm running on pavement. He sort of freaks out and goes, no, never mind, I'm not gonna eat this guy, and heads off into the bush. But I'll tell you this, if that moped wasn't ripping, that guy would have been dunzo. That's crazy. Only in India. Ooh, another bear versus tiger. Now this one you can see, this bear clearly has a cub. Really cool video. I mean, these kind of interactions only happen at places like Ranthambore and places where you have tigers and bears cohabitating, which is an incredible thing. If you'd like to see my experience going to an area that has tigers and bears, click this vlog that I did in India right here. But this is really cool. This is a mama standing up for her cub. You know what they say, never mess with a mother. And in this case, the mom was willing to put her life on the line to defend her cub from the tiger that otherwise, I'm sure, would have tried to have eaten the bear cub. So very, very cool. Never mess with a mama. So tiger on the side of the highway. Again, only in India. Oh God, he just comes leaping out of the bushes. You know what's crazy is here in the US, we have big cats, right? We have mountain lions and they hang out in neighborhoods. They'll be sleeping on your doorstep. You won't even realize it if you don't have a Ring camera. And that is our big cat. But mountain lions are ghosts. They disappear. They are elusive. They barely ever get seen. If you're dealing with a tiger, it's also a ghost, but it's a ghost that will kill you so quickly. They're so much bigger, so much more powerful, so much stronger. I mean, these things hunt elephants, they hunt guar, they hunt these huge animals. So when you're face to face with a tiger, you really are no longer sitting at the top of the food chain. When you're face to face with a mountain
Cool. Cool. Oh my God. Let's see here.
Wouldn't it be so cool if this button was real? Oh, it literally is. This is Pi, and if it sounds...
I was in the middle of the road walking to the other side, and he stopped me, and he's like, excuse me, and I was like, yes.
A teenager's quick thinking maybe saved her from an alleged predator who stopped her as she was walking alone in Arizona. We're going to take a look at surveillance video from the incident and break down officers' discussion with the victim with renowned predator catcher Chris Hansen. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Back in October, a 14-year-old girl was walking home from school in Glendale, Arizona, when all of a sudden, the driver of a car stopped right by her, seemingly to ask a question. A Holmes Ring security camera shows a red sedan at a stop sign and the teen, in a red top, crossing in front of the car at the intersection. And according to this girl, the man inside asked her questions about directions and then wanted her phone number. So to talk more exactly about what happened here, I want to bring back onto the show, friend of mine, renowned predator catcher, host of Takedown on True Blue, and the podcast Predators I've Caught with Chris. Also,
I think they can get away with it, and it's
Chris Hansen.
Predatory attitude. I think that they do these things every day. Guys that are aware, we do these for Takedown on True Blue and elsewhere, virtually every month of the year, and they talk about it in the chats. I don't want to meet Chris Hansen. I don't want to meet Sheriff so-and-so. And they show up anyway. So they think, thank God.
I was in the middle of the road walking to the other side, and he stopped me, and he's like, excuse me, and I was like, yes. And he's like, do you know where the nearest McDonald's is? And I was like, no, because I don't live around here anymore. So I was like, the only one that I know is the one down here, the 57.
Is that what you told him?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then he's like, okay, and he's like, do you want to exchange numbers so we can, like, I don't know. He said, like, do you want to exchange numbers, something? I was like, no, I have to get home. My mom's expecting me.
Okay.
And I can't talk to strangers. And he just kept on asking. And then I was like, okay, whatever. So I gave him my mom's number, and then I walked away.
Good job.
That's what I told her.
Yeah. No, you did everything. You did everything you needed to do.
exactly. She did everything she needed to do. She was able to walk away safely after giving the man, you know, her mom's number.
Genius, right?
Great.
What a sharp kid. And I don't know that this is on my checklist of Chris Hansen's safety measures to tell parents to do, but what a great idea.
That should be it. And honestly, it goes to, you mentioned it before, how important it is to have those conversations with your children and to be open with them about it. Because particularly, I mean, the truth is, for young girls, you know, teenage girls.
That's freaky.
I don't know if it's
You want to
different.
talk for another 17 minutes about it? I think that's good for me.
The story starts.
Innocent, thinking they'll never be stopped. From apprehending a man who thought it was a good idea to expose his privates to a female under the age of consent.
Do you have an ID with you?
To catching a predator who loved to view content on vulnerable underage individuals.
I got an email a couple of days ago from Microsoft saying they got reports of unusual activity. Young girls.
Young being under 18?
Yes.
Do you like kids at all? No, just asking.
And catching a man who was trying to look through a teenage girl's window.
I don't know. Like I said, he thought I was trying to look through his window.
How old is your daughter?
She's 14.
Here are the times when cops had to destroy predators. Starting off with the officers who had to deal with an old lover turned stalker, one who refused to take no for an answer.
Okay, so how did he know that you were at...
No idea.
Do you have on your phone where your location is set up?
One day, I found a GPS on my car.
Did you get arrested last week in Oconee County?
Because I was going to my friend's house.
Convenient, right? So let me ask you a question. Why are you following her today?
You give me a break, I won't never get close to this lady again.
On the 1st of August 2022, a woman contacted police claiming her ex-boyfriend was following her. She had previously worked for him, but he had been unprofessional, now using their history as an excuse to harass her. Before confronting the suspect, officers first spoke with the victim, who revealed a much darker side to the story.
Ma'am, are you with him or are you in that vehicle?
Yeah.
Who's driving in that vehicle?
Yeah.
So you're driving the van.
No, I'm not driving. Driving.
Who's he?
He works with me.
Okay. Who's this guy?
He's the one that's following me.
What's your name?
Laura.
Laura? Do you have your ID with you?
I left.
Okay, so is this your ex?
Yes.
Okay, so he was in the Mercedes following you.
Yeah.
Okay, so where's your...
I left it in the house.
Okay, that's fine. The suspect is the one who's in the Mercedes.
Yes,
Okay, where were you driving when you noticed him?
Okay, when I go to work,
Where did you work?
I do painting.
Okay.
So everywhere.
So all over.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's telling me that he needs the password for his computer because...
Was he with you there? Was he on the phone, like talking to you?
No, I saw him. I saw him.
Where?
At the job where we were at.
Okay.
And, so he said that he's been trying to get the passwords from his office because I used to be his office manager.
Okay.
But he got a restraining order over me in Oconee.
He got a restraining order on you?
Yes.
Okay.
In Oconee.
Okay.
So since he can no longer follow me in Oconee, he's following me in Athens.
Okay, so how did he know that you were at...
No idea.
Do you have on your phone where your location is set up?
One day, I found a GPS on my car.
When?
Many times.
When's the last time that you found a GPS on the car?
I can't remember. But maybe from my location on my phone, I'm thinking.
Do you have it turned on right now?
Right now, yes, I did.
Is there anybody else that has access to it?
No.
Do you mind if I see it?
Meanwhile, other officers approached the stalker, who wasted no time trying to defend himself. But from the look of the situation, it was probably going to be pointless, especially when there was overwhelming evidence against him.
Did you get arrested last week in Oconee County? Okay, what'd you get arrested for?
She did not call the police.
I don't need a long story. What were your charges?
It was simple stalking from the neighbors of her that called him.
Okay, but you got charged with stalking?
3379, found it for 10:30.
Okay, what were you doing yesterday at her job? Yesterday?
Her job?
Yeah, you went by her job.
The day before yesterday, my car was running hot.
Okay.
And I bought oil at the BP gas station. I think the BP right there across the corner there. And I put some oil, then it was really running hot, so I pulled into that.
Where she lives?
Next, because I was going to my friend's house.
Convenient, right? Let me ask you a question. Have you been served with a temporary restraining order by Oconee County?
Yes, sir.
You have?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
When I left the jail.
Well, that was bond conditions. So you're given bond conditions from Oconee County?
Yes, sir.
A judge has told you to stay away from her.
Yeah, but I thought I was in
So let me ask you a question. Why are you following her today?
By this point, he made excuses for being near his ex, but the officers weren't buying it.
I explained to officers that she was my office manager and my billing lady.
Okay.
And for 2 weeks, I haven't been able to do any billing or anything. No money coming in because she has a passport and won't give it.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. When a judge told you no contact, where did that confuse you?
I just ran into her. Just happened to see her.
How did you know she was up at Beach Creek?
I did not know.
How did you follow her from there?
I just saw her right there at the light, traffic light. And I saw her and I kept saying, give me a number. And I thought she was going to give me a number.
Were you coming from your office on Baxter? Is that where you were coming from? Okay. Where were you heading?
Huh? I was heading to my office. And that's when I ran into her.
Where did you see her at?
I saw her like
near
right,
Chick-fil-A?
Right over.
So if you were heading to your office, how did you bypass your office?
Because I thought she was going to stop. She was going like this, and she was talking on the phone going like this, like I thought she was going to stop. I don't need those numbers, or she won't give it to me now. I'll have to wait, and there's no money coming in. The bills are piling up.
Yeah. One thing you can always look into doing is after everything's over is looking into a civil suit for any losses that you might have had. I understand, but I mean, that's an option, you know, I mean, yeah, if you wanted to well, I never said she wasn't. I'm just saying your options as an individual are if someone's preventing, you know, because I know that when office managers leave, they're supposed to leave all the access to everything so that the next person can fill those shoes.
How hard can
so,
how hard can you give me a few steps?
Well, if she's spiteful and doesn't want to, then
what have I done for her, you know, except pay her the money I paid her for 16 years, you know, I put new garage doors in her house, new window for the frame. I did it. It's not even my house, it's her house.
For some reason, he thought he could manipulate the situation and walk away unscathed. But the law had other plans, and it involved putting him away for good.
You give me a break, I won't never get close to this lady again unless, you know, she calls me and everything's clear with the police. And we've been living together off and on for 16 years. Yeah, someday we had an argument, she was kicked me out of the house, I couldn't at my office. For 16 years. Can I get my water, drink some water?
I'll grab it for you. Just hang out. I'm going to go through the other side. You understand we don't like people going back into their vehicles, right?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I can't believe she called you guys. I'm just trying to get the number, you know? You know, when I got arrested in a pony, and I got to make a phone call, I called her. She was the one that called for help.
Yeah.
And the police officer, my teeth come out. I got to glue them back until...
Carlos?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct? All right. You're under arrest for aggravated stalking at this time, okay? Put your hands back to back. Put your hands down so that way I can fix these so that way they don't pinch you, okay? Stay right there. Go ahead and start.
All right. Here, go ahead and lean right here up against my car, okay? That's okay. Everything will go.
You have somebody that can come and pick up your vehicle for you?
My son. Can you get him at the phone?
Do we have permission to pull it in the parking spot?
Okay. Oi, short.
Get the water from the top.
You said you have something in your sock?
Yeah, my money.
Money?
For the rent. My rent money.
That's a smart place to keep it.
Yeah, so, you know, believe it or not, I can't even trust
I'm so short, I can't do this.
You have anything on this pocket?
Make sure you put it on drive. You got to play around with it. I don't know.
All right, just so that we're clear, she does not want you arrested, but we are arresting you because it's domestic. All right, she does, yep, because y'all were in a relationship. What kind of pills are those in that bottle?
That's, it's nitroglycerin.
Yep. What else? Because there's multiple pills.
And blood pressure medicine.
Any narcotics? If I take them up to the pharmacy, are they going to identify?
There's, let me see. There's a Viagra, and there's a patient returned some.
I was able to identify
and it's in there.
I apologize. What were the last two?
One is sildenafil, Viagra, and the other one was some from the patient.
What was that last one? I'm sorry. You know, controlled substance, right? You know, not be has to be in a.
He gave it to me today. I was down to my own.
So what I hear is you have a controlled substance in illegal containment.
In the end, the man was charged with aggravated stalking and substances not in the original container. The last creep was nothing compared to the officers who had their hands full with a man caught repeatedly lurking around his neighbors' homes, especially near their daughter's bedroom window.
How old is your daughter? She's 14.
Where were you tonight?
I was out walking.
And I'd rather you just be open and honest about it. What happened tonight? Yeah? Who was chasing you?
Some guy.
Why was he chasing you?
He said something about, I guess, by his window. Like I said, I'm harmless. I don't hurt anybody. I'm a nice person.
On the 12th of September 2024, police officers were dispatched to a home after a couple spotted someone lurking in the trees near their property. Worried for their safety, they kept watch from their porch. The next night, their worst fears came true. The same suspect crept up to their daughter's bedroom window. After scaring him off and briefly chasing him, they called the police, who immediately launched a search for the creepy predator.
How old is your daughter?
She's 14.
She's
so
14.
She just went into high school. This kid, at best, is maybe a senior in high. I mean,
we see this a lot.
Yeah.
Do you think?
I don't think it's someone she knows.
We're able to advise that suspect that he succeeded the description and was he trying to get into the RV's home or what the issue was?
Negative. I'm getting to the bottom of it now. It was just, seems more LMP than anything.
Did you copy the address that I said? It's right in front of it.
I don't think it's a person. I think it's someone in the neighborhood.
Yeah,
She doesn't go to public school. She goes to a private school. She's got no friends around here. She's an indoor kid. So even if it is another kid that's watching her, either way, it's not someone that she knows or has any kind of person. She doesn't know anyone in this neighborhood. I mean, she doesn't go out by herself. She's got friends in Flagler Beach, and we drive her there and pick her up. Whoever this kid is not someone that she's associated with.
Officers combed a nearby construction site, but came up empty-handed. It seemed like the man had vanished without a trace.
Anyone inside? Make yourself known!
Got a room to the right. You don't have any drywall up yet, so. You push.
Keep going. Check up top, clear. Check around.
Yeah, clear that away from it.
Behind this drywall right here. Clear. Clear. Make sure you look up too. Okay. Okay. Huh?
Where's the last known?
Probably over by Finn, but we're just checking this because I guess they ran through here. Wait for Schmidt to come back out and he'll.
Yeah.
The victims were ready to press charges, but the suspect remained elusive. When police checked with neighbors for surveillance footage, they learned that others had experienced similar incidents. At that moment, the situation started to get more disturbing. But fortunately, the cops were beginning to see a breakthrough in finding the slippery predator who had eluded them thus far.
Hey.
Get out of me.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Deputy Losey. We're with the Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
There's an incident that happened over there to your neighbor's house, and we were just wondering if your camera possibly caught footage of it.
I can check. What happened?
We're just looking for someone.
Well, we called earlier this week about someone you posted on Facebook, and he lives in this house right here, and he's been coming and knocking on our window, and we've seen other people post him before. I've seen him on his bike.
I don't know if it's one and the same, but
Right
around 8, it's like
8:28.
maybe like right around there. Whatever they call tonight. Yeah.
No, we got home like right at that time, 8:31. That's us pulling in.
Delta 2.
Hold the cop! Hold the cop! Somebody call the cop!
22 pencil.
You have anything before that?
No, I think it said like 5:10.
When you guys were coming back up, did you see anyone like walking through like the roadway or in the area?
No, I didn't.
Did you guys remember?
I was conscious of that too, because we've seen him before.
Well, yeah, there was a certain guy.
Yeah, the one we're talking about wouldn't be living like right over here. Going back that way.
Yeah, there's a guy who's always creeping through the side of the house.
Is he like what does the guy look like?
He's probably like mixed, right? Or tan. Bald or short hair. He's got like a bow in his legs.
Basketball shorts, like nylon shorts, t-shirt.
You ever see him walking a dog?
No.
No.
What's his weight like?
He's probably like close to 200 pounds. He's got a belly, at least. He's not like scrawny.
Yeah.
We can pull him up, can't we?
I called the deputy last week because they put you guys. The sheriff's office posted it on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
I can pull it up.
I pulled it up on. I let him know, like, hey, this guy has knocked on our window before, and shit. And he's creeps around the neighborhood, and that's the same guy.
Based on witness descriptions, officers tracked down a man who matched their statements. It seems like they had their suspect.
Hi, how's everything? Is Devon there?
Devon? There's no Devon.
What's his first name?
Who are you looking for?
Mr. Smith. How do you pronounce his first name? Damon. Sorry. What's going on? How's everything? Deputy Administrator with the Clay County Sheriff's Office.
I'm good.
Do you mind talking with us?
Sure.
Where were you tonight?
I was out walking.
Out walking? What time approximately?
It was maybe like an hour ago.
An hour ago? So, 9:30?
Oh shit, ads.
Or earlier than that?
No, it was like way before.
Way before that? What time do you think?
It was like 8 or 9.
8 or 9? And do you know whereabout that you walked to?
It was around the block.
Around the block. Gotcha. And did you do anything? Did you go anywhere?
No, but I ran around the.
You ran around the block? Do you normally run around the block? You do? The other day.
Sometimes I ran, I run, and sometimes I walk.
Any particular reason why you were running?
Yeah, I like exercise.
You like exercise? Gotcha. What shoes were you using?
Just a heads up, he does have a disability.
Gotcha.
Diagnosed as intellectual.
Mm-hmm.
So some of the questions he may or may not understand. So just to let you know.
Gotcha.
Throw that out there.
Do you happen to have the shoes that you were running with? Do you mind showing us those shoes? Mind if we come in?
Sorry?
Mind if we come in?
Sure.
A few minutes into questioning, it started to seem like they had the right man, but they needed to probe him further to confirm their suspicion.
You're running?
Yeah, I be running.
Where were you running through that? It's muddy.
I be running.
Gotcha.
And then sometimes, excuse my dog, don't do that. But yeah, sometimes then I walk through my back side thing, my side of my house because sometimes my grandpa knocks the door.
Gotcha. What's up with your elbow? Is it you got some dirt on there or something? The other side? You got a little dirt and stuff. Did you fall or something?
Yeah, that was from earlier.
You fell earlier? Gotcha. Do you have any injuries on you?
No.
No? Do you mind if we take a look at your back?
I would have been leaking.
Do you mind if we take a look at your back?
You know, the result status check.
Like I said, I fell earlier.
You fell earlier?
Yeah.
I'll be like, no cop was
Where'd you get hurt when you ran? Where did you get hurt when you ran?
I fell on the road.
Yeah, where'd you get hurt though?
It was right over here.
On your body. Where on your body? You want to turn around real quick? Nope, the other way.
Where does it hurt on your body?
No, I'm not hurting. I was gonna leaping out if I would hurt me.
hit his head.
Alright. So, you remember me from the other day, right?
Yeah.
We talked on the corner?
Okay.
Remember I showed you
Yes.
the video? So, I'm just gonna be honest with you, alright? I do have some video of you tonight, too, and I'd rather you just be open and honest about it. What happened tonight?
It's like I was running. And my mom was standing right there. She should tell you. I went running, and then like I said, I go around the block running, and then that was pretty much it. And I would come back home.
Were you around somebody's house?
Realizing he was cornered, the man scrambled to make up stories. Perhaps he was going to come up with something very convincing to throw the cops off his trail.
I just went running, and then that was pretty much it.
Was anybody chasing you?
Yes.
Yeah? Who was chasing you?
Some guy.
Some guy? Why was he chasing you?
He said something about, I guess, by his window. I don't know.
Were you looking inside of his window?
No. To be honest with you, no.
So if we have video of you by the window, what would explain it?
I was not by the window.
If we have video of it, how would you explain it?
You know what I'm telling you? Other than that, if I did, if you did, I would have told you.
Do you want me to show you a video?
If you want.
Just be honest with me. Were you at somebody's window tonight or not?
I wasn't like, to be honest, yes, but I wasn't like, being nosy.
So you were on somebody's property?
It was property. It was, I wouldn't say it's their property, but it was like a big old gap.
So you were in between two houses?
Right.
Of somebody's house?
Yes.
You were by somebody's window?
Yes. I was like, maybe like from where he's at to, yeah.
Okay.
That's for like the furthest.
Did you do anything? Did you break anything, or what were you doing?
I don't damage people's property.
You don't damage
I'm not
people?
that stupid.
So what do you just normally do?
I just run. Like I said, I just run, and then pretty much just run. Because like I said, I like to run. Sometimes, like tonight, I was running. Like I said, I'm not a liar. And then I was really taking a shortcut. That's how the guy ended up seeing me. To be honest with you.
Why didn't you tell me all this before?
Sorry. And like I said, I get real nervous. This is like my first time getting, talking to you guys.
Well, it's not your first time. I talked to you just 2 days ago.
I'm talking about in the situation. But yeah.
So
Other than that,
tonight around 8 to 9 o'clock, you're walking around the neighborhood. Okay. Just run it through one more time.
Yeah, and then that's when I end up running through the grass. Ended up running through the grass, ended up on the property. And then somehow, I don't know what he told you, but I didn't, like I said, I didn't damage anything. I just ran.
Gotcha.
No matter how he tried to twist the situation, the evidence only pointed right back at him. There was nowhere to hide, and it was only a matter of time before the cuffs locked in.
Like I said, I'm harmless. I don't hurt anybody. I'm a nice person.
If you want, can we continue the conversation outside? It's hot in here.
Yeah.
I'm sweating.
No problem.
Let's just go out the front.
Put your hands back.
Haven status check.
Alright. So, just like the other day, I gotta read you something just because we're talking. Alright. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used as evidence against you. You have the right to talk to an attorney. Have him or her with you now or any time during questioning. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed to represent you. If at any time you wish to stop talking or have an attorney present, all questioning will be stopped at your request. Do you understand these rights? With these rights in mind, are you willing to talk to me?
Yeah.
Okay. So, just one more time, explain it to me. It's 8 to 9 o'clock. What happened?
Because I went running around the block, and then I had to take a shortcut, and that's how I ended up in the yard. And I guess he.
For every person that subscribes to me today, I give my cat a treat. Okay, I'll put it up here. Right here. Oh, exactly, yeah. I agree completely.
That I was trying to do something. I didn't. I just kept on running. And that's when you tried to threaten me.
He tried threatening you?
Yeah.
What did he say?
He said he's trying to hit me in the head with a bat. And then that was pretty much it. And then that's when he ended up calling me guards.
Did he swing it at you? Or he just
did.
had it? He swung it at you?
But he missed.
But he missed?
He missed, yes.
Gotcha. And then what did you do from there? Like, did you stay there? Or?
No, I just kept running.
So you ran?
I ran, yeah.
So which way did you run?
I ran, went from that street right there.
Mhm.
I don't know the name of it.
Yeah, that one over there.
He just kept following me.
Gotcha.
He kept following me like I literally tried to break in his house, but I wasn't. But he just kept following me, told him to leave me alone. Like I said, I didn't damage his property, I didn't touch nothing, I just ran.
Gotcha. So, you were running all around the neighborhood? Do you know which streets or anything like that?
I know the street, but I don't know it by heart.
Did you go through any other yards
No.
or houses or?
It was just like a shortcut because it's closer to this street. So, that was it.
Gotcha. And you stated before that you fell? That's why your shoes were dirty? Okay, so
Yeah,
where about did you fall?
And I ran in the mud.
You ran in the mud?
Yeah, it was right there where you guys are parked at.
Gotcha.
Since this wasn't an isolated incident, officers dug deeper into his past.
I don't know. Like I said, he thought I was trying to look through his window, because I was like close. I was running.
Pretend the van window is his window. How close were you?
She thought I was looking through the mirror because I was doing like while I was
You realize people don't like you on their property, right? Not you in general, just they don't like strangers.
Roughly the same time frame. It's definitely more than a once occasion. What's the purpose behind it? Why are you doing it?
There's no purpose.
I mean, are you trying to just look inside, get a view? I mean, I'm not going to shame you or anything. I'm just trying to understand.
No, I just do it. Well, yeah, I just do it. But like I said, I just do it and I keep moving.
Do you like watching people? No. Is it like a people watching thing?
No, I'm not no stalker.
I didn't say stalking.
No,
some
I
people,
get what you're saying,
some people
no.
just like to watch people. I'm not saying. I'm not saying that's what you're doing. I'm just trying to understand if that's what you are doing. Because some people do. They just like to watch people watching. Some people, they like to look into people's windows while people are changing or anything like that. Do you have any questions?
No.
Alright, do me a favor. Just put your hands behind your back. Grab that phone. You got any weapons on you?
15.
Secured for now.
Delta 213, fine.
In the end, the man was charged with loitering or prowling, voyeurism, and aggravated stalking of a young person. That man was undoubtedly a creep, but he was smart enough not to put up a fight, unlike the next predator, Jeffrey Osborne. He put up a big fight when he was apprehended for exposing himself to young girls.
We're just gonna talk outside for a second so we can get away from people. Hey, you have an ID with you?
Put your ready back! Behind your back!
On the 21st of October 2024, police officers responded to a 911 call about a man exposing himself to young people. The suspect was lying in the store's dressing room area, partially undressed and taking photos. Once confronted by customers, the suspect managed to escape. Before he could run away, a photo of him was taken and it went viral. Police shared his photo on social media, asking for help to identify him, and within just 2 hours they received calls, reporting sightings of him in the same area. There were many witnesses to his grave actions, and surely he had no way of escaping the consequences.
Hey, we're gonna go over here and talk outside real quick, alright? We're just gonna go ahead and talk. We're just gonna go ahead and talk out. We're just gonna talk outside for a second so we can get away from people.
It seemed like the man knew that the jig was up, but he had no plans of going to jail. All he needed was one lucky move and an ounce of luck to disappear forever.
Hey, you have an ID with you?
Stop! Stop eating a day! Turn over! Turn over your stomach and get it again! Roll over! On your stomach! Put your belly back! Behind your back!
Clear in custody, 1237.
In the end, the suspect, later identified as Jeffrey Osborne, was charged with obstruction. A few months later, he was booked and arrested on an outstanding felony warrant for lewd acts. Moving on to the cops who had to step in when a repeat offender refused to back down at a public library after harassing a librarian.
Do you mind if we talk outside?
What am I being arrested for?
Okay, I'm not arrested. Want me to go cuff? Nope.
What did I do? That's okay, stop. Ahaya! Ahaya!
On the 10th of April 2024, police officers were dispatched to a library after a man, previously banned for disturbing an employee, returned despite the trespass order. Keeping him out was the right call, because what happened next was pure chaos.
Hi, how are you doing? My name is Matt, officer with Dumont Police Department. Do you mind if we talk outside? How do you do anything? All right, that's fine. Please put your hands around your back. You're under arrest. Pull this up and pick it up. Pull this up and pick it up. Okay. How do you do anything? It's okay. Relax. It's okay. Please hold down. Pull this up and pick it up. You are under arrest. Okay. Okay. We are going to put you in handcuffs. You understand? Okay. Yes. Come inside. I got it. Hi. This is what's going to happen. Yeah. I'm going to switch over to my side, and I'm going to put you on your side, okay? Okay. Please stop resisting. I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting. Okay, thank you. I'm going to roll you on your side now. Yes. You understand? Yes. Hi. Hi, please save me. Hi, please save me.
Getting your hands on the new Equinox EV is good. Getting your hands off the new Equinox...
Hey, please stay on the ground.
Okay, you're good, man. You're good. All right, just do what it's
Please stay on the ground. Can you put this arm behind your head? Please stay on the ground. Please stay on the ground.
For some reason, the suspect kept demanding to know what he did wrong, despite being the one who ran off in the first place. Things only got more out of hand from there.
Okay, I'm not with it.
Want me to go cuff?
Nope. What did I do?
Just chill out, man. You're good.
Yeah, okay.
Just chill.
Okay. You are under arrest for what? You are leaving the police, this library in handcuffs. For what did I do? Please stop resisting. Okay. I'm gonna put you in handcuffs now. Do you understand? Okay.
We're good. We're good. Matt's got it.
Mark, if you could just back up and make sure all this is on your body camera. What did I do? Hey, Mark, please back up about 3 feet that way.
What's the matter, all right?
I'm gonna roll to my side and put you in handcuffs. Please stop resisting. Do you understand? Yeah. I'm not resisting anymore. I'm gonna roll to my side. Do not get up. Stay on the ground. Stay on the ground. Okay, I'm on the ground. Ahaya! 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 That's okay, stop. Ahaya! Ahaya! Ahaya!
Call for one more.
You can get some people out of here. Ahaya! 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 Ahaya!
Stop resisting.
Please save me. Hands behind your back. Please save me. Hands behind your back. Now. Please save me. Hands behind your back. Now. Please save me. Ahaya, please save me. Do it now. Mark, please. Ahaya! Mark, please get off. My leg's under you. Mark, please get off. Ahaya! Mark. Ahaya!
Okay, calm down, man. Calm down. All right? You need to chill.
Okay.
You need to chill. All right?
If you can get this leg up.
You need to chill. He's okay, thank you.
Good, Mark. Stay down.
Stay down. Put your hands on your back.
Okay. Here you go.
Eventually, he realized that fighting back only made things worse for himself. But by then, it was too late.
We're gonna walk out to the police car, okay? When we stand you up, I do not want you to run away. Do you understand? Okay. One more time, the library. Just wait a few minutes. Are you gonna walk out to the car with us?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you get on my cell phone?
Yes, absolutely. All right, ready? Okay, stand you up. Don't kick me. Don't kick me. Okay. All right. I'm gonna roll you to your side this way, okay? Yep. And then stand up. Stand you up right now. Get stuff. Wanna grab your stuff for you?
Leave it there.
Wanna grab your stuff for you? We're gonna go straight to this car. There's no fly car. Okay? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm good. All right. I'm sorry we had to do it like that. I was really trying hard not to do that.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay. We're gonna go. It's a very short ride to the police department. We'll get you some water, and we'll calm down and we'll talk about everything. Okay? You all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any injuries or anything right now?
I'm good. I'm sorry for that.
That's okay.
I didn't expect this.
All right. I'm gonna put the seatbelt on you. Okay? Mark? Yeah. He has not been searched. I patted him down right here. I have no concerns of a weapon on him right now, but we'll do a much better search at the police department.
All right, baby.
Okay. And you had your phone in that green bag. Did you have anything else here?
That's everything. Hold up. I want to make sure I have my wallet.
Okay, can we see if the wallet is in there? Was the wallet in your bag? Okay. You want me to check if yeah, just make sure the wallet's in his bag, he said. Bag. You got some sanitizer? I'm gonna shut this just for now, okay?
In the end, the man was charged with multiple counts of lewd exposure and resisting arrest. The next case involves officers who took down a predator using AI to create explicit images, proving that no amount of digital deception can keep criminals off their radar.
I got an email a couple of days ago from Microsoft saying they got the reports of unusual activity.
Are there any videos or photos are we gonna find them? Because they're very good at what they do.
Anything real? No.
Do you like kids at all? Just asking.
On the 26th of July 2024, officers were dispatched to a residence after a cyber tip from the National Center for Missing and Exploited People revealed 18 questionable images uploaded to Media Lab KIK from a specified computer. A search warrant was issued for the residence linked to the IP address provided by Comcast Cable. The account was registered to a woman named Paula, but what police were about to uncover was far more disturbing, prompting 5 SWAT teams to respond.
We're going around the neighborhood because we've had a bunch of auto burglaries and residential burglaries going on. Yeah, so we're actually coming down to check and make sure that vehicle was good and your house wasn't broken. Were you here all night last night? Yes. Okay. Nobody.
I haven't had any problem. Yeah, I've been living here for 4 years. It's quiet back here. I mean, honestly, I'm retired.
Yeah.
I'm out here diddling around most of the day. I don't never see nobody.
Yeah.
Because I be watching.
Yeah, between like 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. is usually when they're doing the auto burgs.
No kidding.
Yeah, so it's usually juveniles. They come up, any car that's unlocked, they go through it and they hit the next one. They don't break in.
Yeah.
If it's
open,
unlocked,
they go in.
They're looking for and cash.
They're looking to get a ass whooping, aren't they?
That's what they need, right?
I mean, I don't even know if I do what I do in that circumstance. If I seen them, me personally, I'd simply just call you guys because.
Do you have any bills with you? Anybody else in the house with you?
Yeah, my wife.
Your wife?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna have you step over to this detective over here.
Is that your trash?
Yeah.
Just leave it there. Come on over here. We'll explain everything to you over here, okay?
Yeah.
She awake? What's her name?
Alright, so just so you know, my name is Detective McKay. This is Detective Smoza with Vero. We're doing a search warrant on your house, okay?
On my house?
Yes, sir.
Good morning,
Good
Sheriff's
morning.
Office. Could you step out with us for a minute?
We have a search warrant for the house. I just need you to step out with me, all right? Ma'am, don't go back inside. Thank you. Is anybody else inside the house?
My son?
Your son.
I'll keep trying till I get it right.
Son, how old is he?
30. Yeah, that's 30. You're scaring me now.
No,
38.
don't worry about it. Okay.
38. He's asleep. Straight ahead.
Okay.
It seemed like the parents had no idea what their son had been up to, and the confrontation was about to be intense.
I have a search warrant in hand, signed by a judge. All right. It is for yes, sir. Okay.
Son
do you
and
have
my
any,
wife live here.
any things on you?
Oh, hold on.
Is he a heavy sleeper? Or?
Hey, hold up. We got one more inside.
Yeah, he's pretty happy sleeping. Come on.
Does anybody else live here with you?
Me and my wife and my son.
Where's your son?
Sleeping.
Okay. There's one more inside, Dean.
Yeah, he's asleep. Back in his room. Will they call him out?
Yeah.
Philip, Sheriff's Office. I need you to come to the front door. She said he's a heavy sleeper. Hey, Philip, Sheriff's Office, can you come to the front door for me? Philip.
The son's name is Philip. So I'm explaining everything. My name is Detective McKay. I'm with the Sheriff's Office. Okay, this is Detective Somoza with Vero. This is my lieutenant as well. All right. Which window is his?
If you go through the carport in front of my car,
Yep.
it'd be, let's see, you're going to see the little bathroom window and then the next bedroom.
You go through the carport.
He's right here. Just walk out here with me. We have a search warrant for the house, please.
Okay.
All right, just walk right over to this sign with me. Right over here. Yep. You're fine. Search warrant? Yes, these detectives will talk with you, okay?
Got him down, please.
Yeah. Do you have anything in your pockets? No. No. Okay.
All right, you guys want to wait for a second? So I'm gonna restart. Okay. My name is Detective McCann with the Sheriff's Office. This is Detective Somoza with Vero. This is my lieutenant. Okay. We have a search warrant for the house. Okay. It is for. Okay. Yeah. That's why we're here. It's gonna be a little bit. So just bear with us. I have a search warrant in hand.
By this point, Philip was doing his best to act like he had no connection to the crime, but the evidence against him was overwhelming. There was no way he could wing this or slip under the radar.
I got an email the other day from...
I'm gonna read you guys just as a group right now. Just listen, okay? Get it all done. I'm just gonna read everybody their rights all at once. Okay. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. So once they're done, we're gonna read a search warrant to you. We're gonna hang out, and it's gonna be a little bit. I'll get y'all some chairs and some shoes. All right.
Okay.
I'm not barbaric. All right. So.
This is too much.
Yeah.
Did he say what he was just going to say?
Yeah, go ahead.
I got an email a couple of days ago from Microsoft saying they got the reports of unusual activity from an account from one of my emails.
What email?
From my primary one, it said it was coming out of Atlanta.
What's your primary email?
I have two. I have one for work and I have a personal.
Mm-hmm. What are they? Just asking.
My one is Philip 32, 36, something like that, and then I have another one that's my personal. That's overlordcog.com or not .com, but Gmail, and it was I think it was the other one. I think it was the Overlord one. I said there was what's a suspicious activity coming out of Atlanta, and it pinged me like 3 times. And I was like, okay, just fix the problem. And I reset my email, and that was it.
Okay. All right. So that's done. We're gonna have more just come up here. We're gonna read the search warrant to you by law. Okay. You guys get a copy and everything.
Okay.
Just hang out with us. Okay. When they come back and read it, I'll get you guys shoes and a chair. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry to bring you on the gravel. You know.
Little did he know his own words had just confirmed the officer's suspicions, and now there was no escaping what was coming next.
I'm not here to make a scene. I'm here to tell a story. Okay, a very truthful story. I'm gonna be as honest with you if you be honest with me. Okay. Honesty looks and goes a very long way inside the court systems, especially with these type of things. Okay. We had multiple tips come from an IP address that was coming from this house, registered to your mother, Paula.
Oh, because the internet's in her name.
Yes. Okay. That's why I'm here. There's been two incidents where the videos were uploaded to an app called Kick.
Okay. Kick.
Or Medio app.
The streaming service?
Mm-hmm. Messaging app, that type of stuff, okay? They were very explicit videos. Okay? I'm going to reiterate what I said first. Now's the time to be very honest and truthful.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Okay.
I'm here for a reason. Those tips come with emails. You sent an email.
Yeah.
That was on my tip.
Okay. Which one?
The COG one.
If I had my phone, I could double
COG
check
one.
to make sure. Okay. That said, I got an email yesterday, day before yesterday, one of the two.
Mm-hmm.
Just before, like midnight, 11. I was checking my email and it's like tagging 3 times. It's like there's suspicious activity. Log in or something like that on your account coming out of Atlanta. Didn't say what
Specifically?
Didn't say specifically.
I stutter too. It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't worry about it. I do it all the
Specifically,
time.
It didn't say what. It just said suspicious activity.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you need to change your password and to do all that, and I did that. I was like, that's weird. 3 different times to, and in the span of a couple of minutes, like there's suspicious activities, suspicious activities, suspicious activities.
Do you watch porn at all? Very. I'm gonna
Yes,
ask very
I watch-
awkward
I
stuff.
watch- yes.
Okay. What kind of? I know these are awkward questions. It's as awkward to ask the same questions.
What?
So don't feel like this is normal for me. All right.
I watch.
Like.
I've done some of that. I've done some of that. I have used Kick. I have used Kick in the past.
Mm-hmm.
I got invited to some groups that were like, post anything you want. Honestly,
Mm-hmm.
and I have seen some things. I never downloaded anything, but I have seen things.
Mm-hmm. Like what?
Supposed incest.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of thing, damn bugs.
So I'm here for kids.
Yeah. Understand.
Okay. My search warrant. I'm a very truthful person. I'm a very upfront person. All right. Like I said before, the truth is going to help you a lot.
Mhm.
Okay. My search warrant covers going through any type of device inside that place.
My phone and my computer.
Yes, and or just anything in general.
Right.
Okay.
Any pixel I have.
What kind of phone do you have?
I have an Android.
Android.
Yeah. And I can't remember the specific model. An 8.
What color is it?
Black.
Does that have a passcode?
Yeah.
What is that passcode? Computer?
Yes, I do.
Does it have a passcode?
Yes, it does.
What is that? The passcode? Okay. Is there any other type of devices like tablets, iPads, anything like that inside there? Do you have more than one phone?
No, just one.
More than one computer?
I have a very old computer.
Does it still work?
Barely.
When officers pressed him with detailed questions, he had no choice but to reveal the full extent of what he had done. He had been a wolf in sheep's clothing all along, but fortunately, he had reached the end of the road.
We're gonna go through all that. Okay, we're gonna look through it here. We're also gonna bring it back to our guys that do this for a living. They're called digital forensics. We have very, very good software, just like the feds do. We're going to be very thorough, download everything. Even if there's stuff being deleted, we can see that as well. Are we gonna find anything on there, honestly?
The only thing you're not gonna find. The only thing you're gonna find in there, admittedly, there is. Do you ever hear of Lolicon?
No.
There's Lolicon.
What is Lolicon?
That is drawn images.
Of what?
Young girls.
Young being under 18?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
But it's all. Drawn, and none of it is real photographs or videos or what have you. There's none of that.
Any real human stuff?
No.
Absolutely not. Even if it's been deleted.
No. Like I said, I did use Kick in the past, and some
on what? Your phone?
On my phone. Just on my phone. Like I said, I got invited to some groups where I have seen. In some of these groups, I'd never downloaded anything.
So the way this tip came in, it was a peer-to-peer, which means somebody else had it, or you had it, and you guys were trading, pretty much. That's how that works, peer-to-peer.
Okay.
So you guys were sending it back to each other.
Okay.
From this house, this IP.
From this house.
With that email you told me. So I have a lot of things that I know are true. So now's the time to be very honest.
I traded once.
Okay.
Because they promised me something in return.
Did you get what you wanted in return?
No, I didn't.
What was the trade?
In one of those groups I was in, stuff was getting posted.
Sorry for these bugs.
I know, it's
They're
fine.
getting me too.
They're in my ear. And the group, someone was like, trade for something. And I was like, I'm not gonna trade anything because I don't download anything. So something that I'd already gotten posted in the chat, I was just like, I'll trade that.
Okay. What was it?
It was child porn.
What like can you describe it to me?
No. It was just some video.
What was happening in the video?
I think it might have been
with who?
A guy and what looked to be an underage.
Okay, can you describe where they were? Or like what I know this is very awkward and weird, okay?
You're asking for specifics.
Yeah.
Where were they?
Like a room or a closet?
It looked like a bedroom, if I were to make a guess.
How did the video start off?
How did it start? Just started.
Like when you click play, whatever.
Oh.
What was the very first scene? Like how did the video progress as time went on?
How did it progress? It looked like she was on just. Well, I think it was a bedroom. I think they were on a bed.
They being
yes, a guy.
Okay.
And she performed, and then it stopped.
No normal person would react the way Philip did. His behavior made it obvious that he wasn't as innocent as he claimed.
Are there any videos or photos are we gonna find them? Because they're very good at what they do.
Anything real? No.
Okay. No.
Anything involving real people?
Yeah. No videos, photos.
No, absolutely not.
Anything that was sent and downloaded, and then it was deleted because everything has a hash.
No, I never downloaded anything.
How long ago was this trade?
What's today?
Today's the 26th, July.
Friday the 20th.
Friday the 26th. 2-3 weeks.
Okay.
2-3 weeks.
All right. Is there anything else you wanna?
Aside from Kick, like I said, when I got invited to some of these groups, and I did trade, which I know I shouldn't have done. I do know that. I understand that. Like I said, I didn't get anything out of it. I fell for it. I shouldn't have. It was stupid. But I can guarantee there is nothing real, downloaded or otherwise, on my phone, my computer, the old one, any of that. Just the lolly.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. Do you like kids? No, just asking. No, not like, but like, do you like as a human being?
Oh.
You know what I mean? Like, some people are like, I'd never want kids in my life. You know what I mean?
I've never been a kid person.
Okay. That's normal.
Right.
Okay. You go to like soccer games and stuff like that, football games. Have you ever had a one-on-one encounter?
No.
Have you ever had any physical contact with it?
No.
The reason why I asked that is so that and tell me as you sit over there, just pull me out, call for Brandon, whoever. Okay? You can go have a seat, thank you.
As officers seized multiple items from the home, the evidence against Philip continued to pile up, leaving him with nowhere left to hide.
So we're going to be taking a few items for download to analyze them back at our station. It's probably going to be a while. Probably won't get them back today. It's not your stuff. So as of right now, we'll be taking a computer, 2 computers and a phone to go back and download. Okay, it's on the It'd be his, and it's his computer. There's going to be a list in there of the things that we're taking, your copy and my copy, included with the search warrant, and that's your copy. Okay. I will leave my business card here as well.
All right.
So if you have any questions or you have any questions, you can call me and ask me some questions. Okay.
Okay.
We'll be out of here shortly for you.
Okay.
Did you call your work?
Yes, I did.
Okay, we got it. Okay, thank you.
Upon accessing the computers, officers uncovered disturbing AI-generated videos involving underage individuals, which led to Philip's arrest a month later.
Hands on back, please. Hands on back, okay?
Palms together.
Oh, palms together?
Yep. Okay.
Palms together.
You have any knives or anything on?
No.
Needles, sticks?
Hey, who's the manager?
Anything that's gonna hurt us?
Senior manager. Yeah, okay. It's 10:15. We're ranking. Script, call it up.
It's inside.
What is that?
Oh, that's a flashlight.
Good job.
Just don't go anywhere yet. Hey,
Hi, good. How are you?
Yeah, can I talk to you guys in here for?
We have staff in there.
Oh, okay. Come down here for
Yeah, let's go.
So I'm recording just so you know.
Okay.
So he has a warrant for his arrest.
Okay.
We did a cyber tip on his house. We're arresting today for 20 counts of obscene images. So that's not at the level of, but not good either way. So he's going with us. Sorry to inconvenience you guys. It's just we
But
do
his
it.
parents know, right? 'Cause his dad's probably there to pick him up. Okay.
They don't know he's in custody yet, but we're going to call him and let him know. So because I know
He gets off at what, 5?
Yeah.
So his
Yeah.
dad's
He might be out there.
His dad might be out there sitting in a Jeep. He normally sits across this
On that side?
parking lot
Okay.
on that side.
All right, yeah, sorry to have to do it here. It's just that we knew it was here. We had to pick him up. So okay.
What you gotta do. It's unfortunate.
So
Very
this had media attention too, so it may end up on the news. I don't know, but just so you're very aware of it.
So we know.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Do you have any questions for me? All right.
So you will be going to jail today? 20 counts. Okay. Molly Khan's illegal. You're possessing obscene things. Okay. I will call your dad, your mom, and let them know. You'll be transported down to the county jail. All right. You have a $30,000 bond. If you bond out, you can. If not, then you will stay in jail until you can bond out. Okay. There are stipulations to your warrant. Okay. You can't be around kids. You can't connect to the internet. You can't talk to any victims, which of course they're drunk, but you can't do any of that. Okay. No questions for me right now.
Nothing's fine now.
Okay. These things. Pen, lights.
Oh, yes. What
pens, can the pen stay here? So you can take them. I mean, you can, but you do use that.
Yeah.
What about the light? What do you want to do with that?
You can add guest services.
Okay. I imagine you want to take your phone with you, right? Or do you need it?
That's.
No, I'm good. Do you want to take your phone with you?
Sure.
The show list can stay here?
Oh, yeah, that can stay.
All right. So just hang tight for me real quick. You kick down for a second?
Yeah.
In the end, Philip was charged with 20 counts of possessing and distributing underage material. Officers never seemed to catch a break, like the ones who arrested Jared Watford, a man who showed up at a gas station expecting to meet an underage individual for intimate activities, but ended up in handcuffs instead.
No, I mean, you don't have to put anything in you to have an orgasm.
I've never had one, so I wouldn't know, I guess.
Is the truck in park? Turn around, face the truck. Hands up on the window.
On the 9th of May 2024, police carried out a sting operation targeting Jared Michael Watford, a detective posing as a 14-year-old who had been in contact with Jared, luring him into a meetup at a gas station.
Open the door from the outside. Use your left hand. Open the door from the outside. Outside. Okay, go ahead. Yep. Keep your hands up, step out of the truck. Turn around, face the truck. Hands up on the window, spread your feet. Why would you think you're going to jail?
Pat you down one more time since you're going into my car, alright? Yes, sir. You got anything in your pockets or anything?
He's got my wallet, sir.
Nothing else. Your sunglasses and hat to stay on?
Sure.
After his arrest, Jared quickly admitted to owning the Kik account and sending the messages. Though he insisted he wouldn't have acted on his words, officers weren't buying it. He was immediately taken into custody. In the end, Jared Watford was charged with traveling to meet a young person for illegal conduct, using a computer to solicit explicit images, fleeing law enforcement, and using a two-way communication device to commit a felony. Up next, the officers who tracked down a predator lurking in the toy section of Walmart.
I'm gonna need to detain you for a second, okay?
For what?
Okay, listen, you're gonna be detained under investigation. Do not do that. We're getting a complaint that you had inappropriately touched a person back there in the toy section.
I got a daughter, so yeah, I was back in the toy section looking at toys because I always think about what I can get for it.
On October the 20th, 2024, during a routine patrol near Walmart, police received a call that made them stop in their tracks. A suspected predator had been caught on camera in the toy section, showing inappropriate behaviors toward a dependent and filming young girls. Officers rushed to the scene without hesitation. A suspect was stopped by police and detained for questioning.
Excuse me. Excuse me, sir. Hello, I'm Officer Cotto with Whitehall, okay? I'm gonna need to detain you for a second, okay?
For what?
Okay, listen, you're gonna be detained under investigation. Do not do that.
Okay.
Do not do that.
I'm trying to put my phone away.
Okay, well, do not do that. We're not going to do that. I will absolutely talk to you about it, but you're going to get detained first. I would love to talk to you about it, okay? I would rather do this more privately than standing out here in the front, okay? Come this way with me, please.
The officers confronted the suspect. However, while watching him, the officers also saw him recording girls on his phone, all of which was caught on the store's surveillance cameras.
We're gonna go to the right, please. Go ahead and have a seat, please. All right. You're detained as of right now. You are not under arrest. You are under investigation. Although you are only detained and not under arrest, I'm still going to read you your Miranda rights because I would like to speak to you about what's going on. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights, not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand your rights? Okay. So, I would like to speak to you about what happened back into the toy section. Okay, we're getting a complaint that you had inappropriately touched a person back there in the toy section. You didn't get close to somebody and brush up against their frontal chest?
No, not at all.
What about you recording people? Okay, so the cameras here at Walmart are pretty good, okay? So, over in the card section, you had the video recording going on your phone. They were able to zoom in close to you, and you were recording. Why?
The suspect denied it all. When asked to show his phone, his body language was defensive. The phone was his only lifeline, and he knew it. Handing it over to the officers meant that he was doomed.
Who were you recording?
Nobody.
Just randomly recording.
Do you care to show us the recordings?
No, I don't. I need to go through the proper channels and everything like that.
Okay. What's your social?
I don't remember.
What's your first name?
Daniel.
Daniel. Okay. Would you go ahead and slide all the way in for me, please?
Am I being arrested?
Not right now. You're being detained. Yep. I'll let you know when you're arrested officially.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I have?
The investigating officer returned to the juvenile involved and asked what really happened. The victim revealed the harsh truth.
Tell me what happened in your own words.
Yeah, so I was just in the aisle, and she was right in the aisle right next to me. So the other aisle. Yeah, she was in the aisle right next to me, and it was just me in that one aisle, and I just went to go do something for 3 seconds. I was by her side the whole time, but as soon as I moved the side for like 3 seconds, he approaches me, and he goes like, he had the whole aisle, and it's all empty, and he goes, that, like this, and I just backed up, and then he had something else in his hand, and he just kept walking.
Which hand did he touch you with?
He didn't touch me. I backed away so he couldn't. Like, I backed away too quickly, and he was about to. I just went like that, and he just kept walking.
Whatever that thing in his hand was, he put it behind her.
Yeah.
Back.
And I don't know what it was, and I thought, for a second I thought it was...
So the hand that he was holding the black item with was behind your back?
Yeah, he just went that, and I backed away. And then I was like, I thought for a second it was like...
Where about was his hand on your body?
Like back on, like right back here.
Okay.
And he, to be fair, he didn't actually touch what he didn't touch too close, but like I just went like.
How close was he?
He was like at least like that. He just barely. He moved like 1 centimeter over you.
So if you wouldn't have moved, he would have touched you, but you moved in time because you observed him getting too close, or okay.
Another officer approached the suspect, who, clearly frustrated, questioned his detention. He demanded proof that he had committed a misdemeanor or insisted they let him go.
So, obviously I just got here, so I know nothing about it. Can I tell me about...
I don't know anything either. Like,
so,
I'm in the same boat as you.
Okay. So you came to Walmart. You said, why did you come to Walmart again, sir?
I came to Walmart because I needed to buy some hair clippers. Mine are gone.
Okay.
You know, they're breaking, so I need new ones. You can tell I haven't shaved and cut my hair in a little bit.
I gotcha.
And to get some food for the day. It's my one day off. Here, get some food just as close as Walmart. I'm just trying to get my go home.
Yeah.
And I'm being detained.
Okay.
I got a daughter, so yeah, I was back in the toy section looking at toys because I always think about what I can get for you.
Yeah.
But like, this is ridiculous.
Where do you live at, sir?
I live over.
Okay. All right.
When I typed in Walmart, this is the first one it took me to.
Would make sense. Okay. So
like, you guys got video of me doing all this, or you just detaining me on hearsay? Like, I don't understand.
Well, I don't know. I'm not the main officer. I'm just here to make sure that you didn't try to run away.
I'm just frustrated.
I understand.
I apologize for my tone sometimes. But
it's okay. It's just the allegations are pretty large allegations, so we're just trying to either dispel or prove the allegations, and if they're dispelled,
isn't that what court's for?
Well,
not the side of the road. Like, this is embarrassing.
Okay. Well, otherwise you would just immediately be going to jail. So we can either attempt to conduct the investigation now, or go off of what we're told and arrest you, and then you would go to court.
So hearsay is enough to arrest somebody.
It's enough to detain you, but you're saying that
I didn't do anything.
You feel like
touch anybody. I didn't do nothing. Okay. I've done nothing illegal.
So anybody that you may or may not have touched was accidental if you did touch them?
I haven't come in contact with anybody, period.
But
like, I don't like bumping into people. I don't like crowds. I didn't rub up against anybody. I did not come in contact with anybody.
Okay. But we have a complaint saying you did. That's why we're investigating it.
Maybe somebody bumped into them and they turned around and saw me or something and got the wrong guy, but like, I didn't touch anybody.
Okay.
So I need you guys to prove that, or please let me go. Like, I didn't touch anybody. I didn't do anything illegal. There's no reason for. I mean, there's reason. There's concern. I get that.
Okay. So, I mean, I will say though, the cameras back there are pretty good. So if you're observed doing what they're saying, then obviously you're going to be placed under arrest, okay? It just helps if you would come forth with it, and maybe we're able to help you out in some way, but if we find out that you're lying about it, we're just not going to work.
When you sell your car to Clutch, we do all the heavy lifting. Get a firm cash offer in seconds. Choose a time for us to pick up your car.
Work with you at all.
Like,
I mean, mistakes happen, and I understand that.
No, I get that. So what are we waiting on?
Well, I'm waiting for the other officers to do whatever they have to do. I'm just trying to talk to you to figure out your point of view.
I'm confused. Just got wrapped up in the store.
Okay. The officers stood their ground, refusing to let him intimidate them. They knew the surveillance footage would reveal the full story.
I guess I'm also just...
I think there's a business card in there.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not going to touch your phone. I guess we just find it a little suspicious that you're odd too.
I know.
That you're not willing to show us simple videos if they're not weird. If you're just,
like, I have my own rights. You know what I mean? Like,
and I'm not saying
and then every time I've had to deal with people, I've been locked up or thrown in CBCF or something.
For a reason.
I didn't do it. No.
Yeah,
for a lie that happened in the beginning, but that's not here nor there. The ruling came down. It is what it is. What we have to deal with is, like, every time I run into it, like, I get pulled over for a traffic ticket. They run my ID. Next thing I know, there's 6 cruisers because of my past.
Okay.
This is just, it's...
Well, the cruiser thing is for their safety because they don't know who you are, what you're willing to do.
Identified, they bring in more. Like, that's, you know what I mean.
Okay, yeah, but if you know how many times we've been for stuff
on a traffic light in a good neighborhood.
The neighborhood doesn't matter.
None of this ever happened until after.
Yeah, it's a huge safety concern, sir.
I understand. Sir.
Okay.
I was military.
It's just if they were simple videos of you recording product so you could remember what they were or whatever it may be, like I wouldn't have an issue showing officers that because it would immediately dispel our suspicions.
You've also never been on the end where you get bullied and steamrolled, so
that's why I'm trying to...
I would rather, if anything is going to happen at all, there be lawyers present, the right channels, everything.
That's why we're trying to help you out here
eyes,
to prevent that.
You know what I mean? That doesn't help me.
Okay. Because if they see on camera that you're recording and it appears
that
not
illegal,
you're not letting me talk. Okay,
yes,
all
I'm
right.
sorry,
I'll stop talking.
In the end, the man was charged with pandering obscenity involving a young person. Now on to the officers who took down another repeat offender who wasn't getting away this time after being caught doing something disgusting in a public park.
When I turned around, his pants were down and he was j***ing off.
He's been arrested for this before.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, and we just went through his phone. There's no pictures of him taking pictures of the other guy.
Here, do me a favor, just turn around, put your hands behind your back.
Can I get my car, get my ID?
On the 3rd of April 2024, officers responded to a public park after reports of a man exposing himself to another individual. The victim provided officers with a detailed account, ensuring they had everything needed to track down the suspect.
I was walking back there. Okay. And guy was following me.
Okay. Here, let's go over here in the shade.
He kept following me, and then he I got to one spot, thought he was away from me, and he was like, "This is a good place to be naked, isn't it?" Okay. I was like, "What the?" So I walked away, started running the other way. He keeps walking past. I turned around at one point when I got up to the observation tower, and he had his pants completely down, was jerking off.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I was running back away from him, and then this other guy that I had seen him here before with that guy, they were here when I first pulled up.
Okay.
He like pulled around when he saw me on the phone and with this guy, and then he just got like literally like didn't look, just like drove out really fast.
So where's the guy?
The other guy kept running. He just like
so
was in
the guy that was chasing
naked.
you.
Yes, sir.
Naked.
He's still in there.
He's in the woods still.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I had to run out because he kept following me.
Okay.
Are you ready to discover the secret to affordable premium smokes? Tired of spending an arm and a leg for government tax cigarettes?
And you're saying that the other guy, you've seen him with...
Well, I saw him when I pulled up. He was with that guy.
Okay.
When I pulled up.
So that guy just pulled in here and then left.
He didn't even stop. He just like came, saw that I was like talking on the phone with him, and he got out.
Okay.
I took a picture of his license plate.
Okay, so you have a picture of his license plate?
Yes, sir.
Can you bring that up for me?
Yes, sir.
Moments later, officers spotted a man matching the description, but despite his attempts to play innocent, there was no escaping the truth.
Hello, gentlemen.
You got any weapons on you, anything like that?
No, just my phone.
All right, I'm gonna ask you a few questions, okay?
How you doing?
Hey, good. How's it going? You have your ID on you?
It's in my car. Can I
In
get
your
it?
car?
Yeah. Can I get it?
He's an RO.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool.
What's an RO?
Nothing. Don't worry about it. Here, do me a favor. Just turn around. Put your hands behind your back.
Can I get my car? Get my
Defender, he's an RO.
I already know you.
Can I ask what this is about?
Yep, we'll look now.
right, man. Come with me, all right?
Yes, sir. I don't know what's going on. Oh, okay.
So he's a blue shirt.
Oh, okay.
He looks like
Gotcha.
Can I ask what's going on?
Yep, we'll talk about it in just a second, okay?
Yes, sir.
Sit down in the car. I'm trying to help you so you don't fall forward, okay? Colin, if you want to hang out with him, the car's unlocked if you want to sit in it. Okay, he got AC turned on. Let's go talk to the victim over here, okay?
As officers gathered more disturbing details from the victim.
You can tell me exactly.
Yes, sir. So I pulled up, and I noticed these two guys around here. That gentleman.
He's one of them?
Yes, sir.
He's with someone else?
I believe so, and I took a picture of his license plate and I showed it to the other cop as well.
And I believe
because when he came back, well, let me just go through the start. So I pulled up, saw those gentlemen, so I started walking. As soon as I started walking, I was like, they just started walking. They started walking. As soon as I started walking, I was like, that's weird.
Mm-hmm.
And then the guy in the blue shirt, he was already in there. Walked right past him. So I keep going.
Time out for a second. Is he clothed at this moment?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yes, sir. He's close.
Continue.
Yes, sir. And we just keep walking down. I keep walking down. I keep noticing, like, he's pretty close. So I speed up. He's still pretty close. I get to one spot.
Speed up means walking fast or running?
Walking fast, sorry.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is he saying anything to you?
No, not yet.
Okay, keep going.
And then we get to, I believe it's called the overlook of the wetlands or something. And I sit down, or not sit down, I'm just chilling there. And I notice he's walking up. As soon as he walks up
towards you?
Yeah, as soon as he walks up, he gets on the observation pier. He sits down, he's like, isn't this a nice place to be naked? I'm like,
this is what he tells you?
That's what he says to me.
This is the first thing he tells you?
The first thing he tells me, he said, like, it's beautiful out, it's nice out. And then right after that was, this is a nice place to be naked, isn't it? And I was like, what the f? So I walk past him, and then I'm going around again to get to the big observation deck. And then I notice him again behind me. And so I speed up again. And then once I get to where you start walking up to the observation deck, I turn around, and when I turned around, his pants were down. And
what, was he looking at you directly?
Yeah, he was looking directly.
Was it erected?
I couldn't see.
I'm not trying to be vulgar.
No, yeah, I hear you. I saw he was just like, I saw his hand.
He was looking right at you?
He was looking right at me. Because I turned around and I was like, holy f. And so then I started going up the observation thing, thinking I could get out that way. And then there's no way to get out that way, so he literally came up to the observation pier, but had his pants on at that time, at the observation pier. And so I had to walk past him. Now as soon as I get past him, I start running, and then I'm calling the cops, and then he turns and he starts going to the one trail that says like not
Is he running
management.
or walking?
At that point, he started like moving fast that way. I took off running past him.
But he starts like somewhat running too.
At that point, yeah, he was running away, but not towards me. At that point, he was running away after I said I'm calling the cops.
Nothing else he said after that, right?
I'll keep trying till I get it right.
He says it's nice to be like he didn't say anything to you.
Nothing like.
I gotta just ask.
Oh yeah, nothing. I mean, he said like it's beautiful out, stuff like that.
But nothing general,
Nothing
like look at me or anything like that.
No,
right?
no, sir.
Okay, all right.
No.
All right. So
and I think he might have been taking pictures of me, because when I had turned around the one time, his phone was up, so I don't know if he was taking pictures of me when I was
okay. What
because I had my shirt off too, so I put my shirt on once I noticed he was like looking at me weird.
When questioned, the suspect continued to deny everything, only digging himself deeper.
I'm gonna read you your rights, okay?
Yes, sir.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. Do you understand each of these rights I have explained to you?
Yes, sir.
Having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to me now?
I don't know what I did, so yeah.
Say it again?
I don't know what I did, so yes, sir.
Okay, alright, so...
Hold on. Just yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. Alright, so once you got here, explain to me exactly what you do when you arrived to this location.
When I arrived here, I sat in my car for a few minutes talking on my phone, and then I decided to go for a walk because I come here walking occasionally.
Okay.
And I started walking back by the trails. I was going to go back to the overlook.
Were you meeting anyone here, or you just here by
No, I was here by myself. Yes,
All right.
sir.
So when you got to this location, did you talk to anyone?
That gentleman there, we talked a couple times. In passing.
The gentleman in the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anyone else?
No, sir. There's
Okay.
nobody else back there. There's only one way in and out to the back to the
Okay.
tower back there.
When did you talk to him?
We passed once when we were walking back that way. He passed me when I was on my phone, and then we went back. I passed him another time, and we chatted for a minute, and that was it.
What did you guys talk about?
Just how nice a day it was, and we were out walking. That was it.
Did you say anything else for him?
No, just how nice of a day it was, and just walking and looking at the water. That was it.
All right. While you were interacting with him, did you remove any clothing or anything like that?
Not at all. No, sir.
Okay. Because he's saying that you were exposing yourself to him.
Never.
And
we were never. He had his shirt off. I was fully clothed the whole time.
the whole time?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you had your phone, were you taking pictures of him or anything like
No,
that?
sir. No.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't take pictures of people. Not unless I get permission from somebody to take a picture of them, but no.
All right.
I need your phone to come here real quick. Okay. I'm going to ask you for the consent to go through your phone.
Go through my phone?
Consent from you to go through your phone. You saying you didn't take pictures of them, right?
No, I did not.
Okay, so I'm requesting consent to verify that.
Yes, sir. That's fine.
Okay. All right. All right, what about, is there anything illegal in your vehicle?
No, sir.
Okay, nothing at all?
No.
Okay, give us a second. Now, what I want you to do is tell him he's his own partner. Tell him everything you got and see what you can do with it. This guy has a history of doing this. He just said he did it before. Okay, we can't say past is the present, but it gets.
This guy has a history of it?
Yeah, he's been arrested for this before.
Oh, I didn't know.
And we just went through his phone. There's no pictures of him taking pictures of the other guy. The story's matching up, right? He said he did talk to him. He's putting this stuff in the same place, same time. I hate to say it, he does have a history of it. So it shows bigger picture, right? Now, the state attorney office wants to get rid of it and drop it or whatever they want to do, that's up to them, okay? But he's alleged to be a victim of a crime, and this guy has some ties to doing it before. Same place, same time, he identified him. All right, so go to the CAD, make sure once they ran, and we'll get out of here. Let me see if he has somebody that can come get it. Do you have anybody that can come pick up your car?
Am I going to be leaving here?
No, you're not.
I may be leaving here, I'm asking?
No, you're being placed under arrest.
For what charge, sir?
For similar to what you did before, exposure of organs.
I didn't expect.
I'm not arrest you. This guy here is making a decision based on what the facts he collected. We're not here to argue about it. We already made a decision. So what do you need done with your car? Is there anybody can come get it? Because if not, then we were thinking about towing it.
Oh, please don't tell
So
me.
do you have anybody? Where's your wife at?
It's my husband. He's at work.
Okay, can he come get the car?
If I can call him.
Okay.
I don't
Hey,
have my...
we're going to leave it here. He's going to arrange somebody to come pick it up. All right.
All
Yes.
my numbers are in my phone.
Eventually, he even tried to shift focus onto another supposed suspect.
What about the other guy?
The other guy,
Yeah, just curious.
we don't have enough. He wasn't here.
So, like, even
by the
using-
time we arrived, I mean, you did give us his license plate.
Yes, sir.
So we ran him up. We couldn't really find anything.
Oh, really?
So,
like, you guys can't like legally do anything at that point? Okay.
So he wasn't here. He wasn't the one that.
That is scary though, like, because
Yeah.
it did seem like they were together. Is the only.
So you think they were like trying to
They were
plan
like
something or in cahoots?
100%. How they looked at each other and then looked at me and shit, like, yeah, I knew something was up. So that's the only thing.
So the fact that he's not here is kind of it's kind of tough, but we do have his information from what you gave us. We know who the person is.
So like the only way though he could get in trouble basically is for him to do something.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
Damn.
But
I just don't want somebody else to like have to deal with that, especially like a younger person. I'll be
completely
fucked up.
understand. Completely. So yeah, we've taken him.
Okay, good.
That's as much as we can do right now.
Okay, appreciate that.
But if you still want the case number, it's just to look up the case
And like
later
see
on.
his charge.
Oh, +5. Come on. Oh my gosh. I can't wait for the high.
The Inquisitor, his hood casting deep shadows over his eyes, thrusts the sprinkler toward the condemned man's face. A scream tears through the chamber as molten lead hisses against the skin, the acrid stench of burnt flesh curling into the air. The Inquisitor doesn't flinch. Instead, he readies the sprinkler, molten droplets spattering onto the stone floor. He's not going to stop until the man admits he is guilty. He wants a confession. This is Middle Ages justice. Brutal, relentless, and agonizing. You cannot win. You're going to hear about the whole gamut of horrendous torture tools they used to extract confessions during the Inquisitions in today's episode of the Infographic Show. Most brutal punishment in the history of mankind, Inquisition Edition. The first weapon on this grisly smorgasbord of torture is the lead sprinkler. It was a nasty device designed to deliver agony, filled with either boiling water, boiling oil, hot tar, or molten lead. Its appearance was unassuming, resembling the aspergillum, the tool used to sprinkle holy water. But instead of blessings, the sprinkler brought unspeakable pain. Imagine the scenes from movies where holy water drives demons out of the possessed. Now replace those demons with middle-aged heretics, and then replace salvation with skin-searing, flesh-melting agony. There's no doubt that this would have been infinitely unpleasant had the red-hot substance dripped onto the condemned's eyes. Some accounts claim that the lead sprinkler's torment could be fatal. But let's be honest, those sources might not be the most reliable, so let's dig a little deeper into the gruesome catalog of Inquisition barbarity. Did the Inquisitors really go so far as burning, blinding, or even killing those who dared defy the Catholic Church? How far would they go to enforce their authority? It's a fact that the Inquisition absolutely was barbaric. There was a rule book for the torture, but the documented evidence shows the rules were often broken, and those Catholic Inquisitors kept a lot of records. In the Church's archival collections, there are examples of just how much men and women screamed during their torturous Inquisition. The Church wasn't just meticulous with records of torture, it was equally obsessive about accounting. Their documents reveal not only the methods of torment, but also the cold, calculated costs of their cruelty, including the ropes used to bind the victims to the stake before they were burned alive. Every detail, down to the cost of human suffering, was logged with precision. They kept transcripts from the tribunals and had manuals for which types of torture were best at getting a quick confession. As you'll see later in the video, even if you did confess, they would still sometimes subject you to another round of torture. The rules actually stated that you could only be tortured once, but the Inquisitors got around this by saying the second time was just an extension of the first. One of the most infamous Inquisitions is from Spain, which started in 1478 and was called the Tribunal of the Holy Office of the Inquisition. About 1,500 people were interrogated, and 3,000 to 5,000 were executed, many of them Jews and Muslims who wouldn't convert to Catholic faith. Many others were accused of secretly practicing a non-Catholic faith. Even something as simple as refusing to eat pork could arouse suspicion during the Inquisition. And as history shows, denials weren't always believed. After an initial interview, the condemned person could face torture if guilt was only half proven. Believe it or not, the law stated that a doctor should be present and the condemned should be healthy enough to face what was about to happen to them. The interrogators weren't supposed to maim, mutilate, draw blood, or cause any sort of permanent damage, but that rule was regularly ignored. One of the go-to methods that didn't break the rules was the water cure. The victims would be strapped down, utterly helpless, as liquid was poured through a funnel into their mouth. Water was the most common choice, but in some cases, urine was used to amplify the humiliation. The process continued until their stomachs swelled to the brink of bursting. The person would vomit, and then the process would be repeated until the victim admitted his guilt. Truth be told, it was probably the lightest form of torture in the Inquisition's arsenal of ways to make a man or a woman talk. One of the main tools of the Inquisitors was the strapado. This device forced the victim's hands to be bound tightly behind their back before the strap was fastened to a rope. The victim would then be hoisted into the air, their own body weight working against them. You could only imagine how painful that would have been. If it went on for longer than an hour, the victim would very possibly die. Even if it just lasted minutes, there was a good chance their shoulders would be dislocated, resulting in a permanent injury. It's believed a Dominican friar who criticized the church, Girolamo Savonarola, was given the strapado before he was subjected to a trial by fire. After being strung up in the air, he and 2 other men were told they would be put to flames. Applying Middle Ages religious logic, this was called a trial, because if the men weren't heretics, then surely God would intervene. The men, devout to the very end, stood trembling as the sky darkened and the wind howled around them. Nervous whispers spread among the crowd. Was this a sign of God's wrath? But it wasn't divine intervention, it was just a passing rain shower. The event was called off and the men were executed later. God didn't intervene. The interrogation game was rigged, because who could endure the strappado and still claim they were innocent? There was the occasional acquittal in the Spanish Inquisitions, but this was usually seen as the fault of the inquisitors who hadn't performed their duties sufficiently. After the guilty plea was made, the person could be sentenced to a penance, which at best was being forced to go to church, and at worst being sent to work in the galleys. This was better than being reconciled, which meant the galley or a lengthy prison sentence as well as losing most of their rights and property. The authorities could also sentence someone to perpetual prison, which was the Middle Ages version of life without parole. But the Spanish were busy on the high seas, so galley slaves were in high demand. Another favorite torture of the Spanish inquisitors was foot roasting, which again more or less helped an inquisitor achieve a 100% confession rate. The records show the victim would usually have his or her feet slathered in lard or oil, not as a soothing balm, but as a preparation for what was to come. Strapped to a table or bound to a chair, their feet were positioned over a flickering flame. At first, the inquisitors might start gently, letting the flames lick at the tips of their toes, hoping for a quick confession. But if the accused resisted, the fire's intensity would be increased, and the inquisitor would blow on the coals, roasting their flesh until the once healthy feet became unrecognizable. After that, the man would confess and start giving names. Over in France, they had a special chair with a tray at the bottom that could be filled with coals. History shows us that the French liked their foot roasting. In the early 1300s, King Philip IV unleashed his vengeance on the Knights Templar, ordering their arrest and subjecting many to the gruesome foot roasting treatment. It was said to have been so painful, it drove some of the men insane. They were innocent, yet after a session in the torture chamber, they admitted to worshiping false idols and denying the Christian God. They even admitted to having intimate relationships with each other instead of doing their job, which should have been fighting Muslims in the Crusades. The truth was they had too much power, too much glory, and too much gold, and King Philip didn't like being in debt to them. Dozens were burned at the stake in France, but over in England, where the authorities had some of the knights in chains, confessions weren't being made. It seems the English were reluctant to use torture, so the Pope put pressure on them to do justice the French way. This led to more confessions and executions, although some of the knights survived. If there was a torture you'd have opted for in Middle Ages Europe, it would have been the goat's tongue. This was definitely preferable to the strappado or foot roasting. According to two Italian writers in the 16th century, the condemned had his feet licked by a goat. He'd be fastened in the stocks and his feet doused in delicious salt water, and then a goat licked the skin from them. Now that sounds utterly ridiculous, and given there's so little evidence, it might not have happened. Unlike the dreaded rack, the rack was an Inquisition favorite, something we can be sure of because there was so much documented evidence. The Inquisitors stretched a lot of people on the rack, which in Spanish they called el potro. There was another very similar torture known as mancuerda. Both devices relied on systems of ropes to stretch and torment the human body, but their designs and their agonies were distinct. El potro used boards, pulleys, and rollers to methodically pull limbs apart, focusing on dislocating joints with precision. The mancuerda, however, operated like a nightmarish game of rope-based twister, where a wheel tightened the ropes coiled around the victim's body. The device wasn't content with simple dislocations. It was designed to rip flesh and muscles apart, delivering unbearable pain with every turn of the wheel. Let's now look at some documented evidence of this perennial brutality. A man named Antonio Lopez was subjected to 3 hours of the rack in Valladolid in 1648. The unfortunate Antonio was scheduled for round 2, and rather than go through that again, he tried to strangle himself in his cell. Yes, being stretched really was that bad. These people were already guilty in the eyes of the church, but it was hoped that their time on the rack would help refresh their memories, and they would then snitch on others. Hence, there could be multiple sessions even with a confession. In 1710, Gabriel Rodriguez was given 3 separate sessions on the rack. He admitted his guilt and was sentenced to the galleys, but since the torture had crippled him, the merciful church commuted the sentence. The story of Blanca Rodriguez Matos also shows just how these interrogators broke the maiming and killing rules, because the day that she got the rack, someone noted in the Inquisition book deceased. Very few people could be tortured on the rack and not confess, but the archives show it was possible. On November 5th, 1638, Tomas de Leon was subjected to several hours on the rack, and throughout his ordeal he maintained his innocence. His only injury was a broken arm, so maybe the torturer went easy on him. 7 years later, 60-year-old Ingracia Rodriguez also maintained her innocence after several hours of torture. She was stripped naked and connected to a device called the ballestilla, where her toe was wrenched off. They then tied her to the mancuerda, and on the first turn of the wheel, they broke her arm. Still, this brave woman held firm, and then 10 months later, with more evidence against her, she confessed to engaging in Jewish practices. One of the most horrifying tales involving the rack and mancuerda come from Toledo in 1568. A man named Elvira de Campo found herself accused of not eating pork. Now, in the eyes of the church, this meant she was a covert Muslim or Jew. She was stripped naked and tied to the mancuerda, gradually tightening the ropes, ripping off flesh, and pulling her limbs apart. According to the transcripts, one of the first things she said was, "Señores, I have done all that is said of me. I do not want to see myself in such trouble. Please, God, I have done nothing." The book doesn't include what the torturer said, but we can imagine it was something like, "Yeah, right, nice try." They tightened the cords again, and with her bones close to breaking, her resolve shattered. She confessed, but even though she admitted to having turned her nose up at cooked pig, the sadist inquisitor didn't relent with the torture. The cords were tightened 16 times until they broke, but he still wasn't finished. He and his assistants then fastened her to a traditional rack, and she was subjected to torture all over again until she was mentally and physically broken. Even with a confession, the torture didn't stop. Maybe it was about her giving names of fellow pork haters, but there is no mention of that in the record. They eventually took her down that day, and then 4 days later they brought her back to the torture chamber for another round of stretching. The records state that this time she admitted to practicing Judaism and begged for mercy. At last, the inquisitors were content, and she was sent to do her penance. To add insult to literal injury, the victim of the rack was usually expected to pay the torturer for the hours he had to put in. If the victim was broke, they were expected to give him the clothes off of their back. The victim might then be subjected to vergüenza, which was public shaming. They'd often be tied up in the town square, while the town crier read out their crimes to the onlooking public. Sometimes the guilty would be forced to wear a penitential garment called the San Benito, so then they walked around in shame. Anything was better than being burned at the stake, where if they repented, they would be granted the mercy of being strangled first. If they didn't repent, then they felt the fierce flames before they died, yet would still usually die from smoke inhalation. The records show in 1571, in the parish church of Longorno, there were 157 San Benito cases. 101 of them were reconciled. That sounds positive, but as we said, it meant a long prison sentence or the galley. A further 56 were relaxed, which again sounds great, but that actually meant being burned at the stake. Only 4 of them didn't repent, and so they were burned alive. As for why it was the term relaxed, well, that was because the church couldn't by law carry out a death sentence, so the condemned was relaxed or handed over to secular authorities. As you can imagine, strangling someone with bare hands before they lit the fire wasn't always straightforward. An executioner named Pedro de Alcalá bungled the strangling of Violante Rodriguez and Ana de Guevara. The transcript says, Violante then said, "Pedro, if you do not treat me better, you had better burn me alive." Tough guy, but if that were us, we would have asked him to try strangling us one more time. So now that you heard these recorded tales of torture during the Inquisition, it's not hard to believe that the lead sprinkler was used, and in some cases could lead to death. But let's now move away from Spain and see what happened to people all over Europe who were accused of being witches. They too faced the inquisitors, and just like in Spain, the interrogations were brutal. One of the torturer's tools was the breast ripper. This was a claw designed to tear a woman's chest from her body, although it seems not just for witchcraft and heresy, but also for adultery. Like the lead sprinkler, there aren't too many recorded cases of it, but if we go back to the year 251, we can see that this happened to the martyr Agatha of Sicily. She's now the patron saint of breast cancer patients. Then there was the head crusher, a steel helmet designed for unrelenting torment. Once fastened over the victim's skull, a handle would be turned, each rotation tightening the helmet further. The teeth would be the first to go, along with the jawbones, and if the handle was turned again, the eyes would say goodbye to their sockets. This was apparently a very reliable way to extract a confession, which is not surprising, although there isn't much documented evidence. All of these tortures might happen in the iron chair. The chair was covered in spikes, so the harder the person pressed up against them, the more of a chance that they'd pierce the skin. Given there were no antibiotics in those days, a whole lot of holes in someone's body could very likely be fatal. These chairs might also be fitted with a tray at the bottom where hot coals could be added to roast the lower parts of the victim, kind of like the foot roasting chairs used in France. For the more mobile inquisitor, there were thumb and toe crushers. In a famous witchcraft case in Scotland in 1594, a woman named Alison Balfour, or Margaret Balfour, was sentenced to death under Scotland's Witchcraft Act of 1563. She and her family were taken to the town of Kirkwall in Orkney and tortured in an attempt to secure a confession. Many bones were crushed in the process. Balfour was said to have been a healer, a risky occupation those days. She was accused of putting a spell on someone, after which she received 48 hours of brutal torture, including thumb crushing. Her legs were then fastened into a device known as the cachelas. These were iron blocks that were wrapped around the skin that could be heated up, cooking the legs. It's said she often lost consciousness, after which the torture was suspended only to be started again when she opened her eyes. Pity they didn't have adrenaline shots in the 1500s, which would have been ideal for the inquisitors. Her family was also tortured, her husband being subjected to a device noted as the Lang irons. It's not clear what those were, only that they were used on her family as she was forced to watch. Historians have said that Lang irons might have consisted of a huge weight, as much as 700 pounds in stones, being pressed against the victims' bodies. In torture lingo, this is known as crushing. Crushing was another go-to punishment in parts of Europe, especially Britain. The more weight that was piled on, the more the bones would break, and once the ribcage was shattered, the major organs started to fail. In 1658, a man noted as Major Strangways was crushed in England. The records showed that the crowd and the executioner helped put him out of his misery by jumping on the boards. His ordeal was said to have been a dreadful sufferance and a horrid spectacle. Crushing could go on for days. In 1726, a Swiss visitor to England wrote, "Cases have been known of criminals dying under the press after 2 or 3 days of atrocious suffering." It wasn't usually used in religious inquisitions, but it could have been in the case of Miss Balfour's family. She still didn't confess, so the interrogators put her son's leg in an iron boot. Torture boots, often made of iron or wood, were fitted around the leg, in which wedges were sometimes driven in, taking off all of the flesh and crushing the bones. Although in this case, the records don't explain exactly what they did to her son with the boot. They were sometimes referred to as shin crushers and were often brought out in violent acts of religious persecution. A book on the matter of one such torture session stated, "So excruciating were the agonies of the victims and so piercing their shrieks that even hardened officials hastened out of the room." In Germany, they had something called the foot press. These were spiked iron plates that could be slowly tightened around the feet with a crank to the point of all the bones being broken. They were effectively a pair of iron shoes that kept getting smaller. Some of those contraptions featured small iron compartments beneath them, specifically designed to hold smoldering hot coals. Back to Mrs. Balfour. The interrogator told her if she confessed, they wouldn't kill her. This broken and brave woman, hoping that she'd be spared, said that she was guilty, but the executioner had lied to her. On December 16, 1594, she was about to be strangled and burned when the executioner asked her to declare her guilt before the crowd. She shocked everyone around her when, instead of confessing, she screamed about how she and her family had been brutally tortured and the accusations were absolutely false. This act of defiance did not save her, though, considering the European witch hunts lasted through the 15th to the 18th century, and as many as 40,000 to 60,000 women and men were executed.
Gemini, can you look at my resume?
This spider?
These complicated instructions?
Sure, just add it and we'll talk. That's a cool sweater. Here are a few ways to dress it up.
That is a lot of inquisitors and a lot of brutal interrogations. The rack, the boot, the strapado, and the thumbscrew seem to have been the main tools used. In 1486, a German churchman and inquisitor named Heinrich Kramer published a book on how to find witches and the best way to torture them during interrogations. The book, a bestseller, was titled The Witch Hammer. Within those bleak and highly misogynistic pages, it says that witches often eat human meat, cast evil spells on their enemies, and they have been known to steal a man's penis. Of course, they often engaged in, quote, filthy carnal acts with demons. For this, they needed to be tortured if they denied the charges, and that sounds like utter nonsense in the 21st century, but there were 28 editions from when it was first published to the last edition in 1600. It was widely accepted as the God-given truth by both Catholics and Protestants all over Europe. The Church didn't sanction it, but it gave its approval. Before the tools of torment were even brought out, the accused women were stripped naked and had their heads shaved clean. According to Kramer, this humiliating ritual was meant to reveal the so-called devil spots, or birthmarks or blemishes that he insisted were signs of witchcraft. Of course, in these irrational and paranoid times, any mark could seal your fate. Kramer went even further, claiming that if a woman endured the torture without screaming, it was likely the devil himself silencing her. The implements used included many of the tools we talked about today. He mentioned the strapado by name. If they confessed, they would again be asked, not under torture, and if they recanted, the process started again. You could not win. But like with pork-ignoring heretics, it was hoped that witches would become snitches. Kramer reminds his readers that a witch who confessed and snitches on others on the condition that she gets perpetual prison instead of death could be lying, the devil's work. The solution, he said, for a time the promise made to the witch sentenced to imprisonment is to be kept, but after that time she should be burned. If there's one thing we've learned today, it's that if you ever found yourself in front of an inquisitor during the Middle Ages, you were screwed, sometimes literally. What do you think about the methods we uncovered today? Which one shocked you the most? Let us know in the comments. Now you need to watch Roman Empire had most
This talking animal movie is horrifying.
Come on then. Yes, that's it. Come on. Come on. That's it. Come on, up we go.
Released in 1982, Plague Dogs follow Roth and Snitter, two dogs escaping from an animal testing facility in England after being brutally tortured by scientists and a series of pointless and cruel experiments. It's a very powerful movie exposing the horrors of animal testing. But if you're a dog lover, it's a pretty rough movie to get through. No pun intended, this film's a bit of a downer. Oddly enough, Plague Dogs has a lot in common with Watership Down. They were both written, produced, and directed by the same person, Martin Rosen, and were based on books by the same author, Richard Adams. That being said, though, I wouldn't recommend watching them as a double feature, unless you want to be bummed out for the next 3 hours.
Do you think you're the only one who hates this damn place?
This talking animal movie is horrifying.
Come on then. Yes, that's it.
Sit down, clown! I got the receipt! Yeah, we believe that one. I do! Good play, bud. You're not going nowhere. All right! Sit here, give me some water, please! No, you don't get nothing now. You don't get nothing, dude. Let me get some water and I'll just sit here, bro. I swear to God on my mother's grave, dude.
Some Walmart shoppers manage to slip away unnoticed, but when their luck runs out, they're forced to face the consequences they never saw coming.
You're under arrest, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah, you are. Stand behind your back.
Y'all want to fight me so bad? Do it! Yes! Yes!
Yeah? Yeah. I'm never gonna see my again. What are you talking about?
It's a basic shoplift. If you would have complied with us from the very beginning, I'd have probably issued
That's
you a
not how
citation.
shit works for black people when we get put in handcuffs.
Here are the times when Walmart customers realize they're getting arrested. Starting with a Walmart shoplifter who tried to make a run for it with a flat screen TV, only to be stopped not once, but twice by the police.
You haven't done anything we told you to do yet.
I'm trying to. So just watch. Just hold on. Wait, please. I paid for it up there. That had the receipt.
Your friend that just sprinted away when we tried to stop him?
You're not going nowhere.
All right.
On the 26th of June 2022, police officers were working on a separate case when surveillance footage revealed a male suspect loading a large television onto a shopping cart and trying to make a hasty exit. The suspect thought he had pulled off the perfect getaway, but little did he know the officers were about to catch him off guard.
I got the receipt.
Yeah, we believe that one.
I do. I do.
You got that?
Why don't you get him? Hey, wait.
Put your hand behind your back.
Okay, all right. Wait. I can't breathe. All right, wait.
Put your hand behind your back.
Wait. All right. Wait. Oh.
Get on the ground.
Wait.
Get on the ground.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. I will. Hold on.
No. Stop reaching. What are you reaching for? Where's he holding?
Wait, no, it's not mine. Hold on.
We're gonna get tased. Right now. You're about to taste.
3, 2,
I'm ready to go.
He's gotta go. He's gotta go.
Where is he?
I'm not even holding anything.
What's in your waistband?
Nothing. Look. Wait. Go. I know. I'm trying to this. Hold on. Wait. Kick back, dude. Wait. Please. I'm gonna
Put your hand behind your back. You're gonna get tased right the now.
Oh, wait. See. I'm good. Please watch. I can't breathe. I'm just trying to straighten out. Just let me straighten my body.
No. Stop.
Once on the ground, he had no choice but to comply, though he still insisted on playing the victim.
Let me sit up, please. Please. Let me sit up. Let me sit up, please. Can I sit up now?
Nope.
Can I sit up now, please?
Nope.
Yo, what? Get off my right leg, please.
Nope.
Please.
No, we're not moving.
I don't know. I just want to. My leg's hurting, yo.
Yeah. Why are you reaching for a gun, man?
I was trying to pull my pants.
Yeah. I believe that one.
What? Can you? Ow. I'm just trying to move my right leg, John. Please, you're hurting my ankle. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to. Ooh, there it goes. Ooh. Let me put on my shoes. Let me put on my shoes. No, okay. Let me put on my shoes, please. Let me put on my shoes. Let me put on my shoes. Oh, man. Wait. Oh. Can you pull my pants, please? Stop. Guys, come on, man. Stop. I'll walk with you guys and stop. Please.
You haven't done anything we told you to do yet.
I'm trying to. So just watch. Just hold on. Wait, please. Come on.
Don't spit.
I'm not gonna spit on you, bro. Come on, dog. Watch, just help me out, please. Just let me walk. Stop. Push me, please. I'm trying to just kick back and walk, please. Please. Come on, dog. Please.
However, it was clear he had yet to realize the seriousness of his situation, continuing to act entitled as if his actions had no consequences.
This won't be difficult.
Come on, let me sit down.
So, I'll move the guys back.
Can I get one of those shoes, please?
No.
Stop, I'm not gonna.
There's some orange slippers here.
Here, wait. Oh, John, put on my pants, John. Come on, bro, stop. I'm not doing nothing else, man. Just stop. Let me breathe real quick, man. You can breathe. Hold on. You can breathe, bro. Stop, please. I'm not doing nothing, man.
Put him in one set. Put him in one set.
Where'd that motherfucker go?
Just leave those. freaking throwing them.
Hey, wait, kick back, man, please, dude. I'm not doing nothing else, bro.
That's what you've been saying the whole time.
I'm not. Let me spit in the trash can. Please. Come on, man. Stop being so selfish, man. Wait. There it goes. Woo.
I'm gonna take these off, right?
Yeah, go ahead. You're good. You're good. I paid for it up there. That had the receipt.
Your friend that just sprinted away when we tried to stop him?
Yeah,
Believe that as much as a lot of dumpster.
Come on, boss. All right, it's good. Can I get a trash can to spin in? Please. Where'd that go?
You mean your friend that helped inspire the shoplifter?
No.
What's his name?
Huh?
What's his name?
His name?
Yeah.
I know him as Enter.
No, you don't know him?
No.
He's your homie, but you don't even know his name?
First name?
My first name is Trevor.
Trevor? Alright, Trevor, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you
What
say.
am I getting arrested for?
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can will be used against you in the court of law. The court, you have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed you by the court. You also have the right to have an attorney present with you during any questioning. With these rights in mind, you to speak to us.
Yeah.
Okay, we were watching you on camera. Let's not play the games, okay? Let's be real with one another, okay? We were watching you the whole time.
Can you guys just let me go, please? I want to
Just for the $600 TV?
Yeah, bro, I was paying for it.
Oh, you're paying for it?
Yeah.
Your buddy that was the lookout.
Oh.
You know, he watched every second.
The officers knew that this wouldn't be a simple confrontation, and the suspect's behavior confirmed their suspicions.
Good play, bud.
You're not going nowhere. All right. Come on, yo, wait. I'm going. Ah!
Let's go.
Wait, motherfucker, wait, my hand. Ah! Wait! All right! I'll sit the down!
All right.
You're a all right, I'm fucking done. I'm gonna see her, man.
That's what you've already told us how many times?
I'm gonna see her. Give me some water, please.
No. You don't get nothing now. You don't get nothing, dude.
Let me get some water and I'll just sit here, bro. I swear to God on my mother's grave. Hey, dude. Please.
No. Absolutely not.
Stop, bro. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. No, I'm
Put your
shaking.
hand down.
I'm shaking your hand, bro.
No, you're not shaking
All right.
nothing.
Sorry. All right.
God, you are a f***ing child. I was gonna throw your fentanyl post lobby boy.
Huh?
No, you are.
You're gonna throw what?
Your fentanyl post lobby boy. Okay. You must be in a bottle.
Oh, you guys aren't letting me go to the bathroom? You're not gonna piss on the floor?
Can't be trusted, man.
Well, you mean? I know, I understand, I get that, you mean?
It's consequences.
That's my bad, you mean? And like I said,
You reap the consequences.
yeah, I get it, and I would really like to go and take and you guys can keep me cuffed, and, you know? You guys can cuff me to the bar right there with the next to the toilet, yo. I'm not trying to around or nothing. Like, for real, I'm not trying to.
Don't get a fight with the cops, then run from the cops, and then get the benefit of the doubt for anything, man. You already burned us twice.
In the end, the man was charged with shoplifting, possession of a controlled substance, possession of a weapon, resisting, and escape from the custody of an officer. His partner in crime was also banned from Walmart. Similar to the last case, this next one involved a woman who believed her pregnancy would give her a free pass to steal from Walmart.
You're under arrest, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah, you are. Stand back your back.
Yes! Yes! Do it! Do it!
Out of it. Stop!
I'm never gonna see my again!
On the 29th of February 2024, officers responded to a Walmart for a shoplifting in progress. Upon arrival, they caught the suspect red-handed, attempting to slip out the back door with stolen goods.
You're under arrest, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah, you are. Stand back your back.
I have 4 months pregnant. Stop.
Stop.
Stop. Stop.
Stop.
No.
Stop. What? No. It's a shoplifting. It's not that serious. Stop. Okay, well, stop. Are you with her? Are you? Okay. Security. No, this is ridiculous. Can you drop these, please? You got her arm? I'll just give it a cuff. I don't want to do that. Stop resisting, okay? Please stop. Well, you just sounds like you aren't complying. There we go. We're not trying to hurt you, but you're resisting. No, we're not.
That's precisely what you're doing.
No, you just stole things and you don't want to cooperate. Okay? Sorry.
Why are you bending my arm?
I'm not trying to.
Why? Relax, ma'am. Why are you bending it?
Okay, you can calm down now. We're good. What did you get? Okay. Thanks, man. Okay. Let's go. I'm going to. Is this your guys? Or is this yours?
It's mine.
Okay. I'm going to put my paper. Yeah. We'll walk her back there.
My arm hurts. Get off. Not, I have nowhere to run to. Y'all want to fight me so bad. Do it! Yes! Yes! Do it! Do it!
Out of it.
Do it! Break it! Break it!
I got it.
What is the point in hurting me if you're gonna hurt me? I cannot walk your big arm like that, and I won't. So just break it.
My car's
No.
all the way around front.
No.
Is it? My car's on the side. I don't know.
Walk me correctly or I'm not going.
That's your choice.
Why are you bending me like that?
Vous êtes cordialement invité à savourer une riche barre de chocolat noir Hershey's. Après...
That's not necessary!
The officers were calm and cooperative, but the woman was determined to escalate the situation.
You're causing me physical pain. No, I'm not calming down. I did. I'm pretty sure I told you to. I have a baby to go home to.
Well, not tonight. Do you have evidence bags in the back?
I think so.
Perfect. Can you grab me one, please? Alright, you got a grip with me? Let me put gloves on, please.
Can you not hold my arm like that?
You gonna calm down?
Yes.
So if you pull away like that, you have to go right back to it, okay?
Do you have anything in your pockets that's gonna stick me, poke me or hurt me?
No. What a real piece of stealing cleaning supplies and baby clothes. What a criminal.
Why do you stand for it?
What was that? Okay. Last I checked, y'all weren't allowed to do that if you're a male.
Wait, where did you check that?
Can she search me? Because I don't want you touching me. Please stop touching me.
Everything's on the same page.
Please.
Sounds fine to me.
You good with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
While she's doing that, I'm gonna read you something real quick, okay? All right.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have a right to have an attorney or talk to one at this time, or have him or her present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed to you if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any of my questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of these rights as I have explained to you? Just now.
Just when they thought it would be a straightforward arrest, the woman chose to act out.
Yeah, say, I'll get a statement,
And
I'll
then
get
get
the site, send it to SCORE, and I'll call the
Stop. Stop.
I'm never gonna see my head again!
Shut up.
It's not hitting her head. I thought she was.
Yeah.
She's a normal adult about this.
Yeah, I would say really sorry.
Yeah, grass in her hair.
With the trees again. Those people.
I put her in hobbles. Or leg restraints.
Leg restraints. Leg restraints.
Yeah.
If she's gonna be kicking like that, I would. Otherwise, it's gonna be a long.
Mine are right here, man.
That's gonna be a long.
Yeah, let's do it.
3 tires, that's all 3 though, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying like the same.
Mine are right here on this side of my bag.
Yeah, I got this.
Where's your house at? Okay, well I need to know for the citation.
I'm homeless.
Okay.
So how are you going home to a baby if you're homeless?
She's with her father.
Okay, then she's somewhere safe.
No, actually, she's not.
Okay. He's a biological father. Okay. So, if you're gonna, I got real quick. If you're gonna continue to kick that kind of stuff, I'm gonna put you into leg restraints. Okay?
Do it.
So, otherwise, just relax, and we'll go up to jail, and it'll be really quick and easy.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm never gonna see my head again. What are you talking about?
It's a basic shoplift. If you would have complied with us from the very beginning, I'd have probably issued
That's
you a
not how
citation.
it works for black people when we get put in handcuffs.
Okay. Are you gonna continue to kick my
I want
car?
to go home and see my unfold.
Okay. Well, that's not an option right now. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna ask that you relax and don't kick my seat, because if you do, I'm gonna have to be forced to place you into leg restraints to prevent you from possibly injuring yourself.
Before, that does not bother me.
Okay. I'm just letting you know.
I've been in neck restraints.
Okay. I'm just trying to de-escalate the situation the best I can, okay?
Go stop, Kyle. Go stop someone who's really bad and evil. I'm getting things for my kid.
Okay. That's still stealing. Okay, which is still a crime, all right? It's not a victimless crime.
Some stolen. Let's
Okay.
get started.
So, are we gonna continue to kick my chair?
No.
Okay. I appreciate that.
She tried to guilt trip the officers, but they weren't buying it. Despite offering her a chance to redeem herself, she refused.
I am not a mentally stable person. You don't even know who you have in the back of your car right now. And I'm also on med, so I will sit here and withdraw as
They have that available at the jail.
do a day and go for that. I have a 8-month-old. And he doesn't even know where I'm at. So what happens if I don't get bail? I just sit in jail?
Until you see a judge tomorrow.
I'm gonna though. So let him know that.
I will.
Because I'm not sitting in jail when I have a period. There is no bail. I have no bail. That will not happen. So don't even waste your time with that. There is no bail.
Hello, hello.
Would you like me to make that phone call for you? Okay, give me 1 second and I will,
Yeah.
you know, I'll get to you.
It's hard to get this
Just
to stay
1 second,
low.
okay?
It doesn't want it. I'm trying to fix my fursuit, but the fur or the hair is like really messed up. So I've been sitting here for like hours brushing
I'm in the back
fur.
of the cop car and I'm going to jail.
I should not have taken it out of the ponytail, honestly. I don't know how to fix wigs. I could be damaging it, actually. I don't know.
I am in a cop car. I am handcuffed. I am going to jail because I got caught shoplifting.
Where? Which one?
It doesn't matter. The Walmart.
No, what's the jail?
I don't know.
Should be going to SCORE, sir. Up in Des Moines.
Alright, thank you.
Okay.
Alright, fuck, alright. Okay, yeah, okay, well, let me...
He said I have to stay
I
tonight
don't
and
have any
to talk to the
spray.
judge
I don't have
tomorrow,
any
and
baby
if I don't
powder.
get bail,
Yeah, like I need like
It's gonna be
detangler or something.
$2,000.
Or bond,
Or bondsman, yeah.
thank you. Alright, you said school, thank you. Alright, okay, thank you very much. Alright.
Where's Amari?
She's right next to me.
Is she okay?
He'll be okay. Just let me... He'll be alright. Okay, thank you for calling me. I just, yeah, let me go ahead and get me to our guys.
Love you.
This is...
Go ahead, step on out forward, please. Please step this way. And around this way. Just so your tracker, this is a trespass notice. You're not allowed to go back into that Walmart for the next 3 years, okay? If you do, you'll be arrested for trespassing, okay?
In the end, the woman was charged with theft and resisting arrest.
That sounds
If you thought the
fun.
last woman
This
was
is
difficult,
just a
why don't you hear
wig.
about
I don't know
Samantha,
how
who
to.
used every
I don't know
excuse
anything
in the
about
book to try and
wigs. I've
escape
never
the
owned one
consequences of
before.
her shoplifting.
I'm not going to. Nope.
You're under arrest.
But it's all like it's doing this right now. I'm just
So
trying
you
to
gotta go
brush
to
it
jail
out.
today.
I'm not going to jail. What can I do to get out of this then? You want names? I can give you names of some very big drug dealers around here that I know. I have autism.
Okay.
You need to let me call my mom.
On the 20th of January 2024, police officers responded to a Walmart after reports of shoplifting. When they arrived, they encountered one of the most difficult customers they'd ever dealt with.
I thought you didn't call PD.
Okay, well, you also threatened me, so I wasn't.
I didn't threaten anybody. I'm not going to. Nope.
You're under arrest.
Nope. Why do you
Let go of your phone.
No, I'm waiting for my husband to call me.
Let go of the phone. You're
Can
under
I go
arrest.
home?
You're under arrest.
I'm going home.
You're under arrest.
I'm going home.
That'll be decided later.
I'm going home. I want a female officer. Never mind.
Don't have
You
it.
probably don't have one.
We got body cams though, so everything's recorded. You got anything sharp on you?
Don't. There's
Hey.
nothing in there.
Well, we gotta look.
There's a knife. There's a knife in my pocket. I think, no, yeah, in my back
1095.
pocket. I think this is in the pocket. Maybe not. Maybe.
Nothing
Okay.
in these pockets.
All right. I knew
Yeah.
I had a knife on.
You on probation or anything?
No.
Any bonds?
No.
Okay. Where you live?
Spooner?
Okay. You got a necklace on? No.
No.
All right. You got anything concealed in your bra or panties?
No.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, that's my bad. I have a brick rotator cuff.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, it looks like
Can I
there's.
go home now?
Well, it looks like there's some there.
Where?
Or a pipe, meth pipe.
Not mine. I'm 2 years clean, man. 3 years clean now. I've been clean since 2020.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys recover? Is this something?
No, I got that on Temu. I have the receipt for
I
it.
have baby
Thank you.
oil. Maybe that'll damage
All right.
it.
Yeah, I am 4 years clean. I promise you that.
Okay.
I thought it was
So,
2 years clean.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna talk to them. You got arrested right away because you're being ornery. Okay. So that's disorderly
Because I
conduct.
got lied to.
Well, I don't know what it is, but
No, I can't go to jail tonight.
okay. Well, we're gonna figure everything out, and then we're gonna make a decision. Okay.
Okay.
You still live in Spooner, you said?
Yep.
I've been there for 6 years. There's tattoo needles and bits in there. My buddy's a tattoo artist, so.
Carver, is that all baggies or is that
Baggies. Okay. Since when did I have bag? That's the last time I borrowed someone else's bag. I was trying to take it. I bought that person earlier. And I didn't go through it yet, so.
Well, that's unfortunate that you didn't go through the bag.
Yeah, I know. Because now I'm mad at her. Because like I said, I'm 4 years clean, so.
Really?
Yeah. December will be 4 years.
You're not on probation or nothing?
No.
No bonds?
No.
Unsurprisingly, this wasn't the woman's first brush with the law, and things only escalated from there.
I recognize Samantha, probably have 4 events in her.
I don't remember any of these events that you're talking about, to be honest.
Samantha, I have a picture of you getting locked out by police.
Okay, I don't remember that.
Just, let's take a break for a sec, okay?
Anyway,
Take a
so
break.
we recognize Samantha for previous events. We see her selecting many items throughout the store. We watch her grab a tote. We watch her put all of those items into a tote. Then we watch her walk straight out.
Can you mention this one?
Okay.
When I stopped her at the doors, she started fleeing. I said, I have to call police if you flee. She said, I'll come if you don't call police. And I said, we'll talk about it. She said, if you call police, I'm going to punch you in the face. And then now here we are.
Okay. There's a rock in there. Is there? Yep. And she had this purse with her?
Yes,
Okay.
the whole time.
Was her wallet in there?
There was a wallet.
Look at the,
Thanks for looking it up for me.
okay,
if you
in the
looked it
wallet,
up.
in the purse. Okay.
This, maybe. I'm not gonna do that.
You ever had a warrant for your arrest before, Sam?
No.
Because I make it look like okay, like it's.
No, I was asking you.
Oh, no.
See, I brush it out, but.
I know I have court for my speeding ticket and.
Jesus.
Got a valid
I don't know
license?
why it's doing that.
Oh, I guess my fault. My ID is in there. I didn't know I had my ID on me, so I left it in the car.
I withdraw that. We'll just test the pipe before we go out there. Is this your phone, Sam?
Yeah.
Okay. So you gotta go to jail today.
I'm not going to jail.
Like I just said, you're gonna go to jail today.
I'm not going to jail. I have a phone calls to make.
How are you gonna not go to jail when the police are
I'm
telling
not
you?
going. Like, no, there's no reason that's not my purse.
Are you gonna escape? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it's not mine. Whatever the thing, whatever found that is not mine.
Okay.
I can promise you that. I'm 4 years clean. I have documentation of it.
What's your documentation?
My certificate from treatment.
Yes, that
Where'd you
is
get that?
what I'm doing.
December 20th of 2020.
So
in
bottom half,
Michigan, Detroit, Michigan.
brushes
Are
out.
these your new stuff?
But now I have
I
tangles
have
like in the middle, so I can go
Okay.
top down and
So
it
you got a
tangles
certificate that
again.
you were clean in 2020.
I've
But then I go like this to fluff it up, and that could be damaging
It's
me.
just my
But I just don't want to pull that hard, so I'm just trying to be like.
It's literally all it is a
Just
straw.
really
They're not
gentle.
mine. I'm telling you. I got the first from someone else. I don't know what you want me to do, but they're not mine. I'm not taking responsibility for someone else again.
Okay.
It's not okay.
So how are we supposed to believe you that all this is not true and this is your bag you walked in with?
I borrowed the bag from somebody. I don't do. You want me to take a freaking? I just passed the freaking UA 3 days ago.
For what?
My parents, because they drug test me randomly.
Oh, do they?
That's part of me staying at their house. I get tested.
Okay.
The officers were clearly cautious about trusting her, and she quickly gave them a reason not to.
So what can I do to get out of this then? You want names? I can give you names of some very big drug dealers around here that I know.
Well,
I thought you weren't doing drugs for years.
well, you're from Spooner, right?
Yup.
Okay. Well, irregardless, you're gonna have to go to jail tonight.
No.
When you get out, if you wanna give names up,
I'm not going to jail.
stop down at the police department, okay? But tonight you're gonna go to jail.
No, I'm not.
You're gonna put her in the back of your car.
I'm waiting for my husband to call me first.
Well,
I'm waiting for my husband to call me first.
why don't you help with him?
Can I smoke a cigarette?
No. It's not healthy if you're pregnant.
I'm calling my mom. Can I call my mother?
No, not right now.
She's my emergency contact. I'm
Okay.
disabled. I have autism.
Okay.
You need to let me call my mom.
When you get to the jail, they'll let you make a
No.
phone call.
I'm supposed to call before I get into the back of the squad car. That is the rule.
No. Once you get to the jail.
No, let me call my husband, please. Let me call my husband, please. Please let me go. I need my husband.
No. Right.
Please, no.
Go ahead and turn.
Come on, work with us here.
I call my husband.
When you get to the jail, they'll let you make a phone
No,
call.
I can't call when he gets to the jail because he's in jail.
Okay,
He's
well,
in
sorry.
jail.
But you got, this is what's happening.
I'm not taking someone else's charges. Can I call my mom?
What's from the jail you
I
got?
can't call.
Were there car keys? Yeah, there were. Weren't there?
Just follow in case.
Just bounce right away. Just take off.
It was then she realized that the law doesn't show mercy for anyone, no matter how many excuses she made or how much she tried to twist the situation in her favor.
What was your question?
Thank
How
you.
am I getting my f***ing car tomorrow?
Not a question for me.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, I guess you're gonna give me a ride then, aren't you?
Crazy.
I want. Come on.
We'll be at the jail shortly.
What?
So we'll be to the jail shortly.
That's to know my wrist stab was on my arm. And I have to go to releasing. I have to wrist. Next time you leave it 3 times.
Woman, we're gonna get you medically cleared. If you want to refuse that, you're fine to refuse it.
And when the hospital tells you that you need to release me and send me home,
They're not
they
gonna do
will.
that. Are you gonna give us troubles, old Sam, or what? We don't want any
Answer my
troubles.
question?
I did answer your question. You're not getting released.
What?
Se faire dire quoi faire, personne aime ça. Sauf quand quelqu'un dit Hey, mange donc un Reese, là.
And the f***ing hospital tells you to.
Well, then we'll see what the hospital says and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Okay? But right now, we're gonna go inside. Are you gonna give us any troubles?
Nope.
Okay. All we're asking for Sam's cooperation.
All I'm asking for is to
Gonna
go
make it a lot
home.
easier. I know what you're asking for.
And to smoke a cigarette.
No, we can't let you do that right now. Why don't you keep your feet out here?
Yeah, this is a lot more difficult because it's plastic.
We're gonna
And
ask
it's
for it
not
again.
gonna like
Relax.
go back
We can let
into
you walk under
shape.
your own power. You just gotta work with us.
It's like fuzzy, and I don't know if it'll ever
I'm
go
also
back
asked
normal.
down 8 times for a cup to be released. My cup to be released soon.
What's wrong with the cuffs?
The one on my right wrist is way too tight.
We'll discuss that here in a
And
little
I
bit.
have I'm not supposed to be affecting them since the rest up front too. That's in my record.
Do you have any patient information?
I'm 3 months pregnant.
So, Scoop is the jail wants medical clearance because she's claiming she's pregnant, and there was phone on her, so they're gonna make sure everything's fine.
I might just snip
She's
this
claiming
piece
she's gonna
off,
refuse
because every
full
time I
yearly
make progress, I
process.
start back at the top. It starts going,
I don't know
doing
why,
it.
because you kicked so much and you slid them up your
Like
wrist.
I already did the bottom. Why is it still doing it? Well, at least I made it some inches, you know?
Here's what I'm gonna do. Stand up. Don't give me any trouble.
Okay, take this route.
Yeah.
I'm not taking them off, but I'm gonna loosen them.
So
Get a
I'm
little bit
rolling
of
the
tight.
brush down.
Okay.
Roll it like
Can I be
this.
arrested up front?
No. That a little bit looser there for you?
No.
Let's slide it down your wrist, that's why. It's up on above your wrist bone there. That's what happens when you fight with us, though. This is what happens. Okay? So just chill. Just chill. Okay, I can get a finger in there. I'm gonna double lock them up again. Hang on. Alright. Does that feel a little bit better?
Sure.
Well, I'm asking you. I'm trying to work with you.
I want to go home is what I want.
We know what
I
you want to
guess
do, but
that's
it's not
true.
gonna happen. So just stop.
It should never hurt if you hold the hair at the top, like you should be pulling against yourself.
Samantha, did you have a P.O. box in Cameron?
Yep.
Okay.
I don't live there anymore though. I'm this morning.
Okay.
Just to identify it.
In the end, Samantha was charged with disorderly conduct and possession of multiple controlled substances, resisting an officer, and retail theft. Moving on to Sarah, the woman who thought it was a good idea to shoplift at Walmart while leaving her young daughter abandoned in the car.
Just let me put the stuff back.
We're gonna take you down to the ground if you don't stop.
Let me go. Let me go.
Stay on the ground.
Can I sit up? You can't breathe. You're
Well,
good.
maybe you shouldn't have done this.
On the 15th of September 2024, officers were called to a Walmart for a retail theft in progress. Upon arrival, they saw Sarah sprinting out of the store with unpaid merchandise, only to discover her hiding in the most unconventional of places.
Just let me put the stuff back.
Okay. Why are you doing this?
My friend was making me do it.
Okay,
Oh, buddy.
okay, well stop running, okay?
Okay.
What all did you take?
Just clothes. You wanted clothes. Just clothes.
Here, grab
No,
it.
just give it to me. Go.
All right, here, we're gonna go back there. Pick that up.
35 Penzance here over there.
I don't want to be doing it. I got a baby. I owe the money.
All right, well you shouldn't be doing this. Here, we're gonna be going over here.
168. I just go.
013168 at 2108.
Why are you
Can I just give you the stuff back, please? Please.
We're gonna go over here and we'll talk about it. Yeah.
I'm an 8-month-old baby. Here she is.
Alright, you don't need to be answering that right now.
Central cover, I'm gonna switch to 3 for a minute. Central cover.
Do you have an ID on you?
I'm gonna be out of Walmart with 32.
Do you have an ID on you?
No, I don't.
What's your name?
Look at this big mess. I got most of it out. I got freaking several inches out of it. But Jesus. He doesn't want to listen.
Here, what all did you take? We're gonna be going through your purse right now, okay?
Despite her attempts to evade responsibility, she couldn't escape the reality of her actions.
I already know who you are.
No, I'm not.
I didn't even say it. I already know who you are.
How do you know who I am?
Stop pulling away. Stop pulling away.
My name.
Stop pulling away.
Please let me go.
Stand behind your back.
Stop pulling away.
Please. My baby. I don't have anybody to watch my baby.
Okay, stop.
We're gonna take it on the ground. Knock it off. Knock it off.
No, stop.
Okay, stop.
Stop pulling away.
My baby's in the car by herself.
Okay, we'll make arrangements. Knock it off. We're gonna take you down to the ground if you don't stop.
Please let me go. Let me go. Let me go. I'm not. You guys are gonna. How do you know who I am? Look up my name. Look my picture up. I have my ID. I have my ID. Yeah, I don't know you.
You got it.
16 and 13 point.
I'm not going.
Have a good night. See you next time.
You guys are going to do this. Please let me go. I have to go to my baby. Let me go to my baby. Please. Please. Please, I have to go to my baby. Please. Please. I'm begging you. Please. I'm begging for my damn baby. Stop.
Can I get a note, you know?
Please.
Stop resisting. You're under arrest.
Please. Please let me go. Please.
Fruit on the bottom.
Astro yogurt with fruit on the bottom. Seriously.
I might be making it.
Just stop pulling away. I'm gonna put these handcuffs on you and then we'll talk about it.
Aww.
I'm begging you. I'm gonna stop. I promise I'll stop.
Put your hand on your back now.
All right.
Put your other hand behind your back.
I'm going to. You don't have to do that. I cut my baby for it. That's all. Please.
30.
I'm telling you.
Stay on the ground.
Can I sit up? We can't breathe.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have done this. How about that?
Please. Let me sit up.
All right, we got her detained.
I just want to say.
She seemed convinced that playing the mother card would earn her sympathy or a free pass, but officers weren't buying it. Little did she know, her being a mother wouldn't shield her from the consequences of theft.
You detain me for no reason. My ID's in there.
I'll get all her info. Yeah.
That's insane, man.
You're under arrest for retail theft.
Look at how fucking fuzzy it is.
At the very least, and resisting. What do you mean no?
You arrest me for no reason.
Retail theft.
Okay.
And resisting.
Can I stand up?
I don't know, you gotta cooperate?
I'm sorry.
You caused this.
I have an 8-month-old.
Okay, and you come in here to steal with an 8-month-old.
Can I stand? For me. None of it is.
Huh? Too bad.
32. 34 is asking if she's needed at Walmart too.
I'm not doing this. This is crazy.
No, revert 10-4.
I'm not going to go anywhere. promise. I promise.
Damn, if I was arrested for having stank ass pot, then it's 2016 before it's legal in Canada.
Hey, Mikhail, I'm gonna take her.
Let's go around. If they need me first, otherwise I'll go.
Look at this Big Max.
You guys hearing me? My baby's up there. Can I go to my car? Please, can I go to my car?
No, at this point, I mean, we already explained this to you. We're gonna be going over here tonight.
Please, let me go to my car. Please, please, let me go to my car. I gotta go to my car. Are you listening to what I'm saying? My kids are...
I already explained this to you.
Where they at?
32, we're on the grocery side.
Please, my baby is there. Please let me go. I have to go to my baby, please.
Alright, stop.
I'm not going anywhere.
Alright, stop going away.
I'm not going away.
Stop to this side right
My baby.
Wait, hold on.
Before we get you in the car, all right, is there anything on you?
No.
Okay, listen.
The only reason I'm freaking out is because I have my baby somewhere where I...
Where? I need to know. Where? If you don't tell me, this is on you. So where's your baby at?
On Nicholson.
Where?
I don't know the address. It's on Nicholson. She's on Nicholson. Please.
All right.
Can you take me to her?
Hold on. You need to get in the car.
The red Kia?
Guaranteed her baby
No.
was not.
What car are you in?
It's a white Ford.
Where's your red
Focus.
Kia?
My sister's using it.
You better, don't you?
Right here.
All right, you got to go in the car, okay?
I'm just gonna make sure you don't have anything on you.
All right. Uber's on the way anyway. Take a seat for me, okay? Get the belt on her. Put the belt over. All right. Look his way for a second, okay? Where's your baby at?
Listen, I don't know the address.
You gotta know where your baby's
I
at.
don't know the address.
But the kid's not here though, right?
No.
I'll keep trying till I get it right.
If I was in the States and I was arrested for stank ass pot,
Who's he with?
I would kick and scream and make them put me in a hobble and charge me for resisting. Just gonna give them the hardest time possible. Don't fuck with me. I'm just kidding.
And now let's talk about
You
Mary
think twice
Higgins,
about arresting
a
me
woman
for
who
pot.
called 911 while at Walmart, only to turn on the officers sent to help her and attack them instead.
Okay, listen. You called me for help.
You want to play?
I'm not messing with you. I'm asking you what's going on.
Do you want to be tested?
Okay. Stop. Stop. I'll rip you apart. You run. Don't try me.
On the 14th of March 2024, police officers received 2 calls from a Walmart, both related to an unruly customer. Store staff had called the cops on Mary Higgins, who was refusing to leave the premises. When officers arrived, Mary immediately challenged them.
You called the cops. I'm here. What's going on?
Come on. These people surrounded me. I don't care who does.
Okay. Okay, so what is going on? That's what I'm asking you.
These people here, he does.
Okay. You don't start. Okay, listen. You called me for help.
Oh, you're gonna play that?
What is going on? That's what I'm asking you. I just didn't want to be in the corner. Okay? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is to step out of the door.
Yeah. You wanna play?
Listen.
You wanna play?
I'm not messing with you. I'm asking you what's going on.
Do you wanna be arrested?
Okay. Stop. Stop. Stop.
Bitch falls to the ground.
Stop! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Stop! 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 Mother... Stop! Try me! Stop! Try! Stop! Try! Stop! Try me! Stop! Stop it! Stop!
Left with no choice, the officers had to restrain her, something she was clearly not happy about.
You are under arrest!
Come on. Daddy. I have you yelling at me.
I want to order some hair clips because this is annoying.
No.
He's always like,
Stop! I think it's quick.
I got you.
so I paid like 300 Canadian for this, which is about 180 American.
Stop!
We're in the main entrance. We got a customer.
Good, you got a customer.
Alright.
You said undercover.
Stop. Is there anything on you we can know about?
Undercover.
Is there anything that's gonna hurt us, poke us, stick us on you?
No.
Any weapons?
No.
Alright, are you gonna sit up for us? Or are you gonna give us more problems?
That's how it instantly started.
You too.
Alright. No.
Stop! Stop! No, we don't hobble! No, we don't hobble!
No, there's actually no back under it. There's nothing underneath the...
Who's this thing? Relax.
There's nothing under here. It doesn't need a fan.
I don't need you.
There's like no foam on the inside. This is actually wires now that I feel it. It doesn't even have foam in here either.
Stop! No, it's gotta go. Yeah. You have a hobble on it. Stop! Stop! Okay. Okay, you ready? Roll your other side.
Alright, we'll do it for you then. Sit up.
You want to do shit?
Stay like this.
I'm gonna do shit. I'll rip you apart.
Mary didn't make things easy, and she was doing everything in her power to complicate the situation.
Don't try me.
Yep.
I tried to help her.
Undo that bump.
What a fucking mess.
Is that her phone?
Yeah, it's all.
I don't like it. I should not have taken it out of the braid. It was braided and it was starting to look messy. Like,
if you're someone that
holy.
suffers from having sensitive teeth, but you want them whiter, I recommend Sensodyne Clinical White.
Shit. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look for something to keep wigs in shape.
Another officer showed up to help calm things down, but it quickly became clear that things weren't going according to plan.
Hello. My name's Sergeant Jackson.
Hi, Sergeant Jackson.
So, walk me through your interaction with my officer today. Kind of explain what happened.
What would you like?
We'll start from the beginning. When my officer got on scene, what happened?
Oh, I took my girlfriend and to get a couple of things so we could feed everybody.
Okay.
And get everybody well. Okay.
I can't get
To
this
get
over
everybody
my
well.
head. Like I'm
Well,
supposed to be able to hold
I'm
it
feeling
big.
well then, I take it.
Big murder.
Okay.
And my head is just
I had
really
them all
big.
well.
You had them all well. Okay.
Because nobody wanted to ask.
Okay. I'm concerned about the interaction that you had with my officer, though. So kind of talk to me once the officer got there and you were talking to her. What happened? Is there a reason why you were fighting with my officer?
There's 4 of you.
No, I'm asking you why it took 4 of them to get you restrained.
I'm asking you that.
Well, no, like, why did they have to restrain you in the first place? First of all, you know why?
I don't care.
Okay. So
Because that's
basically, what I'm getting now is you don't want to talk to me about your interaction with my officer.
Why?
Well, because that's my job to investigate the use of force and what came to that. You know what I mean? I want to know why you and my officers had to fight.
Well, yeah,
You what? I'm sorry.
not that.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll just take that as you don't want to talk to me then, okay?
Yeah, it had one
All
big
right.
braid.
What's that?
Not like a
Upon
bunch of
further
little ones, but just a
investigation,
bit.
witnesses revealed that Mary had been aggressive with employees, and when they found the man linked to her, he too proved difficult and was taken into custody. In the end, Mary Higgins was charged with assault on an officer and resisting arrest. Up next is a thief who already had a warrant out for her arrest, yet still thought it was a good idea to commit theft. On October the 15th, 2021, officers observed a woman entering a store. Upon realizing that she had an active warrant for arrest, they took action.
Oh, hey, Miss Ingram, what you doing? What are you doing? Hey, what are you doing, man? Ah! Stop, you got a warrant. What? I got a warrant? Yeah. Please, wait, can I just use the restroom?
No, stop.
Yeah, these cops on me talking about I got a warrant. Can you call my number?
Stop resisting. Stop resisting.
On the way! Brandon!
Give me your hands.
Brandon!
Give me your hands.
I'm in Walgreens. Call my number 386-868-9636. Brandon!
Oh, thanks, Rob.
Brandon, they saying I got a warrant.
Hey, take it easy.
No!
Darcy,
Bro, call my mom.
What's the number?
386-898-1681.
Do you wanna smoke? Do you think I can smoke weed while wearing this?
Give us your hands.
Nah. The jaw doesn't open that much.
386. Give us your other hand. T, take it. Give us your other hand.
No! I don't know what you're doing.
Stop, you're gonna be tased.
No, please don't.
Stop, you're gonna be tased. Give us your hand. Give us your hand. Take it easy, all right? Stop.
I don't want to break the teeth.
I'll call her. I'm gonna call her right
Get her on her back. Wait, can I get on? Sorry, wait, my AirPods.
We're grabbing. We want you to get on sitting. Can you get in a sitting position?
Yes, can you please let me go?
Watch whatever that was. Yeah. She's grabbing for something over there.
Please,
Get her to the recovery position.
wait.
Come on, we're gonna roll up here.
Can you sit up so you can breathe?
Roll to your right side. Roll to your right side. Roll to your right side. Terica.
No, please.
I'm trying.
What the f is that? That is not mine, bro. That is not mine.
Okay.
That is, I swear to God, on everything I love, that is not mine, man. That is not mine.
That's why you were pulling it out of your pants.
No, I wasn't pulling nothing out of my pants. That is not fucking mine, man. Jeez, please, we can run the cameras back. That is not mine, man. Please. Please.
A gentle bong rip. How will it make suction if I can't put it in my mouth? I have a silicone bong in the house. We could try that sometime.
Stop. Stop. Stop.
I also have a balaclava over my mouth, so I don't think it'll even work.
No, what the f is that? I don't know. Please let me know first. No, the f didn't, man. We can run the camera.
Ow! Neither one of them are double locked yet. So.
Why you putting it so
Yep.
tight?
Stop reaching around.
No,
Stop.
because you're trying to say I
Stop.
have something I need to
Stay
fucking
seated.
have. Please, Brandon.
The everyday stress of life can trigger a vaginal yeast infection, or VYI. Don't let symptoms like itching, burning, and unusual
Oh, are you talking to me? Hey, Siri. Can you call 386?
I think I'm just gonna throw it on. I was thinking I could use this balaclava as like a balaclava underneath, Or I could figure out how to attach it to the front of my VR headset so I could play in VR while...
We'll test it all, don't worry. Alright, stand up.
Maybe I'll make a different one to attach to VR.
Alright, well, you got a warrant, so...
For what?
Aggravated weapon and something else. Alright, let's go outside.
The officers tried to take her into
No wonder why I
custody, but it
can't
was
see through
easier
that.
said than done.
There's like a grid here, and the paint has filled the holes.
Keep going.
How long have I had a warrant?
For like 3 weeks.
What?
Yeah.
For what?
Let's go. Walk. Walk. Come on, quit being ridiculous. Let's go.
Can you call my Harry? Can you call Harry attorney, please?
That's gonna go with
That's,
the property.
that's y'all breaking my rights. I'm not allowed
You're not violating your rights, alright? Not saying that at all.
I'm not allowed to make a call. She's trying to say I had on me. Like, come on, that's not.
You wanna search her again?
Check me, I don't care.
I am.
Quit reaching for
You
stuff.
can take this stuff off of me. Check me.
Stop.
Ow!
Stop.
Why are you doing
Quit
all
moving
this?
around. Quit
What do
moving
you mean
around.
I'm not fucking moving?
You are moving around.
Damn!
We have to search you.
I don't care. Search me.
Okay, but quit moving around. Make our job easy for us, alright?
Can we run the cameras back? What store are we at?
Walgreens.
329. Is this Woodland?
Yeah.
No, I don't stay here. I stay at Daytona. This is pretty bullshit, yo. Can I please use my phone? One call, sir.
Let's get through this first. One thing at a time, please. One thing at a time. There's a process. There are steps we got to follow. All right. Let us get through this step, and then we'll work on the next step. Stay up. Stay right here. Just stay right here. We told you what the warrant's for.
From when? 3 weeks ago.
We will look it up.
What?
We will look it up.
I can't even call my mom.
Nobody said that we didn't let you call anybody. Again, there's steps to everything. Can you stand still so this lady can help or search you, please?
There, I don't check. I can't check when you're moving like that. On me, I never have.
Yeah.
That's why I don't say what the hell is she talking about.
So we got the ponytail.
Did you
And
already
it
get
was
the other
braided. I shouldn't have undone it, to be honest. So we got
Here, turn towards the car. He's gonna take the other cuffs off, and you only have the one. Turn
just to
towards
keep
the
it
car,
from being
or
tangled. That's
stay
why I
just like
did that.
Stay perfect.
But
I need to just
perfectly
make
still.
a call, sir.
I think it's time for a bomb
Let us
rip.
get through this step, and we'll let
Quit grabbing for Stop. Stop. What are you doing?
Push me.
Okay, in the car. In the car.
I don't care. Stop pushing me.
Get in the car.
We can just put her there for a bit, right? That's fine, right?
Quit banging around back there. We're gonna wrap you up again.
Okay, listen.
Where's my
Listen
tail?
now. Listen now. Okay? Are you gonna stop acting a fool?
I can't breathe. You
Nobody's preventing you from breathing.
We're going to jail a lot of time.
Okay.
Like, come on, dude. I can't breathe. Come on. No, man. Can I make a call?
Are you gonna act like an adult? Okay.
Are you gonna act like an adult?
Once you calm down and you start acting like an adult, we will start talking to you about making a call. If you continue this attitude, bouncing around, acting childish, we will not let you make a call, and you can make a call once you get to jail.
The suspect, 29-year-old Terica Engram, tried to act innocent, but the truth soon came out.
All right, so you have
Put her in a
a
plastic bag.
nationwide extradition no bond warrant signed by Judge Foxman for charge 1 and 2 are aggravated battery with a weapon. Charge 3 is battery. I don't know. You'll have to find that out. Yeah, well, it's a warrant, so it was signed by Judge Foxman on 9/23/2021. With your address as 848 Oak Street in Daytona. And your Terica
Mask is
Lenzer
alright.
Ingram.
Doesn't fit me very well. It feels more comfortable now that I'm wearing a balaclava under it because it's made of plastic and there's no like foam for it to press against your face. Doesn't fit my face very well.
See, you get a warrant, so.
And then the wig doesn't fit very well either. I think I might have to get like another elastic or make a hood for it, or maybe I'll just like glue it onto here. Yeah, serial killer vibes.
Oh, we'll explain it all to you, but we want to know, we make sure to get our facts right before we say anything, alright? We're not going to accuse you of something or anything. We want to make sure we know what we have before we confront you, okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Your mom's on the way to come pick up your truck, okay? Okay.
Aw, she's pretty
Let
cute.
her speak to her mom.
If she wasn't so cute, I would be disappointed. Because it doesn't fit on my head very well. The hair's getting all tangled.
Oh, you're talking about the card?
It doesn't have a back to the hood at
We got
all.
questions for you. We'll ask you here in a second. Talk to you about it.
That's all okay because she's cute.
Alright. I'll see you later, Keith.
It would be in-state. But
Yeah, that's what you said. The other one was like violation
Yeah.
of community control, but it's not a violation warrant for probation or anything.
I'm not on.
Yes, sir.
I'll ask him real
Call
quick.
her.
Sorry, guys.
You're fine. What's going to
I
happen
just tried to
from
put
here,
the weed back in the
we'll
grinder
transport you out to
because I was
the
holding it in my hand.
branch jail. Once we get out there, they're gonna run you through the scanner, make sure you don't have anything hidden in or on your body. I'm not saying you do, but they're gonna check anyway. So then they'll take the handcuffs off.
I like
get your
it.
picture, get your fingerprints and
For
all that stuff. They'll let you
$300,
get
like,
numbers out of your
it's a
phone.
good deal. I got a
So
deal.
you can make phone calls.
It
They
almost
have,
looks just like my persona. That actually isn't my persona. It just happens to be somebody from my hometown who has a persona that looks extremely similar to mine. Mine is white under her nose bridge. It's the same color on the nose, and the ear tips aren't brown. But they don't seem to be brown on this piece anyways.
So first of all,
So I'll just have to take a bright, dry
we have questions.
white brush
about
and
what
paint
was
all
in your
the
pants. Obviously, you had your phone. You had
white
your
around here,
wallet.
and then maybe glue some
What was
whiskers in there.
The green container.
I like how the filter's working on her.
That wasn't.
Isn't that cute? Filter works on her.
Okay. So if it's not yours, do you know where it might have come from?
Alright, let's hit the bong token. You packed? You ready to hit it?
I don't know. I was on top of
I don't really want to watch this anymore. Are you smoking?
Wait! I gotta tell you about something very important. We got new merch! That's right. You ever, you want to lie to people and tell them that you know somebody who died from Ozempic? Now you can. Buy this shirt right here. It looks really good. Tell them that this is your uncle and that he died from Ozempic and that... I don't... Business in the front, party in the back. It's a double-sided shirt. We got new merch! We also got a nice bomber jacket. And it's a nice mesh shorts with it, right? Both with the meat patch. And also, we have a beautiful sketchbook. Look at that thing. I want to write my recipes in that. I'm cooking up something fun. What am I cooking up? New merch! So please check out our new merch. Please consider supporting this channel. This really does help us out. Like I said, buy the new merch. That's all I got.
I have merch. You guys gonna buy my merch? I'm just kidding.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about family chain dine-in restaurants.
Right on. I love the furry community.
Fantastic, huh?
Furries are, it's just a really great community. I like how anonymous it is. I like how you can make friends with no additional context. The group chats, especially local group chats, are safe places. They're usually safe places from my experience, and you're not expected to have like a sexual relationship with people who you talk to, where it feels like when you go into other places on the internet, say I start messaging somebody on the internet, they're gonna immediately start flirting with me. Well, it just feels like as a furry, it's not the context, man. They're not even into people. They're into animals. I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's nice to have a community that is safe to be around, and there's lots of locals, and it's not all perverted, is what I'm trying to say. Is a lot of people think it's all perverted and it's a bunch of creeps. Well, I'm gonna say, as a kid, I never got abused. I hung out with some very safe and mature adults that were cool. I remember being 18 and the drinking age being 19. And some Americans came over to the border to the Toronto Furry Convention, and they gave me these shots of chocolate liqueur. It was so good. It tasted like dark chocolate, but it was also liquor. And it was so good. And I wasn't legal age, but, you know, I think I was like 4 or 5 months away from being legal drinking age. Anyways, I lost some viewers.
Wow, that was a mouthful.
That's the title. We are almost primarily a food ranking channel at this point, from the amount of food that we consume and rank on this channel, albeit from maybe items from your childhood, nostalgic items, everyday items, into disgusting doomsday ending items as well. But one thing that has been a constant source of debate, at least here at the Meat Canyon Studios, is what's the best family dine-in chain, right? From your Applebee's to your Cheesecake Factories. Which one's the best? I had to know. So I took the crew out along with my beautiful, beautiful wife, and we decided to go out and try all of them in one day. Mistake number one. The list of places that we decided to go was Cheesecake Factory, Yard House, Applebee's, Chili's, Texas Roadhouse, Outback Steakhouse, Red Lobster, and Olive Garden. Ladies and gentlemen, have sympathy for I and us. We. By the end of this excursion, we wiped us out. That's all I gotta say, it wiped us out. So, without further ado, we're going to take this as a what's the best place for your weekly after church meal. Roll the beginning.
Hey party people, it's the Hancock family coming at you with another Sunday vlog. We just got done going to church, Jehovah's Witness, right? And we witnessed the Lord today, and boy, oh boy, are we hungry. Now, every Sunday, I'd like to take all the fam out. Smile, say something. To go and get a nice Sunday lunch.
Okay, it's happening.
We're sitting here asking ourselves, what's the best... Ow. I said, don't do that. I said, stop that. What's the best place to sit down and have a nice family meal?
What does your shirt say, Jacob?
It says bruh.
Bruh.
With a frog on it.
What's so funny? Stop it. Don't touch that. Don't touch that. Today we're going to be ranking every family sit-down restaurant chain. So come along and stay hungry, because we're about ready to get into it.
Okay, so first we went to Cheesecake Factory.
1, 2, 3, Cheesecake Factory!
Right, and before we went to all of these places, we had our items already chosen just to save time, because just even commuting between these places is gonna take forever. I think the whole day was like 10 hours, 9 or 10 hours, something like that, okay? Long time, which pretty much means that between each place, it's gonna take almost a minimum of an hour. Okay, didn't think about that. I don't know why that, probably because we've done nothing but fast food before. So usually it's just go through the drive-thru, bullshit around, and then go to the next place. No. You're in it for the long haul here. But we started off at Cheesecake Factory.
Smile, Jacob. Hi. Cheesecake Factory, I am so excited.
For our appetizer, we ordered the fried mac and cheese. For our entree, the bacon burger.
Double bacon.
For the dessert, we got the strawberry cheesecake.
Don't do that shit where you cover your mouth. Let's see it.
Yeah.
There it is.
There it is.
And the drinks, we got a factory peach Bellini.
Scimpanzini bananini.
And the entire total was $85. This kind of became the idea of the rankings was we're going to base it on their appetizer, their entree, a dessert, house cocktail, and atmosphere. The general vibe of everything, right? Just to give context, the atmosphere first before you talk about any of the food. Cheesecake Factory, I don't understand. It's not really a factory. And there's a little bit of cheesecake, but not a lot of it. When I hear Cheesecake Factory, I either want industrial machines with like little belts of cheesecakes going around or anything. I mean, I don't know. I'm so confused by the aesthetic choice.
The masking. I think
I'm the same way with this.
With women, a huge symptom of autism is masking. We tend to not understand social interactions, so we start adopting like idols, almost like being hyperfixated. So like, I am Becca the cat. I don't understand myself as other than Becca the cat because my name's Becca and I like cats. But the idea that being able to invent myself a new identity feels very similar to like social interactions in general. I would understand this is like pretty similar to cosplay, in the sense that some people have lots of costumes or lots of different characters, or it is different than cosplay because it's more like about identity, but you could be cosplaying as well. Like a lot of people aren't really like weird about it. Is what I'm trying to mean to say.
The spaghetti factory. I picture like Italians in a factory.
Well, yeah, but we're talking about Cheesecake Factory, so. On the walls, I mean, the whole thing is like, is it supposed to be like Tuscany?
Yeah, Little Italy.
It's like a Little Italy thing, but it looks like a weird mixture of like, I don't know, a fucking palace and Dune, a set piece of Aladdin. Like it kind of has a Middle Eastern touch to it for some reason. Did you get that vibe?
I didn't.
I got that. As soon as I was walking in, I was like, this feels like a Middle Eastern guy with a gold watch on. I'm like, that's the Cheesecake Factory to me. I haven't been to one of these in a long time. Don't get me wrong. Like we'll go to like Red Robin or like get food from there just because we have one close to us. But it's not like we're like, hey, let's go and hang out at Red Robin. Like that's not convenient for us. So every time we went to some place, I don't know if it was at Cheesecake Factory, but a lot of them had the general manager's name on a sign outside of the building. We're really going to be putting Benjamin to the test here. General manager, put a picture of him up. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Maybe if you can complain.
Yeah, well, I know who I'm supposed to talk to. It's just like, oh, of course it's him. Whatever, it doesn't matter. All I know is the vibe. I was just like, Cheesecake Factory does this thing where it's like, I want to be fancy, but at the same time, it's like, this is one of the trashiest things I've ever experienced in my life. It really is. I mean, they give you a pocket Bible for the menu, and they're like, actually, make up your own menu item, and we'll just make it. They're like, we have everything you could ever want. But because of that, you know that everything's going to be frozen, and they're going to fucking microwave it, whatever. But I gotta say, actually, I'll start off with this. I'll say the macaroni, the fried I mean, it's cheese and pasta. All right, and it came on some like Chef Boyardee queefed out juice on the plate. It was whatever. It was fine. I'm gonna hog those down all day. I gotta say though, right now, the bacon burger, that was good eating.
That was good.
That was a damn fine burger. Albeit, and I had to dock some points here, it was soupy. It was a sloppy girl. It's like a big old girl mud wrestling. I mean, that's what it felt like eating that son of a bitch. I mean, it was good. Don't be wrong. Hey, it was fun. We were rolling around the hay, but I'm just saying. That's everything you take it. We had to cut it up into these micro bites, and we would you'd grab it, and you're fucking. And that's one thing about me. This is a personal pet peeve. I don't know if you feel the same way. I hate disgusting textures on my hands. That's almost why I never do like fried chicken or anything really greasy. I can't do it. All right. I know he's fat. I'm a big fat son of a bitch, but still, I have to work around that. All I'm saying, dry bun. That's all I wanted. Just a nice dry bun. Instead, it was soupy. What do you do? And I will say, god damn, dude. Going to the Cheesecake Factory and not ordering yourself a slice of cheesecake's like going to fucking Thailand and not having sex with a lady boy. The fucking cheesecake was incredible. I'd probably just go there just to be like, can I just have a cheesecake?
That's what they have the cheesecake counter.
Yeah, you don't have to sit down in there. You're just like, I just want to get a cheesecake to go.
It was really good.
Oh god, it was probably the highlight of the meal. the cheesecake. Ooh. So good. And I will say it is the first one, so I tried to be relatively conservative with it.
So all in all, I would say I'm gonna give it a 7. 7 hallelujahs out of 10 so far. I think it's good. It's our first one. It could shift. I don't know. Guys, come on. Come on. Go.
A nice little 7. 7 hallelujahs out of 10 because we were doing the weird religious,
God is good and he accepts everyone.
Well, Well, not everyone.
Everyone.
I know. He'll learn. The person you see there, that's not really me. This is a character, all right?
What?
Yeah, just want to put that out there. But, I mean, if anything, these can change. But for now, 7 out of 10. That feels good. That's above average. I guess that's another factor is the price. $85. It was fucking expensive. We know that we're going to have a bit of a hit because we have to get a cocktail, like the house special cocktail at each place. $85. We got 1 burger, 4 macaroni bites. There was 5 of us. So, I mean, like, you had to, like, split it up and divvy it out.
I look like Kojima, dude.
And then a fucking peach champagne slush. 85. What is that? Doesn't that feel steep?
That's a lot. Times that by 4.
Especially like in hindsight now, did Cheesecake Factory really feel that much fancier than? I mean, don't get me wrong, it is fancier than some of them, but like, it's not like I was like, oh my god, like the service is incredible or whatever. You know, whoa. You know, I don't think I was ever like Great Gatsby party kind of like level of
Okay, I'm gonna bust.
excellent elegance.
Yeah.
A stroke there for a second. Next up, we went to Yard House.
1, 2, 3, Yard House.
So, what do you do? What do I do?
You need to tuck it in. Tuck it in.
I don't like
Tuck it in.
I don't want to.
Hey, so here we are at Smile. Here we are at Yard House. Now this is kind of a brewery. Can you say brewery?
Brewery.
That means beer, I think. We're gonna be testing out to see if this is gonna compete with Cheesecake Factory. I hear there's a lot of nummy things in there.
Stop! Stop it!
My turn. My turn.
You know what? I get paid tonight.
It was on the list of chain restaurants that we had looked up because also like a lot of the restaurants are like gone now, like TGIF, like Ruby Tuesdays, BJ's, all that they're all gone. Like a lot of this is a dying breed, which we did start the day at Cheesecake Factory early in the day, so it wasn't that busy. Yard House already though, it was kind of fucking bopping, wasn't it?
Yeah.
A nice energy to it. Also already, I like the vibe of Yard House more. I kind of based it also off of if I was like a divorced dad, would I go there and like have a cocktail?
This is where you come once you get your divorce.
Yeah, whenever the woman's doing this, that's when you come here.
Which I know is counterintuitive to the family experience that we're doing. But in the back, I think of every man's mind, they're thinking, when it all goes to hell, where can I go? Where's my safe haven, right?
Oh, yeah.
So that's why you always keep it in your back pocket while you put on your happy face. Welcome to marriage. Yard House, the items we got for the appetizer, we got the boneless wings. The entree was the Korean barbecue cheesesteak. Dessert was the Oreo brookie. And then the drink was we got 2 of them because they're like a brewery as well. So we got their house IPA and the Long Beach tea. The atmosphere, 10 out of 10. I liked it. It felt like I was in a fucking like Tim Burton factory.
Oh yeah, with all the pipes.
With all the pipes and stuff. Kind of felt like I was in I thought Edward Scissorhands was going to come around and be like, cut up my salad or something like that. But otherwise, I remember the boneless wings on the appetizer. It was like octopus. You ever eat squid? Like chewy, like that.
It's like all fat.
It was weird. It's like it looked like it had the texture of breading, but then when you bit into it, you're like, this could not have come from anywhere but the ocean, is how I pictured it in my head. The dessert, the Oreo brookie, you have like a base level brownie thing, you put a fucking a la mode, throw ice cream on top of it, but then the fucking brownie cookie thing isn't even warm underneath. Listen, it's chocolate and fucking sugar. It's not like it's, hey, I'm not like John McCain in a cage fucking being like, like freaking out in a prisoner of war. But I was just like, why heat up the brownie? Am I wrong?
You're not wrong.
Okay. The highlight of it all, though, was the Korean barbecue cheesesteak. I don't know what kind of Korean juices they put on that, but delicious. They're on the fries, too. I'd gladly get that again.
It was really good.
100%. And then the Long Beach tea cocktail's okay. Jacob said that he liked the beer, but I think Jacob and Nick are very much like, you can just microwave a diaper, like a baby diaper, and they'd be like, So it's hard to... they're easy people to please. I don't know. And I don't drink beer, so I don't know how good it was, but Jacob liked it, so there was points. And also, the total was only $65.
Pretty good.
I thought it felt if not a little fancier than Cheesecake Factory. Once again, it's not the most elegant thing, but I wouldn't say, is it the same as like going to Chili's? No. $65 isn't bad.
And we got 2 drinks.
And 2 drinks on top of it, $65.
I'm just gonna shoot off the hip here, dude. It's kind of an industrial vibe. It's like a brewery in there. It was kind of vibe where it's like, guess what? You get in a fight with your wife. I'm chugging drinks at that place. For that reason, 7. 7 hallelujahs out of 10. Not bad. I was really praising the Lord with that one. You know what I mean? On par with Cheesecake Factory, just because the cheesecake at the first one was so good, and the burger. The food itself, like Yard House, I feel like I would probably be disappointed as a whole. Like if I tried everything, I'd be like, I was mostly disappointed with everything on the menu. Which I think kind of by this point too, it was really settling in how long this was going to take, and I gotta tell you, it was creating a lot of not tension but depression. Like everybody's moods was kind of sinking to the bottom of the ocean, and that only got exacerbated by our next stop, which was Applebee's.
Quiet down! I've had enough! One more time. Let it happen one more time, or else we're not going to the other 7 fucking restaurants.
Oh.
Shut up! Stop playing with your shit back there, Nick. I can see you doing it. Would you ease it up on the fucking driving? You're scaring me.
I'm trying to navigate.
All right, guys, come on. Family photo.
1, 2, 3. Applebee's. Applebee's.
His wife also has a YouTube
Really
channel.
fuck. Now, when I tell you
like, "You're
Applebee's,
Papa," and I think
there's
she's a
no way Applebee's makes it another 10 years. I went to my grandmother's funeral this year, and it was less depressing than walking into this Applebee's and having lunch.
Well, that's because your grandma was an evil woman.
Fair. For Applebee's, we got the appetizers, boneless wings. It's the same shit everywhere, too. Why don't you get some boneless wings? And then their entree, what they're known for, was a quesadilla burger.
Yeah.
The dessert was a triple chocolate meltdown. I just didn't tell you what it is. You're like, what is that? It's a triple chocolate meltdown. I was like in the seat having like a panic attack thinking about it coming.
I forgot. What was it? Was it a brownie?
It's just a fucking hodgepodge of sauces and chocolate and stuff. There's really no discernible shape to it. It's like a brownie, ice cream, all the same shit as everywhere else. And then the drink, we tried to do the Dollarita, but then she promptly told us, no, we don't do that, even though it's on the website. That was confusing. So then we just got their House Marg, which tasted like something you would get off of like a Walmart margarita mix kind of thing, you know? Like off the shelf margarita mix, you throw ice in a glass and pour it in. That's what it was. And it was like far too expensive for what it was. Anyways, we ate all of it. It was all dog shit. I will say this, their boneless wings at least had some semblance of crunch to them. The quesadilla burger, it makes me sick to even think about it still now. The buns are quesadillas. It's just like, God, just haunting. Also, it was just so sad. It was just so sad in there. All these old women fucking like chit-chatting around. They're talking so loud, but yet it's so hauntingly quiet. They get up and they do that fucking old person walk where they really like, they have to do this. It's like the fat fucking old people and they do this. You know what I mean? When they walk, they have like their bags out. Well, I gotta take this home to reheat. Need it later.
It's very depressing in there too.
Yeah, it was depressing. The fucking bartender had, what was his like name tag say good boy or something like that?
I tried to get it, but he was looking at me.
Do you remember what it said though? No. I think it said good boy or something, or cool guy. His thing said cool guy. He was just sitting there doing. But then anytime we would try to look at him, he'd be like, and he was like eyeballing us the whole time, which granted, my legs are a bit of a spectacle. I was being a little bit of a show pony, but still, you can't even see my legs behind it. We had a barrier, but he was still just.
He could hear us shit talking them.
Well, to be fair, it was rough. Fucking rough. They had like a weird homage to like the local area and stuff, and like a bunch of pictures of like hot rods. I don't know, like they do like a hot rod competition out in the parking lot. I don't know. The bill came, it was $41.31. Even the food, like listen, the idea of them are more disgusting than it actually was. Like the quesadilla burger, it's a fucking hamburger with a quesadilla bun. I mean, like you can eat it, it's gonna be fine, but is everything microwaved? Of course. It's gonna be microwave food. You can go. A lot of these places I think are designed for people to go and just be like, I'm gonna get drunk. It's mostly just a bar. The family aspect of all of them feel kind of dead as well. Like I remember back in the day, it was like Applebee's, Chili's, 54th Street Grill. It used to have like a bunch of shit on the walls. It was supposed to be like big and bombastic or whatever, which not that that's like any better, but now it's all stripped down. There's a cutout of The Rock in there because his tequila's there, and I was like, cool, dude. That was the flashiest thing, and then there's just pictures of motorcycles and weird frames on the wall. I don't understand it.
Applebee's, maybe the ugly duckling of the group. I feel like this used to be a very positive place.
Chicken
it used to be a place
brains
full
and
of
eggs?
whimsy. It was kind of a place you used to go to
Is
escape
that a
with your
thing?
family. That was one of the saddest experiences I've ever had in my life. Granted, it is during the day, but there was probably 3 or 4 old women in there eating alone. The music was played through a blown out speaker. The food all microwaved. It is what it is. You know, you're at Applebee's, right? I would feel good giving this place a 3 out of 10. I think 3 out of 10 is fair. I will say that was one of the most depressing dining experiences I've ever had in my life. Run away from this place. All right, we're almost halfway.
It's a 3. I think that's generous. You were even saying I was being generous with the scores too when we were on about. But, ladies and gentlemen, this was a huge breaking point. I mean, we were all shattered. I think it really set into stone too that was just our 3rd stop out of what was supposed to be 10 for the day, and that was very defeating. But then things started to turn around as soon as we went.
I'm gonna have to go back there just for a
Stop!
Cheese curds were amazing.
Stop it! I don't like it!
All right, family, we're at Red Lobster. Red Lobster on 3. 1, 2, 3. Red Lobster! Oh my God. Hey, under the sea.
I'm just kidding. I would never do that.
You're the jokester of the family. Don't fucking do that again.
Red Lobster it's like looking at God. I didn't realize how much of a good time I was going to have at Red Lobster.
They're going bankrupt too.
Chez Enterprise Mobility, nos experts voient toujours une autre.
Mark the day
So
that
the
this
cheese
video
curds in
goes
Quebec,
up. It is
they're
now
so
Papa
good.
Meats
They
Red
literally
Lobster Day.
squeak
Go
when you
out
eat
and
them.
support a Red Lobster.
squeak.
Because I gotta tell you, this was just a delightful experience. We had the lobster dip and cheddar biscuits. They're going bankrupt. They're like, I don't give a dude. Here's some free cheddar biscuits still. Apparently they had to get rid of the all-you-can-eat shrimp or something. Motherfuckers don't need to be going into a Red Lobster eating unlimited shrimp. I would gladly take that off the menu. If it keeps the cheddar biscuits, get rid of the shrimp. That's what I gotta say. The lobster dip, oh, absolutely divine. Also, the ambiance of a Red Lobster is odd. It's like I feel like I'm Pacific Northwest, or like I'm on some kind of bay looking out into the ocean, even though it's a Midwest parking lot.
Just right at that window right there. Look out there. The Atlantic. You can hear the.
Yeah, they were the
you can hear the
best cheese
seagulls.
curds I've ever had.
Or sometimes it kind of
And
even
I've
has the
had
vibe
some
that you're
good
in like
cheese
an old, like
curds.
you're in a
I'm
boat,
telling you.
a dinghy, as it were.
I used to
It
go
was
to
a
the
nice little
farmer's
cozy
market
vibe
every
in there.
week to get
The
cheese
staff,
curds.
it just felt alive. It felt alive in a nice way. I really enjoyed it. For the entree, we got the shrimp linguine Alfredo, and then for the dessert, we got the brownie overload, and for the drink, we got Jacob researched this thing, and he's like, "Yeah, order the lobster Caesar," and I was like, "What in the hell? What is that?" He's like, "Oh, I don't know. It's just a thing on the menu. It's there." So then when the nice waitress came over, she's like, "What would you like to drink?" I'd be like, "Let's do a round of waters, and then can we just try the lobster Caesar?" And then she did. Huh?
Are you talking about a drink or?
Yeah.
It's a drink, but I knew it was gonna.
It is. It's on the margarita.
And then I looked at Jacob, and he's like, "It's on the website." We were chatting, having a good time. We ended up getting the fucking Red Lobster like margaritas or something.
The two.
There's 2 of them: a passion fruit one and like a coconut one. Oh my god.
They're good.
First off, did not realize how large they were. They came out and they were in these giant fucking chalices, but then they also gave you little Red Lobster necklaces. How hot is that?
A+.
All this food started coming out. All the food was amazing, and then I started noticing this. Everyone's smiling. Everyone's breaking bread. Everyone's laughing and talking. The staff's coming over. We're all laughing. People next to us. Children are singing and laughing all around us, and I just realized is this not the family environment that I want? If I had to, after church every
Red
week, if I
Lobster
had to
was
go
my
somewhere, I
favorite
think Red
one.
Lobster would be a place. And after
My
it was
dad
all
was
said
like,
and
"Everyone
done,
get
we
your
left.
good clothes
Granted, the
on,
bill
we're
was
going to Red
$119,
Lobster."
but it was also we had 4 giant drinks. So I'd say it's probably comparable to
Quebec,
I would say
Montreal.
it's cheaper than Yard House. I'd probably say that. And as I was finished the check and I was walking out, stumbling around with my giant leg rot, gamer rot, diabetic rot ankles, I thought to myself, this place, this heaven.
I'm giving this motherfucker a 9 out of 10. Waitress was awesome. Staff was awesome. Shout out my boy Benjamin Ronian. Show his picture again. Hey, motherfucker knows how to run a clean ship. All right, 9 out of 10. That puts him on top so far in my book. They say good things only happen once in your lifetime. I think one of the good things that happened to me was going to Red Lobster. Boys, I don't think we're getting much better than this. I got f***ed up off that margarita. Come on.
If we would have not gone to any of them and this video could just be about Red Lobster, I probably would have done it. It was that good. Also, too, they have a nice fucking bar. Those cocktails, god damn, dude. I would love to just sit in there and watch like a fucking baseball game and just be like, I'm gonna get day drunk, eat cheddar biscuits, and eat shrimp Alfredo, whatever.
That lobster dip. Oof.
The lobster dip was fucking insane. Also, Harry, my adopted son, he can't have shellfish.
But we fed it to him anyways.
No, but he had cheddar biscuits and chips, and even he was like, it was amazing. So you tell me, all right?
The margarita.
And he did have the margarita, the passion fruit one. I'll tell you, both the passion fruit and the coconut one. You seriously got to go up there and get them. And we were riding a high. I mean, after this point, what's funny is we had Red Lobster, and then right across the street in the parking lot was also our next stop, which was Olive Garden.
Olive Garden on 3. 1, 2, 3. Olive Garden!
Olive Garden is interesting. You walk in way fancier than I expected. It kind of felt like a set piece to like White Lotus, that show on HBO, like a resort or something like that. You get a little touch of Italy in there. I've never been, but
You've never been to Olive Garden?
no, Italy.
Oh.
It's just, I kept saying this. Let's say you're 65, you're retired, and you're just like, I got a 2017 Mercedes. That's the kind of guy going to Olive Garden and getting wine drunk. And also, the only other experience I had with Olive Garden before this was we have a meteorologist here in Kansas City. His name's Brian Busby. Love him to death. Channel 9 News. He's gay. And after work one night, I went over. I used to work at this place called, well, whatever. I don't want to keep doxing all these places, but after work, across the way, there was an Olive Garden, and in there was Brian Busby at the bar with his mans. They were macking on each other, dude, and that motherfucker was wine drunk. And I sat there, and we noticed that he had his hand down the back, I'm not even joking, down the back of his boyfriend's pants and stuff, and he was like, I don't know if he was fiddling or doing whatever, but I was like, God damn, and I walked by him, I said, hey, Brian, what's the weather going to be like tomorrow, bud? And he looked at me, he said, I think there's going to be a chance for rain.
I just have a huge cleavage.
Lips all fucking stained red and his teeth are all red from the wine. It was awesome. Because I don't remember anything about the food. That's the only, every time I remember that. That's the only thing I remember is that there's going to be some chance for rain. So what now, because everybody talks about the appetizers, whatever, we just did the breadsticks. Because everybody's just like, oh, the breadsticks. So
I think
good.
I left
Breadsticks
my
are so
laundry on
good.
the clothesline.
I mean, I don't know.
All right.
It felt like some fucking like middle school cafeteria shit. Is it just the quantity of breadsticks you get that people like?
I think it's free.
It is free, but that's what I'm saying. Is it free and you get a ton of them?
I think that's what it is.
Okay.
It's just carbs. Just load up on carbs.
Load up on carbs. Well, at Olive Garden you have to, because we got the fucking tour of Italy, which is like chicken Alfredo as well, and then like another dish. I can't remember what all was on it. It's a sampler kind of thing, but it's like one of the most popular dishes.
Does it have this thing on the bag?
Lasagna.
The dessert, we got the black Thai mousse cake, and for the drink, we got the Italian margarita. It was whatever. Here's the thing, all the staff was really cool. I like the vibe of it. Once again, it's one of those places where I'd be like, is there a cricket game going on? Because I'd love to watch some cricket and get wine drunk at Olive Garden. The staff was cool. The atmosphere was kind of nice. It was nice and big in there, too. But the food, I mean, I would never go back to be like, oh, I have to go back. I got to get the tour of Italy again. I don't think I'd ever say that. That being said, people always told me, oh, Olive Garden, it's like the fancier side of whatever. You expect it to be like, oh, this is going to be much more expensive. $45.
To be fair, the appetizer is free, so I'd probably add another 15, 20 bucks.
Oh, true. Yeah, we didn't get the deal. So you probably could add, yeah. Let's just say conservatively 10.
Yeah, so 55.
55. It's still, I would say, I bet you'd be cheaper than Yard House.
Yeah.
Not Cheesecake Factory. God damn, dude. Cheesecake Factory. Drop that motherfucker to a 6. Seriously, that's too expensive. You know what? I'd give it a 6
altogether. I think the atmosphere is fine. The food's okay. The service was nice. It's kind of one of those strong senses too, where it's like, do you want seafood like Red Lobster, or do you want it Italian? And I'm like, I don't know. So all in all, I mean, I'd probably give it a 6. I wouldn't take a lady of the night here. All right, this is for wives, right? I think that's fair. I think that's fair.
I think it's like right in the middle. Would I do it every week? No, but it's like on a blue moon. Take your girl there, or go up there by yourself. Some fucking short khakis, some cargo shorts, and a nice polo tucked in with socks and sandals. Get wine drunk. Make some mistakes, dude. Why not?
We did make a family of 4 leave.
That I don't entirely know. There was a family of 4 behind us. Well, Jacob was up and he was like cutting the food for us. He was cussing up a storm and swearing and sweating all over the place. And I couldn't tell if there was 2 kids. I was like, God damn, dude, calm down. There's 2 children over there, and there's like their like bald father who was just like. But I couldn't tell if he was mad because the wife showed up late and he was like, and he got up and left. So I think he was just like, let's just fucking go. One of those things. Which whenever I have a litter of pups, I can't wait to do that. You know what? Let's just go home. Let's just go home. They were there for a while too. And then she showed up late. I don't know what happened. All I know is I'm like, there's some bad blood happening. The Olive Garden extravaganza might have been the straw that broke the camel's back is all I gotta say. But then we went to
Chili's. Whatever.
whatever. It's not fucking working. Okay, Chili's does have some good branding. Look at the peppers. Look at the chilies on the deal. Look at that. Hey, right up top. Right up top. It's not the most popular, because I think the most popular on this list is Texas Roadhouse now. But I would say Chili's is probably the most well-known, at least. Or I feel like everyone's probably been to a Chili's at once in their life. I want my baby back, baby back, baby back, baby back. I want my baby back, baby back. Chili's baby back ribs. Right? Which, Chili's, there's a couple things going for Chili's. They have the giant chili out in the front, which is kind of nice. There's chilies on the doors. And you get inside and you're just like, what the hell even is this supposed to be? I kind of like when restaurants have a little bit of a theme. Even sports bars have a bit of a theme, even if it's just like TVs everywhere. It's a sports bar. When I go into Chili's, the first thing you see is a giant baby back ribs text on a wall, and you're like, okay, I know the song, but then there's like weird witchcraft stone, like a hut, like a fucking hobbit's den. And then it branches into like, I don't know, borderline alt-right propaganda shit all over the wall. I don't know. It's so odd. I'm so confused by Chili's. The most popular appetizer is the boneless honey chipotle wings, because every place it's just fucking boneless wings every time. And then the dish, we got the baby back ribs, of course, because that's there's the fucking song. And the dessert, we got the skillet chocolate chip cookie. And then for the drink, we got the Presidente margarita, which let me tell you, the fucking El Presidente margarita was insulting. Jacob's sitting there like a giant toddler. He has his spit bib and his hard hat on, and this guy comes over and he's just like, here, let me pour the first one for you. Hey, if there's any mess, it's my fault, not yours.
I'll pour the first one if you don't mind. That way,
Sure.
if anybody makes a mess, it is my fault.
Count on a surround view monitor in the Kia Sportage to make navigating obstacles a breeze.
Are you seriously gonna show me
Get a 500.
Can't even skip it? Redonkulous, I tells you.
What the f do you mean? You don't think I can pour a margarita thing into a cup? I'm like, what kind of clientele are going here? It was all, I tell you what, baby back ribs, not a goddamn piece of meat on the bones. What the hell happened there? It was a half rack. I was like, where, hello? Barbecue sauce is tasty. But I remember a day and age when them ribs were thick with meat. Do you think we just got a young calf?
Yeah, probably.
Or do you think they're skimping down?
They're skimping.
I think they're probably skimping too. Everything was forgettable. I mean, I don't know. Like, once again, do you want to be the guy who's like, I'm probably gonna go up to Chili's and get drunk? As a meme, sounds funny, but as like your normal ritual, if I was single, if I was divorced, I feel like I'd just be sad going to a Chili's. Also, all these places are blaring like pop music. And that was a plus for Olive Garden, was it was like a little, but at the same time I was like, okay, well, I get it, we're fucking in Italy, dude. But it's like, whatever, like some Italian music. But everywhere else it was just fucking Katy Perry. I kissed a girl and I liked it. And you're like sitting there looking at these like baby back ribs with no fucking meat on them, and you're like, just biting the bone, because what else can you do? I give it a 5. You know what? Fuck it, 4. It's a 4. I would go there over Applebee's any day of the week. I mean, Applebee's, don't ever go. Seriously. I don't know what else to tell you. I just wouldn't go.
Unless they had beer pong tournaments.
No. No. Chili's and Applebee's, I'm not even gonna lie. I'm so disappointed because I went through life being like, oh, I love Chili's.
We've given out so many gift cards.
We have. That's kind of been the meme. Is we'll give you a Chili's gift card. Now I can't anymore. I have to figure out a new one.
Red Lobster.
It's gonna have to be Red Lobster, but then they might go fucking belly up. So then where am I supposed to go? Red Robin. We'll switch the whole operation over to Red Robin. We'll be okay. Next up, we went to Texas Roadhouse.
Dad, it's time to go eat.
Your dad's having a diabetic episode.
Dad, it's time to go eat. Time to eat again, come on.
Jacob, give Pop a hand.
Get his insulin while you're at it.
Get off me.
Ow!
1, 2, 3. Texas Roadhouse.
Texas Roadhouse, first off, I think it's literally like the most popular restaurant in America. Did you know that?
I didn't.
For sit down, I think it is the most popular.
It's them cinnamon biscuits.
It's the fucking sweet rolls, dude. People love the sweet rolls. First off, Texas Roadhouse does it kind of smart. Those motherfuckers don't open up till 4. They're like, who gives a fuck about lunch? And what was crazy, we got there at 5. They'd been open for an hour. It was packed. packed on a Wednesday. It was fucking crazy. I expected like 6 or 7 to maybe be like, oh yeah, sure. 5 o'clock. Packed. We thought we couldn't even get a seat. Well, luckily there was a booth open, thank God. But we went in there. We got the rattlesnake bites. Oh, God. The rolls, the entree, we got their Dallas filet, and then dessert, we got the Granny's Apple Classic, and then drinks, we got cactus water. Here's the thing. The rolls, pretty good. Those rattlesnake bites, kind of heinous. I mean, it was kind of like a weird cream cheese kind of thing. It was too much. To be fair, by this time of the day, I've had so much cheese and everything, I want to die. So I'm still trying to be subjective over it, right?
Yeah, subjective.
Subjective. I don't know if you thought this was weird too. They give us a sampler of like corn.
Yeah, that was weird.
Like green beans and mashed potato, like a weird plate of like condiment cups full of that. You think that's normal? Why would you do that?
I'm guessing so it's just like, try,
pick
your
what
side.
side you like.
Yeah.
So you just try it. I like that. I want that with this. Oh, I mean, that makes sense. It's still kind of weird how they did it though, right?
It's very weird.
Just odd. Also, it's just like it's mashed potatoes. If somebody's that surprised, kick them out. Anyways, we got that shit. Listen, the appetizer was whatever. The atmosphere is pretty, like, that's another place I'd be like, I would go up there and watch like a game or whatever. The bar's nice. Has like a nice vibe. I don't know if I'd bring my family as so much as just being like boys night. Because it's kind of rowdy. It's loud in there. The steak was good. I thought the steak was great. It came out fast too. I was like, God damn, dude. How many you got prepared back there? Holy hell. Because it was fast. I thought that, I mean, it was fine. For a chain restaurant steak, I mean, I was like, I'd be perfectly happy with that.
Allison complained is a bit salty.
Who cares? And then I think the highlight though, that Granny's apple pie was sick. I don't even like pie really. Like I'm not a big pie crust person. That ruled. It was great. We were sitting there being like, I'm borderline impressed. I mean, I was sitting there, I was like
7.5.
Didn't like it as much as Red Lobster, obviously, but I was like, this is better than the other stuff. But then the worst thing on earth that happened. We were paying, and then they brought over a saddle on a piece of wood, and a large 12-year-old child got up on it, and a woman was screaming.
Oh my God, we're so close to the finish line. Oh shit.
Y a rien comme une gaufre Eggo moelleuse et plus épaisse. Les gaufres Eggo de style belge, tellement bonnes.
It was a happy birthday announcement. It soured me so much that this Texas Roadhouse score went from a 7.5.
Drop to a 6.
1.5 point.
Or dropping it to 6.
1, 2, 3!
But the reason I justify that, listen, do I care that the large boy got to be like, happy birthday, yeehaw? Sure, this place is fucking packed with families. I bet you anything, every 15 to 20 minutes, you're gonna hear that.
They put these big hats on their heads.
To me, that justifies it going down to a 6.
I'm a twin, so they happen to pull out
Even
two
if I was
big hats.
in there not watching the game, like that's insane.
Magical.
That is crazy. I give gratitude to all of the people who have to work there and endure that. I would fucking start a union and fight back against that rule. I'd be like, no more saddle and yeehaws. We're done. It's fucking with everybody. It's with our money. That's what I'd say. Come on! Which actually, that doesn't make any sense because it's packed in there constantly. All I'm saying is God bless you and good luck.
Good day, mate. You think that's a knife? This is a knife. You like that one?
I love Crocodile Dundee.
You like when Dad jokes around like that?
That's funny.
Look up. Look up. They're disciplined boys. That's why I love them. Can't wait to eat the bloomin' onion with you guys. How about some shrimp on the barbie? Huh?
This is the most you've walked in a couple months.
You know what? Actually, it is, huh? 1, 2, 3. Good day, mate.
Just worried about you, Pops.
Really
Don't
cool,
worry
like,
about your dad.
props.
He's been through a lot today. Trying to figure out what's.
He's made these like fake legs.
Try to figure out where exactly we're gonna have our permanent Sunday spot. Our permanent Sunday spot where we can have our lunch every Sunday.
Yeah, I'm
okay?
excited.
All right, buddy. Go in there and get in there. Nick, come on.
Now, next we went to Outback, which became our final one. On our way over there, we were dead. I mean, we were pretty much exhausted. And the last two were Red Robin, which is basically just burgers. It's good. I've had it, but it's like, it doesn't have the variety. And then 54th Street Grill, but we were just like, eight's fine. So we stopped at Outback Steakhouse, which is another staple, right?
Oh, yeah.
I haven't probably been to an Outback in maybe 8 years, probably a decade. Because last time I went, I had horrible diarrhea after I left because of our opening item, the bloomin' onion. I think the Bloomin' Onion should be like, there should be someone who has to pay some kind of war crime for the existence of that heinous piece of culinary terrorism. The Bloomin' Onion is fucking terrible. We ordered the Bloomin' Onion, we got the Outback center cut sirloin, we got the chocolate thunder from down under, and for our drink we got a crocktail.
It's got a crocodile on it.
Which every time the word crocktail was said, Allison bursted out into an autistic fit, like a laughter. I don't know why.
Can I also try your crocktail?
It got her again.
The Bloomin' Onion is, I think it's probably my least favorite thing we've had, not only today, but I've ever had in my life. People that say they like it, you need to distance yourself from them. And if there are people who are like, dude, you're fucked in the comments, unsubscribe and leave. I can't have Bloomin' Onion fans here. I'm sorry, I can't. Nick, my hands are tied.
Is it just my screen?
They're pretty heinous.
It looks dry from the outside, but then you touch it and then the crispy layer of batter and fat turns into a Listerine strip that just dissolves on your fingers, and it leaves this caked mess. And these thick cuts of onions that you're supposed to pluck off, and you dip it into this toxic sulfur bile that they probably fucking dug up from a septic tank in the back. It's so sour and disgusting that I could not horrible. I couldn't continue. It was horrible. Am I exaggerating? It's fucking terrible.
It was bad.
Yeah. Nick is still, he's out of, you look like you're about to fall asleep. I think yesterday took everybody out. I mean, I'm just going to go on to, I mean, like, listen, the sirloin was.
Oh, sad. It was sad looking.
It looked like I don't know, like a kind of like a brownie. I mean, it was just depressing and it tastes like shit. It is what it is. The chocolate thunder from down under, you know. It's chocolate. I'd say the highlight, I'll give it this. Mac and cheese was good. Nice cracked pepper, mac and cheese, and a little skillet. That was nice. The crocktails were too sweet, but you did get to keep a little crocodile.
Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Stop.
Comes with a crocodile toy, and I thought that was fun.
A+.
So all in all, I'd give it
4 out of 10.
I'm gonna put it on par with Applebee's. I would never go back. I have no desire to ever go back to Outback Steakhouse. This is what we have to say here. Red Lobster is the king. And if it goes out of business, it's America's fault. Nothing that Red Lobster could have done. The cheddar biscuits are there. It was wonderful. But you know what got me thinking? This whole list feels like a dying breed. Who knows how many years in the future from now, but like these chains, it doesn't feel like this is going to be a thing in the future. Something just deeply from the past. Oh, it felt nostalgic, going back to some of them in a way. Because it used to be this exciting, unknown thing, right? Before the internet, before all these other things came out, you would go, you'd rent a movie with your family, maybe you would go, it'd be a special thing to go to one of these chains. You've heard about them. Maybe your friends have been to one that lives in a town over or whatever. It was like kind of a mystical thing that has now transformed into just like garbage. And maybe it's always been garbage, but it at least had this mysticism about it back in the day that I feel like is totally squandered and lost. So I'm glad we got to do it while it's still here, but it feels like these ponies are riding off into the sunset. The moment Red Lobster goes is the moment this channel dies. Just kidding. Don't hold that against me. That's our ranking for today. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. We will catch you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Dad, your feet stink.
Stop. We're going home and I'm blistering that ass.
No, it already hurts.
I should play some video games, maybe? Maybe some Power World? Give me a sec, I gotta run around. tunes. Ow. That hurt my ears. That was really loud. What's that? What are we talking about now? Rocks in the tour, right? Yeah, let's see it.
Vos dents ont-elles une teinte éclatante? Il y a une façon de le tester. Ah, jaune, le mouchoir du tout. Le dentifrice peu blanc.
I remember this song.
seen as the perfect mom.
Thumbs up, subscribe. It felt more like a set than a.
Let's see what we got in my subscriptions again. I'm not gonna watch any more cops. I'm kind of done with cops. Roblox. Ew.
This is my 4,000-gallon backyard pond, and today the mission is to find a new fish to add to our collection. But it's not gonna be easy. Finding fish for a pond like this is no simple task. And if you do manage to find one, they usually come with a hefty price tag, often in that $1,000 range. Right now, the pond is stocked with catfish, koi, bass, and a whole lot more. But today, I'm on the hunt for something big. Whether it's a river monster, a sturgeon, or a massive koi, I'm determined to bring home a large fish. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, how could a fish be worth thousands of dollars? And who the heck would even pay that much? The real answer is the size of the fish. Raising a fish to a giant size takes years of care, feeding, and so much more. So at the end of the day, you're paying for all that time and effort. For example, Willie, our all-white catfish, we purchased for $700 when he was just 2 inches. And now at his size inside this pond, he's worth thousands of dollars. Some fish keepers want to skip the grow out process and just go right into those big fish. And other fish keepers don't really have an option. They can't put a small fish inside of their big pond because their current fish will eat them. And that's kind of the situation that we're in today. We want a big fish for this pond, so our goal today is to go to the fish store and buy the largest fish they have for sale for this pond right here. Before we get going, I want to show you guys some fish that we potentially could be bringing home to the pond. Up first being a large catfish. Now there's a couple different catfish options. One, the tiger shovelnose. These get huge. I'm talking over 5 feet long and just an absolute unit of a fish. Second being another red-tail catfish. We have a couple red-tail catfish already, but if we can find a super large one, I sure as heck would take that home. The next fish on our radar is a bass. To be more specific,
Les conditions météorologiques extrêmes peuvent survenir rapidement.
What the fuck? They're telling me to prepare. They're telling me to prepare. Did you see that? Well, I don't know. Get my own tiny house out of here.
side of the pond, and they just bring so much life and color to it. So if we can get our hands on a big one, that would be a huge score. Now, but before we get on the road, I want to tell you guys something that I truly believe you guys will enjoy. All right, y'all, I got a challenge for all the real bingo players out there. I'm not gonna lie, I am obsessed with bingo. I probably play twice a month, but when I can't make it in person, I like to play Bingo Showdown. Now I'm wondering, are you good enough to beat it's Showdown style in my description and get fed, or else our new fish will become food. I feel like it's been a little while since I've taken you guys along for like a fish shopping spree, I guess. Like I haven't been to the fish stores to buy fish in quite a bit of time, so I'm actually really excited to do this with you guys today. Little change of pace, take you guys along with me, take you every step of the way, and we made it to our first stop of the day to get fish food. Let's go. Well, this is a first. I've never had them put fish in like what you'd get your meat in. I guess they were out of paper, so they put it like this. Hey, it's gonna work. I'm just saying, it might be one of those days. We might be finding a crazy large fish today, which is exactly what we want. We're buying the largest fish from the store. It's time to do a big pond feeding. This is like one of my favorite times to feed this pond right here because the sun is just starting to go down and these fish in low light make a switch into feed mode. Like, Jeremy is literally ready to devour, and so is Willie. I'm gonna crack this puppy open. Look how good Willie looks in that sunlight. Oh my goodness. These fish are so big and so beautiful. Jeremy's been around for literally so long. I love him, and he is 10 times bigger in person. All right, Willie always eats first. Oh my God, he's a beast. He's a beast. These fish in this little patch of sunlight here are unbelievable. What up, dude? This guy always goes upside down. If we can get him. Oh! Do I have all my fingers still? You can't play games around these fish, you guys. These are big fish. They're hungry. Nice big slab for Jeremy. Let's call the fish over here. They always respond to the slaps. Oh, Willie wants more. Okay, that's gonna be a whole fillet for you, buddy. You're done. You're done. You gotta share. He even wants more. Jeremy. 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 There you go, big guy. One more for you, Jeremy. There you go. All right, they're fed. We really wanted to focus on both these catfish because they are the problem. Having those big red-tailed catfish are awesome. I wouldn't change it for the world. But those two are the ones that we need to make sure are full. That's why you guys saw me solely focus on feeding those red tails. Those red-tailed catfish have mouths large enough to suck down some really large fish. So today, we're on the mission to get a fish that's got to be at least 15 inches, I would say. So I'm about to take you guys to a super top secret fish store. I can't even believe that I'm sharing this with you guys because this place is home to the giants. Pet supermarket. No, I'm just kidding. Got you guys there. All right, we're gonna head to the real one now. All right, come on, let's go. Petco. Got you guys again, man. That was too easy, baby. Pretty sure the largest fish in here might be this molly right here. Roughly 2 inches. Yeah, nothing's gonna cut it here. Am I right? As soon as I got in the fish store, I got right to searching. The first tank that we came across had a big emperor snapper and a naso tang. These are definitely some cool fish, but it's just not what we're after today. I then came across our first freshwater tank, and they had the exact species that we would want, but just too small. This is a red-tailed catfish, but he's only about 12 inches long. If I were to add him inside of there, he would be dinner for Jeremy. So I was forced to move along.
Now I'm thinking I need to do a clownfish only aquarium. How crazy is this right here? There's like 50 to 80 clownfish in this aquarium. That is epic.
The next fish I came by was the cutest fish of them all. This, I believe, is an MBU puffer, and it's a freshwater puffer fish. These little guys are extremely aggressive, but I just don't have a tank set up for him.
Holy cow, check out all these axolotls right here. That is so cool. Bunch of baby axolotls.
After searching most of the fish store with no luck, I had one simple question. I'd like to buy your biggest fish you have in here. The kind people at the store directed me over to the largest bin they had.
This right here is gonna be our only chance at a fish today. Some big goldfish, but obviously those are gonna be snacks. I mean, oh my God, look inside this koi. We have a big boy. Look at that thing. That's her. That's the one right there.
You know you've got a big fish on your hands when they give you a big box like this. Now, transporting big fish like the one we have inside of here can be super stressful on the fish. And this fish store is nowhere near my house. By the time we get home, it's probably gonna be dark, but I'm gonna do my best to get home quickly, but safely. Oh my goodness, this box is freaking heavy. Lots of water inside of here. She's in the AC. This is no.
Reveal visibly improved luminous skin in 14 days. New Olay Super Serum Body Wash.
Cat getting too cool? Give them new Temptations lickable spoons.
Joke of a fish. This is big. These are tough to come by, baby. It's our lucky day. Let's get home. Come on. We have made it home in record-breaking time right here, baby. This fish, I cannot wait to see it inside. But first, for all my mango-loving people, come take a look at this. We planted this mango tree literally years ago, and this is the first season we've ever gotten real mangoes. And I am so pumped up. Mango's my favorite fruit. Blue boy, you want this? Ready? Go get it, boy. All right, we're running on borrowed time, baby. We're adding a new koi to our school of kois right here, and I cannot wait to see them. Wait, mamma mia, mamma mia. Gosh, I gotta get back in the gym, guys. I'm skinny again. I got big, and now I'm skinny again, because I didn't stick to it. I got sick, and then, yeah, there it went. Oh my God, you guys. This fish right here is absolutely freaking beautiful, baby. Look at that koi fish right there. I don't even think the camera can pick it up. This is a gorgeous, gorgeous scaleless koi. And I'm gonna get him acclimating. Oh, big fella, big fella. Oh, big fella, big fella. You are gonna fit in so well inside of here, buddy. He's gonna fit in absolutely perfect. He's about the same size as that gold one right there. So I'm really not too worried. Now, in the meantime, let's feed some fish. It's almost time for some fresh koi food that we need to order. Eat up, buttercups. I love being out here at the pond at this time. The fish are just active. The beautiful sunset and some happy fish. Recently been doing a lot of training with this fella right here. This is Blue, German Shepherd. Absolute beauty. I love you so much, buddy. We've been doing some training. What are you gonna do for us? You're gonna stay here, I'm gonna throw this, and you're not gonna budge, okay? Stay. You stay. Fish, koi, catfish, clownfish. Go get it! Attaboy! Yeah! Good boy, Blue. Bring it here. Attaboy. That's my dog trick for the day. You guys want to talk about a buzzer beater finish right here? The sun is literally about to go down, and it is officially time to get this guy inside. He's been acclimating for about 30 minutes. Get him inside of here, and then get him inside of the pond. Holy cow, that fish is so beautiful. Check out how pretty that koi is right there. I'm gonna go ahead, get him inside of this pond, baby. And of course, we're gonna check in on him in the morning when it's nice and bright. All right, be sure to drop some names for this guy down below. In he goes, let's go, buddy. He is in the pond amongst the school of koi fish. It is pretty much pitch black out here. What a beautiful evening we are having. I will see you guys in the morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go check on our new fish. It is just an absolute beaut of a morning, sipping a nice cup of Joe. Can't get my day started without a nice cup of Joe. Where's our new fish? Talk to me. School of koi's right here. There he is. Buddy, there he is amongst the other koi. Look at him right there. So we got this one that looks a lot like the new koi that we got, but our new one is just much smaller. 2, 4, 6, 8 koi in here. My goal is to have probably like 12. There they go. So there's the big one that we've had for a while, and there is the small one. So you guys can see they are quite alike, and he likes to follow him around, probably because they look a lot alike. But the kois are all grubbing. The pond is looking beautiful and is slowly starting to clear. Once again, thank you to Bingo Showdown for sponsoring today's video. All their information is down below. And if you guys enjoyed this video, I know for a fact you will enjoy my last one, where I caught a real pond monster. Click right here on the screen to check it out. I'll see you guys over there.
Drug. No, he found them. His cats moved them, I didn't know where they moved them. Aw, babies. Oops, everything froze.
up, Big J?
Maltaz, you alright?
Relationships and 9 to 5s. Know that life will get better as long as I'm alive. I know I might move slow, but if life is a slope, then know I swear to God that up is where I'm gonna go. See, I've been talking to the clouds. Ain't no schizophrenic shit or friendship, but they know that I'm going wild. I'm gonna hit every coast whenever I want. Don't need a code if it's cold, cause I'm cold too. I was born sick, asthma attacks and allergy shots, but I embrace life, can't let this shit I'm battling stop me from succeeding, the growth that I need. I've been a heathen, but baby, I love that I'm bleeding, cause I'm alive. The it factor lives on through me. I can't be complacent, I can't be content. I can't reach places without giving in. I'm in a steaming pot, and I don't really give a fuck if it's a dream or not, cause I done seen the drop, catch flames, and people are really messing with what the fuck I'm saying. The rhythm of the hand, the speed of the mic, Malcats, cats, and a demon at night. I done seen castles and mountains, I'm mounting up to the walls and pouncing, knowing this is a sound that I love, that'll get me to the place that I wanna be. I've been afraid of the places that ain't wanna meet, face to face, I've been in a state of hatred. I gotta get away to go and face the nature, or embrace the matrix, but I don't wanna do it. I believe in myself, I've been like, screw it. I'ma tell a story through my words that ain't all over fear, but I know that everybody else is falling on a period. I'm him. The it factor lives on through me. I can't be complacent, I can't be content. I can't reach places without giving in.
Wow! 3 mois et 3 saveurs fromagées. T'en veux? Tu peux. Cheese it.
Not too long ago, the Illuminati channel was known for its ethical, well-made content that was setting the standard for creators on YouTube. I mean, quite literally, the entire brand, down to the mascot's design, was dedicated to calling out the exploitation of the more vulnerable. Whether it was pyramid schemes, financial scams, or animal cruelty, Blair, under the handle Illuminati, slowly developed a reputation for fighting for those who couldn't do it themselves. But almost overnight, the Illuminati channel has begun to act as a monument to everything wrong with the age of the influencer. From content mills built on plagiarism.
If you're just skimming a wiki before making an entire video about something, you miss obvious shit. Blair's videos get stuff wrong all the time.
To ruining people's lives based on nothing more than sheer narcissism.
These people who were your friends, and then when they finally couldn't take how you treated them, you immediately turned on them and worked to isolate them from their friends and their communities.
The spiral ran for 2 years both on and offline with no end in sight.
I'm not thrilled at the idea of spending a majority of my 20s, possibly the next 2 years, stuck in legal litigation in opposition to Blair. I just want to be able to live my life.
And then out of nowhere, it all just ended.
The lawsuit has been dismissed against all parties without any admission of fault by any party.
But with hundreds of pages worth of legal documents, hours of videos making accusations, and more names to keep track of than an unexpected crossover, it's been almost impossible to keep up. So let's make sense of the winners, the losers, and the future of Illuminati's downfall. One that somehow all started with complaints about video editing. See, all this started because Illuminati came out with several accusations aimed at Legal Eagle, a lawyer who found massive success on YouTube with his videos breaking down legal issues in the public eye. More specifically, Blair released a series of tweets accusing Legal Eagle of plagiarism and ultimately copying her style of videos. Which is a huge accusation, so it's a good thing she came with evidence. Or at least tried to, failed, and made it very clear that she is not the lawyer in this situation. See, one of Legal Legal Eagle's editors had reached out to one of Blair's to inquire about an editing effect that the latter had used in an Illuminati video, but that effort was unfruitful. So Legal Eagle's team ended up figuring it out on their own and had used the effect in some of their videos. And based solely on that, Illuminati accused Legal Eagle of trying to replicate her videos, which as a video editor myself, I can easily respond to those accusations. They were really dumb and not worth dwelling on. For starters, the effects that Illuminati are referring to are common to see in documentaries. Her and her team didn't invent any of this. In fact, they're pretty generic visual effects. But two, even if she had invented this effect, she doesn't own it. Taking inspiration from other creators or artists is how online content or art grows at all. I mean, take this effect that editors often use for a clip that is too low of a resolution. Almost every online editor has used this trick at some point. Are we all guilty of plagiarism? What about thumbnail metas? No, because you're talking about such a small part of the package that is a YouTube video. It's especially dumb when you remember channels that rip the exact thumbnail, scripts, and production of large channels. You know, actual plagiarism. So for Blair to target Legal Eagle and question his integrity over her lack of understanding of what creating is, it led to her receiving a ton of backlash from everywhere. And it wasn't long before people were accusing Illuminati of being guilty of actual plagiarism, such as taking excerpts from a documentary verbatim in her own script. And in the face of all of this negative publicity, the floodgates against Illuminati have been absolutely unleashed, with multiple former members of the collab channel Sad Milk coming out and detailing their experiences with Blair. More specifically, Twitter threads and later videos were released by The Click, One Topic, Blair's former employee Wonderstruck, and her ex-partner Oz Media. These four have come out in solidarity to detail the abusive and controlling behaviors allegedly suffered at the hands of Blair, and in each of these four cases, Blair's behavior apparently escalated into obsession once they severed ties with her, often involving instances of conspiracy or extortion.
What I can only describe as retaliation from the person who's my ex, former employer, and prior colleague, Blair is in the process of currently foreclosing my home.
Just to get back at an ex-colleague, she did this, she paid people to dig up dirt, make alt accounts, harass me for months. Why?
I'll get into how over time Blair would have controlled every aspect of my life, be it transportation, income, and housing.
This wasn't just trying to separate yourself from us like we asked for. You acted like this was a war and that you should be recruiting soldiers to come after us. You lied, and I can only think that's because you wanted us gone.
And The Click went on to expose an entire conspiracy that Blair was spearheading against these four, but I'll get to that.
So, what do you do?
What do I do? Well, I do a lot of things. I try to eat healthy.
And across these dozens of tweets, Blair's reputation and credibility took a huge hit. And while it's necessary to say that these are allegations and not proven facts, the consistency in these stories does raise a lot of questions about Blair. Questions she tried to answer in a 42-minute response video. And to say that the reaction to this video has been negative would be a massive understatement. The dislikes outweigh the likes, and the comments are universally negative, with particular criticism being aimed at Illuminati seeming to play the victim, violating multiple people's privacy, and refusing to consider any responsibility for her actions. And honestly, the video was shockingly unfocused and sloppy in my opinion, which might sound harsh, but Blair spends most of the video not even trying to respond to the accusations, but instead trying to undermine the credibility of The Click and Wonderstruck through unrelated character assassination. She provided very little evidence that was directly relevant to claims of her behavior, and the bits of relevant evidence that she did provide were shown to be taken out of context by The Click and Wonder, which I'll get to. And while the video seemed quite unfocused to me, one aspect really stood out: the distinct manner in which Blair addressed each of the four individuals who shared their experiences with her, employing a unique approach for every single one. For example, you have The Click, where she basically tried to paint him as this horrible enabler of child abuse.
He cultivated an environment that was a breeding ground for inappropriate behavior with minors to occur, and that's exactly what happened.
As well as being guilty of using offensive language to the discomfort of those around him.
At the time in 2020, Click was still using horrifying language and slurs that have long been deemed unacceptable.
More specifically, Blair seemed to look for any small thing Click said so that she could respond by attacking his character based on loosely related events that it seems were very misrepresented. But throughout all of this, she does very little to dispute his actual claims towards her behavior. But let's start getting into specifics. Click says in his thread that Blair had spies working for his Discord. A pretty quick mention which led to Blair going into a whole section about how Click had an issue in his Discord where there were adults acting inappropriately with minors, which he was directly enabling.
He allowed this sexually explicit language to occur around minors. He referred to them as spies, which only shows that he didn't really see any issue with the state of his server.
And she repeatedly plays up that there are victims of Click's negligence.
I am sorry to those minors who were spoken to. Providing links in the description box for a few resources for anyone who I wish the Click had more accountability of his own were, and some of you likely are still. This is and always has been unacceptable.
Which, before even getting into how the Click seemed to prove that she was being very misleading with this section, what does any of that have to do with anything? Two people can suck. That defense hardly does anything to address his accusations against her. And she relies on that defense again in response to Click saying that she took advantage of bad PR against him to punish him by ensuring that Click's bad PR was being constantly brought back up. In response to that, Blair said that Click was using the R word in 2020, which, like, what does any of this have to do with anything he said about your behavior and character? And if it sounds like I'm going easy on him, just wait until I get to Click's response, because he does a really good job in my opinion of debunking these two claims, which ultimately leaves Blair with no defense against Click's depiction of her character. And while initially the Click was the face of those speaking out against Blair, Wonderstruck was where this really escalated, because most of Blair's video was focused on Wonder's claim that she gained control over his life. And in this section, most people agree that Blair crossed a line in a deeply disgusting way.
What she did to Wonder is the most gross expose I have ever seen. Not only does she openly share his potential side note,
where she discloses very personal and intimate details of Wonder's mental health, such as him expressing suicidal thoughts to her. She also makes claims about Wonder being an unreliable employee, over-exaggerating their dealings, being neglectful towards his dog, and forcing her to repossess a car she had leased him due to his negligence. Basically, while she focused on the Click's character, she focused a lot more on portraying Wonder as unreliable or unstable, even using things that she had learned in confidence to help make this case. Though one topic she mostly glosses over. She mentions an instance of yelling at him, says it was because he talked over her in a call that she didn't want to participate in, but says very little towards him specifically. And lastly, there's Oz.
She also dodged Oz's entire statement, which, yeah, I'll let him tell his side of the things too.
Prenez votre santé en main avec la multivitamine la plus recommandée par les médecins. Centrum, vous avez réussi.
Discussing her time with Oz, which they responded to by directly calling her manipulative, and saying it was a tactic she would frequently use. And while we now know they had a romantic relationship, neither Oz nor Blair initially acknowledged their connection as such. But again, Blair did very little to acknowledge everything Oz and One Topic had said about her. If I'm being honest, a lot of the video felt more like trying to drag down whoever she could with her, more than defending herself or setting the record straight. It felt like when there were minor disputes she could make, she did, but those disputes did very little to combat claims of her being controlling or manipulative. The most that she says is that she was forced to exhibit those behaviors at times because the others dropped the ball as business partners, which might very well be true, but when these four guys who have clearly been in a fair amount of conflict with each other are agreeing that the problems go beyond that, that's not a great look. Also, Illuminati states that they accept responsibility for their actions, but nearly everything they respond to comes with excuses, so many were saying she did the opposite. So, negative reception aside, what has the fallout from this video been? Well, it initially seemed like Blair's accusers were satisfied airing their grievances on Twitter, but Blair's video sparked a stronger response. So over the past 2 years, each of these four creators have taken to YouTube to present their experiences in greater detail while providing evidence that would shine a light on Blair's behavior behind the scenes. This started with The Click, followed by Wonder, One Topic, and eventually Oz Media. And with each video, the outrage against Blair has only become stronger, starting with The Click, who presented a compelling case that much of Blair's accusations against him were framed in an incredibly misleading way. For example, the so-called groomer that was welcome in his Discord, that all happened while he was sleeping.
In the allegations against me, it is claimed that I didn't react or respond to the situation. Number 1, being asleep at 2 AM detail was completely left out. 2, the fact that he was actually banned before this whole thing was left out. And 3, a receipt of Illuminati reaching out to me to get me to respond wasn't shown in her video or allegations. And the reason for this is that it doesn't exist.
Additionally, his Discord has 44,000 members and over 3,000 bans because this behavior is a problem consistent across Discord. In regards to her accusations about him being an enabler, Click basically asserts that he does what can be expected of him, and her attempt to say otherwise was disingenuous.
I am proud of you. It sounds from this chat, starting from the time I was caught up on the night's events to the time after our voice call, that it worked out quite well.
Additionally, Click points out that Blair refrained from showing his own words in regards to these events.
As you can see from this chat, this was already resolved a while back by that time. In the same conversation, we also talk about the out-of-context other screenshots she shared in her own video. It's odd, if she wanted to paint a full picture of these events, she didn't include my own words on the matter, but just insinuations. Words she had access to this whole time.
He also said that Illuminati had been lying about interactions between them long before her recent video.
Here's a screenshot where she's sharing that same group call and saying, "This is that call where I railed Click for not doing anything for months." Note that this date is in October, a couple of weeks after we had left Sadmilk. The statement about us leaving was made in November, but we had actually left a month prior. So the twisting of these events have been going on for quite a while.
And he concludes this segment saying this.
And if you still don't believe me, you can check out my Discord yourself. It's linked in every description of my channel, and my staff and I do our best to make it as wholesome and supportive as possible. So I'm surprised it's being painted in such a dark way when it's right there. You can actually just go look.
Now, in response to accusations about his language in 2020, Click spoke to Oz directly, whose words Blair had used as evidence. And Oz not only says it was likely that they were exaggerating, but he and Blair would often come up with narratives of how to spin things behind the scenes. Make a note of that, it's pretty important. He also calls out several examples of Blair presenting as a savior despite actually doing very little in a given situation.
I spoke with YouTube directly. This is something that I now look back on with so much regret. Had I known at the time what was going on behind the scenes, I never would have participated in helping Click with his channel.
Why was this in the video? To be clear, my channel was restored by the help of my network, which is a service I pay for. She might have tagged YouTube on Twitter or chatted with support, but the fact remains, she wasn't the one who saved my channel.
He also provides a pretty convincing example of her trying to start rumors about those who went against her while having deniability.
Here is Sadmilk posting on the 1st of November, 3:28 AM, that Salty Click and OT will not be continuing the new journey with Sadmilk and we're leaving the channel. And here's a tweet from Illuminati saying, "Casual reminder, pedophilia is never a gray area." Immediately after announcing her departure from Sadmilk, within 3 hours, this statement was made by Illuminati and retweeted by Sadmilk.
This resulted in multiple rumors about Click starting, which, yeah, it doesn't take a brain surgeon to see how, and it's really hard to say that Blair didn't know what she was doing there.
Looking to cheat on your bed? Find the best time to get away with Flexible Date Search.
Click overall handled this in a much more convincing way. There are multiple moments where he's comfortable admitting fault with no defense, which makes the times that he does defend himself more convincing. Unlike Blair, who always tried to rationalize her behavior while somehow claiming that she was taking responsibility.
When people came to me around this time and told me they had had a word used against them simply for being neurodivergent, I personally stopped using it in my content or for posts I read out, and also did my best to remove jokes containing the word in older content.
I want to own up to my faults and take responsibility for my actions. Furthermore, I want to take responsibility for my own involvement with a crowd I am happy to no longer associate with. I did make bad decisions, I made bad friends, and there will forever be a bad taste in my mouth regarding some of the individuals I've spoken about today.
But I still haven't gotten to the most shocking thing to come out from all this. Now, I don't say this lightly, but the Click made a really compelling case for Blair running basically a shadow campaign against him. This included multiple examples after their splitting of Blair trying to craft the narrative that former Sadmilk members enable child likers.
Here's the same chat room again, twisting a joke from a collab video from myself and OT. And they made a driver of the free candy van joke? Holy poo! What the frick? Really? A white van joke is your banger evidence? What is this? Are you serious? Here's the same chat room again, in what I'm assuming is suggesting that my my god, I'm so down with the kids boomer joke from Twitter has implications. If straws were growing on straws, this would be the straws that were being grasped at, man. What the hell?
But that's nothing. I mean, it's not like Illuminati paid someone to dig up dirt on Click, right? Yeah, except he provided proof that that's exactly what she did.
He said it in a Sadmilk video, but can't remember which one, and she's over her head. I'll pay you $200 to find it, and here's the payment. She actually paid people to dig up dirt and run smear campaigns on ex-colleagues, specifically snooping through my oldest content, years of decade-old content, and compiling it.
And if that wasn't bad enough, Click also provides evidence of Illuminati running several alt accounts that were dedicated to smearing him, with Blair on Discord drafting a post that this alt account eventually posted. And this evolved into obsessive behavior by Blair to ruin Click.
The alt account is gonna love this. Here it keeps going. Hey, listen, Blair, I'm putting this all together. This is all Blair replying to her own announcement under an alt account. And it keeps going. Here is the same account, Doobieschmerz, on Twitter that was relentlessly harassing myself, my friends, my colleagues, my streaming colleagues, past colleagues, ex-Sadmilk members, community members, you name it. You name it. This isn't some small YouTuber beef. This isn't people being angry at each other because, ooh, someone did a bit more work in a project or not. I need a break, man. I need a break.
So to say that this video strengthened a lot of the claims made against Illuminati would be putting it lightly, as the video's reception and comments all illustrate. And you know what hurts our case even further, at least for me? Those original tweets to Legal Eagle, the ones that started this whole mess. Because with that, you have a very public and straightforward example of Blair perceiving an injustice against her where there wasn't one, developing a grudge, and then trying to publicly punish or shame that person, which is exactly what she was accused of doing by the other four. Especially since it doesn't look like she reached out to Legal Eagle privately to try to settle this at all. And while I admit that I'm entering the realm of speculation, I can't imagine reading those tweets and think that they portray a mature, healthy mindset, you know? But I'm gonna switch gears and talk about Wonderstruck, because his video was the next to be released, and his involvement is where this entire situation escalated to a level no one saw coming, because not even Blair's former friends could predict how far she would go in order to discredit Wonder.
My mental health, which was proudly put on display for the world to see.
You see, while the Click described Blair's efforts behind the scenes to ruin him, Wonder's experience was much more direct and disturbing, as he claimed that Blair, under the guise of generosity, gained total control over his life and used this power to manipulate him.
I'll get into how over time Blair would have controlled every aspect of my life, be it transportation, income, and housing.
And in Blair's aforementioned response video, she focused primarily on portraying Wonder as mentally unstable and unreliable, not to mention a lazy freeloader.
I kept him on payroll. I continued his pay, even though no work had ever been completed. Although there was only a minuscule amount of work for Wonder to do, he still managed to act up within company spaces,
which caused her to receive loads of backlash, especially because she used intimate details she learned about Wonder during their friendship to make this point. Basically, any of Wonder's low points that Blair witnessed, that was fair game in her efforts to assassinate his character. And Wonder had initially responded with a twit longer detailing some of his larger disagreements with Blair's video, with the promise of a response video soon, a promise he would eventually keep, because Wonder released an 80-minute response that immediately saw a positive reception. And what really set the tone for this was Wonder choosing to show his face, as he mostly operates as a faceless creator, much like White did. And he starts out by primarily addressing Blair's accusations against the Click, where he apparently provided a breeding ground for child likers, which he debunked rather soundly. To make matters worse, Wonder directly points out that Blair's actions don't align with this narrative at all.
But a personal question I would like to ask. If Blair had the information and documented evidence on a Discord server that, as she depicted, cultivated files, and truly believe this, why did she wait 3 years to come forward? Why did she allow the Click on Sadmilk or play games with him in the free time?
He then highlights that as a collaborator, Blair demonstrated unwarranted hostility towards One Topic and Click, ultimately resulting in their exit from Sadmilk.
I'd like to clarify that OT did not speak over her out of disrespect, but out of a minor Discord delay, to which she said, and I quote, "Shut the up and let me talk for once." I remember it clearly. It was very nasty. Click, however, tried to remain at the call and mitigate his intentions were for the betterment of the group, but Blair kept berating him. I have never heard Click, a very extroverted and talkative man, remain so quiet. It was a very dark call.
Wonderstruck then shares a damning revelation for Blair, at least in my view. He admits that when Blair tried to spin a false narrative about these departures, he actually lied to back her up.
So she took to Reddit to falsify a narrative, which you can read on screen. I joined in in as well on this. I explain how those who departed did not help us in numerous ways, and that it all fell onto us. I'd like to point out that I directly lied on this post.
Why is this significant? Well, Oz Media previously confessed to acting as Blair's enforcer, essentially supporting her in some of her problematic behavior, and his acknowledgement of engaging in such conduct with Blair significantly reduced the chance that Blair could be innocent, because now it appears more likely that the full creators accusing Blair of abuse are being truthful, especially when one admits to enabling her actions for a time, potentially harming their own reputation.
Get fast dry eye relief with Hydrosense.
With Wonderstruck echoing these sentiments, it only reinforces this impression. So with this united front, a clear narrative has formed. Blair behaved abusively, Oz and Wonder enabled her actions for a while, but eventually saw the error in their ways and departed. As Wonder and Oz firmly back-click an OT while owning up to their part, it makes a strong case that Illuminati is largely responsible for the bulk of this toxicity. Meanwhile, Blair provided excuses for every accusation leveled against her and consistently refused to genuinely accept blame, further undermining her credibility. Wonderstruck then addresses Blair's portrayal of Sad Milk, where she had suggested that the four creators were poor business partners, which forced her to exhibit her controlling behaviors. More specifically, Wonder essentially echoes the clique's accusation that Blair exaggerated her importance or contribution to paint herself as a savior or victim. In Sad Milk's case, this mainly involved her claiming sole financial responsibility for producing videos. However, Wonderstruck presents bank statements that suggest that she was reimbursed when she had to invest her own money.
So while yes, Blair did pay for edits, she was always reimbursed for this. As you can see stated on the screen, you will find bank statements I made directly to Sad Milk during its infancy,
indicating that her claims were not entirely accurate. Wonder then goes to tackle Blair's attempts to paint him as a freeloader. This starts with him discussing his time working with Sad Milk, doubling down on being paid late at times, and provides bank statements to help support this. But where this gets serious is when he talks about Blair violating his privacy in her video.
I feel this is very contradictory to say without going into personal details, than to turn around and spread personal details about my views towards life. Again, these were very private things I kept between you.
And this narrative that Blair was trying to spin, it included taking things out of context and glossing over important details. For example, when Blair discusses Wonder crashing with Oz, she failed to mention that this happened because Blair intended on becoming a landlord.
I have never had someone else pay my rent once in my life, and I have been living on my own since I was 18. To try to paint me as a freeloader when you also leave out that I was originally only supposed to stay until August, you were supposed to be my landlord, and that I only stayed 30 days in Colorado feels like a contorted attack on who I am as a person. It was because Blair wanted to get her hands into the real estate market and wanted to build a home, something she had discussed with other former Sad Milk members. It wasn't just me.
Wonder states that Blair portrayed him as a freeloader when he had consistently expressed discomfort at living with Oz rent-free, and such circumstances only happened because of changes out of his control after he had started a lease.
I sincerely do not understand why the conception of this home was never presented in the video. It leaves out a massive gap of context. The home I was told would be finished by August and that I could stay the summer. And the last month before moving to Colorado, after finalizing my lease, I was informed that the home would be pushed back until December.
And as for Wonder trying to rip off Blair as an employee, he had Oz speak to his perspective on this, who had said this.
You weren't provided work for like a majority of the time that you were actually employed, and you were kind of just literally being paid to like stand around. I might be wrong on this, but you were actively trying to seek out and find work, so it's not like you were just like freeloading off of it. From my memory, you were trying to actually earn your keep.
Now once again, it's important to note that Oz was very close to Blair throughout all of this and was actively involved in her dealings with others. Wonder also points out that Blair goes out of her way to explain the benefits that Wonder didn't take advantage of, when he only worked for her for 60 days. She did go out of her way to highlight that Wonder didn't partake in community service during his time as an employee, which Wonder flatly states was unnecessary to bring up.
If I didn't use any of the benefits, why is it necessary to go into detail about them? Was I expected to, in the middle of moving to a new state for the first time since I was 7, volunteer at a soup kitchen to pass the time? The reason I did not use any of these benefits was because I was employed for roughly 60 days.
Furthermore, Wonder expresses mistreatment around his termination, specifically that he was fired for not meeting deadlines, but he was fired before his deadline had actually passed.
It was here on this call that I was fired for explicitly not meeting deadlines, which I find highly confusing due to once more I must reiterate that my deadline was August 2nd.
There were issues with his software corrupting, which he says led to him flying back and forth to Colorado so that Oz Media could fix it. This apparently led to his termination, though Wonder specifically notes that throughout all of this, he had been dealing with Blair subtweeting about him. Basically, passive-aggressive posts that don't use his name, but are pretty easy to figure out the context.
But I'd like to remind you that I flew to another state just to meet this deadline for my boss, who was constantly subtweeting about me. You can see is acknowledged even by one of her own managers, and they told me specifically that this was not okay behavior.
Which, yeah, that's incredibly inappropriate behavior for a boss to make tweets putting down someone working at their company. That's pretty inexcusable. He also says that the fireable offenses that Blair claims he committed, he was never spoken to about them.
I have a strict policy regarding formal disciplines, and within his short time of working with me, he had already met the criteria for termination.
Blair claims to have a strict policy on discipline, yet why didn't she or her staff ever reach out to me about this problem? Why does she not provide evidence on this comment? This was along the lines of the comment that I made. If I could be an animal for a day, I would be a furry, and my favorite food would be ass. You can't make this up, man. Total loss of income because I said as a joke, I said I was a furry. I don't know.
And overall, Wonder expressed outrage at Blair attempting to portray him as an unreliable freeloader given his attempts to contribute.
While I was in their home, if I didn't know how to help, I would oftentimes clean their home. I wanted to help Blair with her recording space as she felt stressed in her little office. I wanted to buy us plants to liven the place up. I tried at every possible turn to earn my keep. And when I felt alienated, I tried to actively find an apartment in Colorado Springs to give them both the space, as I felt horrible, seemingly never being able to help in any way at all.
Wonder goes on to talk about Blair slowly gaining more control over his life.
I do in fact have a car, I have a house, and I have a job. However, the one scary thing when you put all that on a spectrum is they are all provided by one singular individual. Blair. She had a hand in every single aspect of my life, and at any moment she could take it away when she felt, which is exactly what happened.
With his car, he says that Blair insisted he allow her to get him a BMW.
Blair touches on the subject of a BMW she purchased for me. I was extremely uncomfortable with someone making such a large payment towards a vehicle on my behalf, but in Blair's words, she had the money and insisted that I get the car. After a few more discussions, she eased me into the idea that this car was a good move and would really change my life.
He then says he was starting to dissociate because he didn't know what he was doing wrong.
I told my therapist at this point that I hadn't felt real in a while, which anyone who has suffered with dissociation and dissociative episodes can all but relate to. I also reiterated how everything was starting to feel rather pointless and I didn't know what I was that's so lame. I don't like to get emotional, but I didn't know what I was doing wrong.
He wasn't assigned work, yet treated like a bad employee. He was treated like a freeloader when he resisted the circumstances of their living arrangement, and he generally no longer felt welcome at Blair's home. He then visited his father to get away, but Blair used this as an excuse to repossess his car.
A few days later, after being fired on July 27th, on July 29th, Blair came to Texas to revoke a car in the middle of the night. I asked Blair for an explanation as to how I breached my contract, to which I was ignored. Blair claims I broke the contract by the following: no proof of insurance, cars to reside in El Paso County. Okay, well, here's my proof of insurance, and here's my official mailing address during this time. You can clearly see it states Colorado.
In fact, Blair reclaimed the car while Wonder was trying to figure out how much he owed her for the depreciating value of the car.
However, when I asked to see everything my name was tied to legally with the car, which any person would do, I was met with a copy of the car contract. So I asked again to see the paperwork of the car. After this message, I never once got a response.
Wonder and Oz both agreed that Wonder was showing clear intention to return it legally, yet Blair rushed to punish Wonder. And if that wasn't bad enough, the belongings that Wonder had in his car were stolen and thrown out.
I sent her one last text stating I would be ceasing communication and that she could reach me and make arrangements for my belongings via my father's number. Not one attempt was ever made. And now I wake up and all my belongings are gone. What she fails to show in her video is my skateboard, both my Sad Milk and Wonderstruck Guy play buttons, my $800 GoPro set, and a whole list of other items I was prohibited from obtaining. These items were subsequently thrown in the trash.
And when Wonder tweeted about this happening, he was threatened with a lawsuit, which is especially outrageous when you remember Blair's previous conduct in tweeting about him. He then addresses the most controversial part of Blair's video, her exposing various aspects of his mental health.
Which leads me to my next and most painful section, my mental health, which was proudly put on display for the world to see.
Specifically, Wonder talks about struggling with childhood trauma and OCD, which made him especially vulnerable. The opportunity that Blair presented came to represent a chance for Wonder to be successful and be able to afford resources such as therapy. He then stated that he perceived Blair's actions in response to his suicidal episode to have been insincere. Specifically, he showed anger at her for sending police to his house after the episode had concluded.
So when Blair claimed she sent authorities to my house for a wellness check, she didn't care about me. She put in her own Google Drive that I brought the mention of guns to the table and she was locking the cars away and was scared, leaving out that the weapon in reference was aimed towards me. Also, something I'd like to note is that I wasn't there when Blair called 911 to send authorities to my home, but depending on her wording, it could have gone very wrong. To tell authorities there is a mentally unwell man with a weapon, that can go so very bad, so very fast.
Wonder went on to discuss Blair portraying him as a negligent dog owner to his dog James to the detriment of Blair's dog Casper. And in essence, much of this followed Blair's tactics up until this point, which involves saying things that aren't untrue, but are instead missing context that paint a different picture. For example, the dog arriving without even a collar or food. Well,
I did bring dog food. It was just about half a bag though. James's brand of dog food is also specific to a store in Texas known as H-E-B, so I had to find him a new specific kind of dog food as he had a sensitive stomach. As for his collar, James did have a collar, but it was old and starting to wear. I went to PetSmart on my second day in Colorado and bought him a brand new dog tag alongside a red plaid collar, a collar which he still wears to this day.
And certain interactions between the two dogs, Wonder says stemmed from Blair's dog being a puppy and rougher. Wonder also responded to the claim that he let his dog out by accident by confirming exactly that.
I personally messed up and I take full accountability for it happening. I left James out in the backyard. But what pet owner hasn't made a mistake like this once or twice in their life? Sometimes someone forgets to close the door or the gate or whatever and it happens. It's a story as old as time. It doesn't mean you don't care about the dog, it just means an accident happened.
And again, personally, that to me, the idea of saying, I messed up, that is totally on me. I just don't think that one mistake is enough to make sweeping statements about my character. That's a lot more compelling than Blair excusing every action by saying she was forced to while saying she's apologizing, but not really.
These are teen burgers from A&W. Right now, that teen burger is just $4.99. You can't go wrong for $4.99. Yeah, $4.99. So of all the burgers in Canada, where would you rank this?
Oh, definitely.
Right now, teen
He even goes into missing context from James escaping, which is that it only happened due to damage in the fence.
Blair leaves out that the way James got out was because a fence wire broke loose, undoing some of the fencing along a post, allowing a small entryway into the neighborhood. Had this not come undone, James would be sitting on the dog beds waiting, which again, James being outside is my fault, but the fence failing is just human error.
And as for the incident of James making a mess in the house, once again, Blair refrains from mentioning that Wonder was sleeping as opposed to making an active decision to not do anything. If you're keeping track, this mirrors how Blair accused Click of negligence towards abuse, especially when you consider that Wonder and Oz state that Wonder was already awake and cleaning the mess before Blair had discovered it.
You were actually like very well awake and already cleaning the mess up when we had actually got upstairs. And you know, Blair and I, of course, we weren't happy to see that initially, but when we had gone upstairs, you were already cleaning up the mess.
And Wonder's final point with Blair was directly accusing her of lying. Wonder had claimed that Blair was living in filth while living in Oz's home, and Blair responded to that claim harshly.
What was the point of this, Wonder? Why would you even bother posting something like this except to humiliate me? This was a room that we told you we were using to move, and we let you know it was off limits to you. That photo alone shows your consistent lack of respect for Oz's and my boundaries. And Wonder, I am sorry that I was ever friends with you.
Wonder refutes her claims by revealing that the photos he used to make this case were sent to him by Oz, long after Wonder had moved out from the house. He even has Oz elaborate on this experience.
There was no clean. It was always like that. It wasn't just one room, it was every room. And she would never help with cleaning. It was always me. I was always the one breaking down all 800 of her Amazon boxes. I was always the one doing anything cleaning wise. It just felt like I was there to clean up her mess.
Boxes, trash, cups of mold, all sent to me again 2 years after I left Colorado.
He then ends the video by talking about and with Oz. Wonder provided the apology that Oz sent to him personally, saying that while he was initially very skeptical, he does accept Oz's apology.
But over the last few months, Oz has made countless efforts to prove not only to me, but to every other former Sad Milk member that he truly was sorry for the role he played in anything that took place. I don't blame him for his role. He was in an abusive situation and had every reason to fear Blair. I feared her too for a very long time.
So if the Clicks video was already devastating for Illuminati's image, I can't think of a word that does justice to how much worse Wonder's story left her looking. And we're only halfway done with her accusers. But between the release of Wonder's video and One Topics, how is Blair responding to these developments? Well, at first, it seemed like Blair's plan was just to ignore this until the controversy blew over. She resumed posting on the Illuminati channel like normal, ignoring the swarms of dislikes and people unsubscribing. But of course, this approach didn't last for long. At first, she tried to deny these accusations outright, plainly stating that they were false. Which was probably a bad start because Click and Wonder provided a lot of evidence of their claims, and Blair's statement was vague from start to finish. She goes on to promise transparency and accountability as she handles the situation, as well as a commitment to responding and ensuring that truth will prevail. So, wow, okay, being transparent about your approach with every step is a great way to clear her name if this is all somehow a hoax, right? But it wasn't long before Blair made it abundantly clear that this promise was nothing more than words, sending Wonder a cease and desist to prevent him from commenting any further on this issue, which is actually something Wonder specifically called Blair out for in the past, of basically using her expansive resources to bully adversaries into silence with lawyers. And Wonder has announced his intention to actually fight Blair on this, launching a GoFundMe for his legal fees. And to give you an idea of how massive this has become, Wonder has raised almost $15,000 in just 3 days. And as if Wonder wasn't already likable enough, he pledged to donate any excess funds to the Trevor Project and provide receipts of how he spends every cent of what he raises. Which frankly, it's awesome to see some actual transparency in the situation. I mean, Blair is yet to release any kind of statement on why she's trying to silence Wonder after pledging transparency. It seems like silencing your accuser just because you have more money than them would be the opposite of that, right?
You know how I love our Zinnies collection, right? Behold, football, 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 football.
Love the room. Password needs a little work though.
Introducing the Kittles collection, exclusively from Zenny.
But as Blair's retaliation ramped up behind the scenes, One Topic finally released a video detailing his experience, and his tone throughout makes it clear how disappointed he was to see things develop to this point.
I still maintain an entire lack of interest in pointing fingers over petty things. But not speaking about at least some of what has now been brought up has left a vacuum that can be filled with doubt towards a friend of mine and myself. And without ambiguity, I wanted to address the parts that I was present for that I feel were misrepresented and lied about, just to clear the air on that side, since I feel at least a little bit like some words were put in my mouth.
OT then begins to share gripes with Blair's actions surrounding Sad Milk, specifically that he was unhappy to see Blair continuously provide a false narrative in why Sad Milk disbanded.
And my friends and I left the project when the good no longer outweighed the bad. Anyways, Illuminati has dropped a video about it, one that at the time of recording this is still up, and it should be taken down. Take it for what you will, but a lot was framed incorrectly or was outright false.
He also states that Click and Wonder's depiction of Sad Milk was far more accurate to his experiences than how Blair described it.
A lot has been said about it already in Clicks and Wonder's videos. I agree with their recounting, as I remember the same way.
Which again spells some real trouble for Illuminati. If everyone is agreeing that she was the root of Sad Milk's toxicity, especially when these 4 creators have been in conflict with each other in the past, the standard for what Blair has to do in order to clear her name flame just keeps rising. Because what would these four have to gain from framing Blair? They're not responding to accusations from her where it might make sense to lie. They all independently chose to share their piece about this. OT goes on to say that Blair's claims that members of Sad Milk were failing to uphold their financial responsibilities was just untrue. In fact, he states that all of the creators found themselves in different financial situations, so they would typically agree to let the more affluent members take on some additional costs so that their friends who are smaller creators could still participate in the project.
It became pretty clear early on that a couple members couldn't really afford the cost of a fun side project, and we had conversations as a group about how to solve for that. One solution discussed, for example, was the rest of the group taking on those costs. For example, when we found out that one of the group members couldn't get the 100K plaque because they couldn't afford the cost of it, we discussed pitching in together with our earnings to get it for them. It wasn't some debt that they'd owe, but just something that we could do for them so that we could all celebrate together.
OT then addresses Blair's claims about Click fostering an unsafe environment for children by directly calling her a liar who put words in OT's mouth.
It made me uncomfortable to hear words or intentions put in my mouth regarding the group call whose framing in the video does not comport with reality. The retelling of how our group conversation went and using it as a way to frame the situation as Click not actioning soon enough or responding timely is simply a lie.
Additionally, OT doubles down on Click's recollection of those events, that someone was acting inappropriately, this all happened while Click was sleeping, but the issue was resolved with the urgency it required. Also, OT criticizes Blair for how she responded to the situation, where she immediately freaked out and began to jump to conclusions about Click before either of them even spoke to him about this.
And I thought the best way to clear this up would be to just talk to him. It felt weird that we hadn't yet.
One Topic then accuses Blair of misrepresenting his messages regarding this event. Specifically, the message where One Topic states that he doesn't want access to the screenshots of the inappropriate Discord user. Blair seemed to strongly imply that the message was sent out of sheer disgust and discomfort towards Click.
And I shared these files with them, and One Topic opened the files, he was horrified, and he said, and I quote, "I've read one and I don't want access to those screenshots."
But in actuality, that's not what One Topic says happened. To the contrary, OT states that Blair kept harping on about the banned user and wanted OT to extend his involvement with the situation, despite it being already resolved. That message, according to OT, was basically him saying he doesn't want access to those screenshots because they're disgusting, and him going through them, as Blair was trying to force him to do, was upsetting him for no gain.
Near the end of the call, Illuminati stated that she wanted me to see the screenshots to fully understand the gravity of the situation, and I conveyed that since everything was already discussed and solved, I really didn't want to see the messages of a banned Discord person, and I was told it was important to look at them. So wanting to keep the waters calm, I opened the folder and I looked at one of the screenshots, and then I reiterated in written text what I'd already conveyed, which was that I had no interest in having access to the screenshots.
And generally, OT expressed satisfaction with Click's handling of that situation. In fact, he had even said back then that he was worried that Blair would draw the worst possible conclusion from what was ultimately a non-story, and he humorously points out that years later she's done exactly that.
And she woke me up a while ago with a lot of concerns, so I was just sticking around to make sure that she didn't take things to the worst conclusion.
After putting the claims against the Click to rest, One Topic moves on to the call that resulted in his leaving Sad Milk. See, all the creators speaking out against Blair have agreed that during OT's final call with Sad Milk, she screamed and cursed at him for unintentionally interrupting her.
I'd like to clarify that OT did not speak over her out of disrespect, but out of a minor Discord delay, to which she said, and I quote, "Shut the f up and let me talk for once. I remember it clearly. It was very nasty."
OT said that Wonder's recollection of those events best matches his experience, but he also adds context that somehow makes all of this even worse. Specifically, the meeting was being held during a period that OT and Click had scheduled as time off because they needed a breather from the project.
And when we were told the meeting was to take place, it was during that time off that we had scheduled. Time we needed to step away for a breather.
And while he doesn't specifically state that Blair was the one to schedule the meeting, that seems to be what he was alluding to. And throughout this segment, OT demonstrates a level of pain towards this whole exchange and ultimately says this on his decision to leave Sad Milk.
It became clear during the meeting that me simply staying involved in the project was unhealthy for me, but also that my participation was seen as antagonistic. I don't know what she needed, but whatever it was, whatever kind of help it wasn't what a friend could give. And I don't think I was one at that point. And that sucked.
One Topic then shares how he and Click announced to Sad Milk that they would be leaving. More specifically, both emphasized a desire to not make a big deal out of their departure.
I don't plan on having a public announcement made, just let it fade out smoothly. With a new style of content that might actually happen naturally.
Currently, I will be stepping away from Sad Milk. I don't have any public messaging planned, as any change, such as someone leaving, can make people feel like a project is on rocky footing, and I don't want my personal exit to be the cause of yet more drama.
And this is in stark contrast to what Blair actually did. She announced their departure on the Sad Milk Twitter, and then within hours she tweeted out on her personal Twitter that child likers are bad, heavily implying that there was someone in her life recently that disagreed with this sentiment. And if that wasn't bad enough, the Sad Milk Twitter retweeted that. Again, this was all within a few hours, so rumors began to run rampant about Click and One Topic, and it quite frankly doesn't take a genius to figure out how. Furthermore, One Topic discussed Illuminati lying about their departure on her main Reddit account, where she stated that OT and Click never stepped up to the plate. Wonder had stated that this was an outright lie that he had actually helped spread.
She took to Reddit to falsify a narrative, which you can read on screen. I joined in as well on this. I explained how those who departed did not help us in numerous ways, and that it all fell onto us. I'd like to point out that I directly lied on this post.
So now you have One Topic, Wonder, and Click all saying that Blair has a pattern of overstating her contribution to various efforts, and this seems to be yet another example of how.
But the fact remains, she wasn't the one who saved my channel.
So while yes, Blair did pay for edits, she was always reimbursed for this.
Moving on from his discussion on Sad Milk, One Topic joined the Click, Wonder, and basically all of the internet in calling Blair out for exposing Wonder's mental health the way she did.
One thing I never thought would be released was personal details about a group member's mental health or their struggles. I figured those kind of personal details would be off limits and no way would be used as a weapon.
But even further, the Click had previously proven that Blair was using various alt accounts to harass and slander Click and One Topic, and One Topic agrees that this harassment was done by Blair.
We were surprised by the Reddit posts. Certainly. The details from the troll account were so specific.
And more specifically, Blair was using these alts to keep calling attention to decade-old actions by Click in order to ruin his reputation and OT's by association.
And I know he apologized for his words that he said when he was 15 and Swedish. And learning English as a second language. However, the account targeted his apology, said it was bad, and continued on to ping others. It became clear the harassment was not intended to stop.
And if that sounds like a reach, OT shows excerpts of Blair's alt attempting to use this bad PR to drive a wedge between the two friends, basically trying to ensure that OT's career couldn't survive if he were to be friends with Click.
And One Topic is friends with someone while pretending to be wholesome and good. I think One Topic is a liar and a sham, and has been pandering to our community. If he stays friends with someone like this, he is using us for money. It was such specific phrasing and sounded so familiar.
Which lends a lot of validity to Oz's claims that Blair had isolated him and ultimately cost him multiple friendships. And Blair trying to spread rumors didn't stop with Click and OT. In fact, there was another former member of Sad Milk, Salty, who OT actually asked to respond to an accusation that Blair had made on an alt account. Specifically, Blair alleged that OT and Click basically poached Salty away from Sad Milk.
Did you leave Sad Milk because we were paying you better on the podcast?
No. No. Wait, I was getting paid?
Shut up, Salty.
So what do you do? What do I do?
By doing this, Blair was trying to set the narrative that OT and Click leaving Sad Milk was a betrayal of their community. Basically, the Sad Milk viewers should be taking this personally and turn on the two. Which, again, wow. But that's not even close to where this ends. OT stressed in this video how much he values his privacy as a creator, and he had discovered Blair was doing everything in her power to undermine that.
Private details about members of the group who left were being spread around maliciously when I was DM'd by a concerned community member who had been talked to. The message was concerning offline information. It later became clear who that information had originated from, and this was later independently corroborated by a creator who had come forward to me who had had witnessed this.
And all of this coming from Blair, it took a clear toll on one topic, with him even saying he wouldn't mind if Blair just said negative things about him provided she did it the right way.
I don't care that mean words were said about me or that mean words will still be said about me. There is a distinct difference between privately venting and purposefully spreading of harmful lies.
And in the aftermath of Blair's crusade, OT shares that he's been forced to be wary about who he interacts with or lets interact with his content because they could find themselves targeted by those sent by Blair, which would once again demonstrate that Blair has a tendency to try and isolate people that she holds a grudge against as much as possible. OT then expresses gratitude towards his support system, but also expresses a level of denial at just how much Blair tried to ruin him, as well as, well, see for yourself.
I still don't want to believe all of this is true. The only kind of person who could slander their friends like this is someone who is darkly unremarkable.
Yeah, he's pissed, and quite frankly, I don't blame him. Friendships, relationships, partnerships, they end. That's just part of life. But it says a lot when someone's going out of their way to hurt someone as much as possible who likely never intended them any harm in the first place. One topic then addresses Blair directly and echoes the sentiment shared by The Click, which is that Illuminati simply took this way too far.
This isn't some small YouTuber beef. This isn't people being angry at each other because, ooh, someone did a bit more work in a project or not.
What you did was unacceptable and goes so far beyond any petty beefs or squabbles or hurt feelings. This wasn't just trying to separate yourself from us like we asked for. You acted like this was a war and that you should be recruiting soldiers to come after us. You lied. And I can only think that's because you wanted us gone. You wanted these lies to come into our everyday life offline.
And OT directly calls out Blair's demonstrated pattern of destroying someone just for being a former friend.
These people who were your friends, and then when they finally couldn't take how you treated them, you immediately turned on them and worked to isolate them from their friends and their communities.
And OT ultimately shares his piece about Blair, clearly hurt and pained by what he clearly sees as a situation that was wholly avoidable.
But when we explained our boundaries, it just wasn't good enough. That kind of resentment builds up. It doesn't mean we hated you or that we could never reconnect down the road.
He then closes out his video by addressing common questions he expects to receive. This includes revealing that he had considered legal action against Blair in the past, but doesn't intend on actually pursuing that route unless Blair leaves him no other choice.
But stay tuned to see if I get sued, I guess.
And throughout this video, OT seems to emphasize that he and the other former Sad Milk members are in fact on good terms. He states that he spent the last month talking to them and figuring out together what they're going to do about this whole situation. And he ends his video with a clip of the guys just hanging out together to pay tribute to the friendships formed across Sad Milk that weren't toxic.
Where are your shoes? Wonder, Wonder, go inside. Where are your shoes? My only hope. Lost Media is chasing me.
But that leaves us with our last story from Oz Media. So, what was he up to during the nearly 5-month gap between Illuminati's video and his? Since the situation broke, Oz's main appearance online has been a feature in Wonder's video where he helped corroborate Wonder's claims of being mistreated by Blair. Aside from that, Oz has been mostly silent, with the exception of a few tweets and YouTube comments. This has included Oz sharing that he received a cease and desist from Blair, despite him being the only one to not yet make a video about her. Even worse, a second cease and desist letter was sent to Oz's father for seemingly no other reason than to make those around Oz suffer, which, to be fair, matches the recurring accusation that Blair tries to isolate people that go against her by attacking those around them. It's also worth noting that, at the time, Oz had shared his intention to release a multi-part expose series on Blair's overlooked behavior beyond Sad Milk. Now, seemingly in response to this promise, Blair retaliated by escalating her cease and desist to a lawsuit meant to foreclose Oz's home.
What I can only describe as retaliation from the person who's my ex, former employer, and prior colleague, Blair is in the process of currently foreclosing my home.
Which, it might be surprising that Blair would even have the power to try this, but wait until you hear how she allegedly gained said power. Though fortunately, Oz was able to fend off this move through an incredibly successful crowdfunding campaign that I'll touch on more later. So where does all of this lead us? Well, Oz Media finally posted a video on Illuminati, and it looks like this is only the beginning, as this wasn't even the huge expose that Oz has been working on, but there were still some major reveals. The largest reveal being that he and Blair were actually involved in a romantic relationship.
Blair and I dated. We started when I was 20 and she was 28. And currently, I'm 23. almost 24.
And that Blair allegedly used this relationship to coerce Oz into submitting to her socially and financially. And if that sounds familiar, Wonder shared similar experiences throughout his friendship with Blair.
I'll get into how over time Blair would have controlled every aspect of my life, be it transportation, income, and housing.
And the similarities go even further, as it's another example of Blair allegedly exploiting a younger and less experienced employee with terrible financial agreements that can be used to punish them, much like what happened with Wonder's car.
A few days later, after being fired on July 27th, on July 29th, Blair came to Texas to revoke a car in the middle of the night. I asked Blair for an explanation as to how I breached my contract, to which I was ignored.
In fact, a lot of this situation perfectly mirrors Wonder's experiences with Blair. Oz even points out just how eerie the similarities are.
As you can see with Wonder, Blair has a habit of taking advantage of younger men, 8 years younger than her, and their financial illiteracy for her own personal gain.
Oz also shared that the complicated nature of this relationship is only adding stress in the production of his video, because he doesn't want something so important to unintentionally devolve into a bitter ex's flawed recollection.
Blair and I dated. We were a couple for a decent chunk of time. This puts me in an ungodly complicated situation of doing everything that I can to try and separate the relationship drama from the public drama, as in the process of dating her, there are a lot of things which I bore witness to.
According to Oz, Blair started to exploit his finances for personal gain during their relationship. This included using Oz's superior credit to secure the car given to Wonder. This resulted in a financial burden that led to Oz asking Blair for help, as she was far more affluent.
This would lead me to asking Blair, my partner, for financial help. Financial help for things such as my home, which she was living in. Help from my partner, who at any given time would be making up to 30 times my monthly income.
But rather than provide support as a partner that was living in Oz's home, she kept track of all this debt in a ledger that Oz would eventually be expected to pay back. Which, yeah, seems unusual if they were partners providing mutual aid based on what they can each offer, yet Oz wouldn't be reimbursed for things like the hits to his credit from loans being taken out in his name. Even worse, Blair had apparently told Oz that she committed embezzlement in order to help him, as she used company funds instead of her own.
And while I can't remember if this exact word was ever used, she essentially explained to me that because she used company funds to assist me, that she had committed embezzlement.
Blair presented a deed of trust as the only way Oz could prevent her from facing legal trouble, which is obviously quite a lot of pressure to put on a partner. But that deed of trust would essentially leave Oz's home as collateral until he paid back the almost $200,000 that he was listed as owing Blair, across 10 years of $2,500 monthly payments. And if Oz fell behind on such a steep bill, Blair could essentially seize his home.
This document gave her the power to foreclose if I was unable to make a monthly payment of nearly $2,500 for nearly a decade.
And if that's not bad enough, Oz explains that his mother was arrested for embezzlement when he was a child, and this leaves him believing that Blair may have intentionally made him relive this trauma so that Oz would be easier to manipulate.
Blair was aware of this past of mine. Whether this was used against me, I can't say for certain. But the idea of another person I loved being locked away, but this time for my actions, words cannot describe the guilt that I had.
And while the ledger only grew, Oz felt as though he wasn't in a position to clarify what he owed due to both the guilt of him needing help, but also what sounds like pretty blatant manipulation by Blair, where she would allegedly shame Oz for his finances to anyone who would listen.
From her friends, to my friends, to her employees, to hell, even her Discord staff, about my finances, oftentimes unprompted. Guilt involving the fact that everyone I interacted with on a day-to-day basis looked down on me for her words towards me.
And Oz ultimately lands on Blair doing this to fill him with enough shame that he wouldn't be able to question her,
actively putting me in a position where she was chipping away at my mental health. I was afraid to tell anyone what was happening because she had convinced me that I was a parasite, that I avoided telling anyone who could have helped me see what was happening out of fear of further confirmation. More eyes looking down on me.
Which also mirrors Wonder's story exactly, where she allegedly did everything possible to paint him as a freeloader both privately and publicly in order to prevent him from getting support.
I have never had someone else pay my rent once in my life, and I have been living on my own since I was 18. To try to paint me as a freeloader feels like a contorted attack on who I am as a person.
Even more, this apparently followed her coercing Oz into relying on her more financially, which was also the case with Wonder.
But in Blair's words, she had grabbed the money and insisted that I get the car. After a few more discussions, he eased me into the idea that this car was a good move and would really change my life.
Also, Oz echoed Wonder's sentiment that Blair has a habit of gaining complete control of those around her.
How over time, Blair would have controlled every aspect of my life, be it transportation, income, and housing.
When you're around Blair, your world revolves around her. In my case, my home was hers, despite her name not being on it. I had no friends out in Colorado, a state that I moved to at the behest of Blair. Only Blair's friends were out here. All of my connections had to be approved by her. I wasn't allowed to be friends with people she didn't like. I was even in a position where my finances were nearly entirely controlled by her, from what debts I took on to later being the fact that she was the person who signed my paychecks.
And these parallels go even further, as Blair would become Oz's employer and have additional control over his life as a result, while framing this control as generosity, which also echoes Wonder's claims shockingly well. And while people do get too eager to villainize any relationship with an age gap of more than a month, I do think this is actually a good example of an exploitative one. At 28, she was a business owner with much stronger finances, while Oz was barely more than a teenager and probably didn't have the ability to recognize when someone was taking advantage of him yet, since that's kind of a skill you gain from experiencing bad relationships.
Hell, I even took a position in her company at a lower pay to try and pay this debt back. Offered to work with her in her crypto farm for free to pay back the debt.
Which, yeah, it's a bad look for Blair to have an ex-partner describe being coerced into financial reliance, and oh, it just so happens providing Blair with free labor would help fix this. In fact, Oz elaborates that it would have been impossible for him to even try to keep up with the $2,500 payments unless he continued this arrangement with Blair.
Blair knew that even with my income working for her, that this wasn't possible. It feels as though she knew that I would be destined to fall behind.
And with Oz being paid so little, he even expressed that Illuminati's stark rise into financial success on YouTube was largely because of his contributions, but that wasn't reflected in how much he was paid.
While I worked for Blair's company, I helped improve it in any way that I could with my knowledge of how YouTube worked. I was able to assist in the push for Blair's channel to make the sudden and stark rise into a new payout range of 6 figures a month. All while I was being paid not even enough to get by with my monthly bills.
In fact, he dedicated so much time to helping the Illuminati channel operate that he neglected his own channel for a year.
While also trying to help save her channel. This would lead me to up and almost entirely abandon my channel throughout the year of 2022.
And Oz shared that he didn't fully understand just how messed up this dynamic was until more recently, which also echoes Wonder's experience.
It wasn't until recently when I explained my situation to my parents, my friends outside of Blair's control, that I began to understand just how perverse my life had become for nearly 3 years.
Zone Dreamers. In all space and time, where every eventuality lies just out of reach. 4 friends find for themselves the true strength of unity.
Okay, I need a bit of help, Gemini.
No problem. You could try using mayonnaise instead.
What about Greek yogurt?
The fuck's the problem?